The hotel where the birthday banquet was held happened to be by the lake. The moment she walked out, a damp wind blew. Mo Rao couldn't help but wrap her coat tightly around her, but she also sobered up. There was a small garden outside the hotel. Mo Rao was walking aimlessly when a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Mo Rao exclaimed and turned around to see that it was Chow Mao, who had harassed her previously. "President Chow, please let go of me." Mo Rao's expression turned cold. However, Chow Mao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his action. Instead, he pushed his luck and took a step closer to Mo Rao. "Miss Mo, there's only the two of us here. You don't have to pretend to be prim and proper. I know that you like to hook up with rich men. I'm not bad either. Why don't you spend the night with me? I'll let you act in some good television dramas." Chow Mao had a wretched expression and his mind was filled with lustful thoughts. Mo Rao couldn't take it anymore. She raised her other hand and slapped Chow Mao. "President Chow, please show some respect." Chow Mao didn't expect Mo Rao to slap him. He flew into a rage and pressed Mo Rao against a tree at the side. Then he pinched her chin and said, "You're just an actress. What are you so smug about?" With that, he tried to kiss Mo Rao. An unpleasant smell surged towards Mo Rao, making her want to vomit. Chow Mao tried to reach into Mo Rao's skirt. Fortunately, Mo Rao had learned some self-defense moves overseas. Before Chow Mao could touch her, she took the opportunity to counterattack. She kicked Chow Mao's crotch, then grabbed his hand and pushed him against the tree. "Ah!" Mo Rao's counterattack caught Chow Mao off guard. He screamed and struggled, but it was too late. "President Chow, I'm a self-respecting actress. Please don't view this industry with prejudice. Okay?" Mo Rao's voice was cold as she said from behind Chow Mao. Chow Mao wanted to struggle, but Mo Rao was surprisingly strong. He could only beg for mercy. "I understand. Please let me go. I'll let you off today. If there's a next time, I'll let everyone see your true colors." As Mo Rao warned Chow Mao, she let go of him. Chow Mao's lower body was still aching. He wanted to teach Mo Rao a lesson, but he couldn't move. Mo Rao ignored him and returned to the banquet. Lin Xia was a little shocked to see her and quickly walked over. "Mo Rao, where did you go just now?" "I'm fine. I was a little tipsy and went out for a walk," Mo Rao replied. However, she felt that Lin Xia's expression was a little strange, as if she was sizing her up. "What's wrong?" Mo Rao asked curiously. Lin Xia came back to her senses and shook her head with a smile as she said, "It's nothing. I thought you went back. It's good that you're not drunk. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back now. Enjoy your party." After what had happened just now, Mo Rao wasn't in the mood to stay here. She only wanted to go back quickly. Lin Xia grabbed Mo Rao's hand and urged her to stay. "It's not easy for us to get together. Why don't you stay here for a while longer?" "I'm sorry." Mo Rao still decided to reject Lin Xia. "Let's meet again in the future." Seeing Lin Xia's enthusiastic expression, Mo Rao felt that something was wrong. Lin Xia couldn't force Mo Rao to stay, so she could only agree. "All right. Thank you for coming today." Mo Rao smiled and turned to leave the banquet. Lin Xia clenched her fists. After Mo Rao left, she stood up and left the banquet hall to go to the hotel room. "President Chow." Slap. Before Lin Xia could speak, a crisp slap resounded. "Trash." Chow Mao glared at Lin Xia, who was covering her face. Tears welled up in Lin Xia's eyes. She had specifically invited Mo Rao over to give Chow Mao a chance to make a move. However, she didn't expect Mo Rao to escape. "That woman is really stubborn. She actually dared to hit me." Chow Mao gritted his teeth in anger when he thought of what had just happened. Mo Rao isn't easy to deal with. "President Chow, calm down first." Lin Xia leaned against Chow Mao and rubbed her soft breasts against his arm. Lin Xia's seduction quickly appeased Chow Mao's anger. He reached out and rubbed Lin Xia's chest. Then he kissed her soft lips and said, "If only Mo Rao could be as obedient as you. Don't worry, I've already asked the paparazzi to take videos and photos nearby. When the time comes, we'll fabricate something and catch her off guard. As Lin Xia sat on Chow Mao's body, she winked. When Chow Mao heard that, he chuckled and turned around to press Lin Xia under him. Then he lifted her chin. Yes, well done. With that, he kissed Lin Xia and tore off her clothes to vent all his lust on Lin Xia. Before Lin Xia was completely prepared, Chow Mao started. However, Lin Xia could only endure the pain and pretend to enjoy it. She closed her eyes and endured Chow Mao's kisses on her face and body. To Chow Mao, this was blissful sex, but it was painful to Lin Xia. She envied Mo Rao's good luck. She hated that Mo Rao's could always help her unconditionally. Moreover, those men were all extraordinarily handsome, unlike her, who could only be with lewd and wretched men like Chow Mao. If not for the sake of obtaining better resources, Lin Xia wouldn't have been willing to have sex with Chow Mao and accept casting couch. But since things had come to this, she could only endure it. After a while, Chow Mao was done. He pulled up his pants and left the room in satisfaction. Lin Xia was still lying on the bed. Her hair and clothes were in a mess, and she no longer looked as glamorous as before. It was her birthday, but she had to suffer this. Lin Xia took a deep breath and got up from the bed. Then she wiped the sticky marks on her body with a piece of paper and swallowed her anger. She put on her clothes and left the room, returning to the lavish birthday banquet. The next morning, before Mo Rao woke up from her dream, she was woken up by Mo Yuan's knock on the door. Mo Rao, get up quickly. Something happened. When she heard that something had happened, Mo Rao immediately woke up. Then she got off the bed and opened the door. She asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Yuan stuffed the phone into Mo Rao's hand and said, "What happened between you and Chow Mao last night?"
Montag was stund.
She looked down at the phone and saw a photo of her and Chow Mao being intimate in the garden last night. Chow Mao happened to be pressing her hands against the tree, while trying to kiss her face and neck. Those who didn't know the truth would really think that Mo Rao and Chow Mao were doing something indescribable. Recently, Mo Rao had always been at the center of public opinion. As soon as these photos were released, Mo Rao quickly became a trending topic and the netizens discussed it feverishly. Wow! How scandalous! Are they making out? What a graphic picture! Is Mo Rao that promiscuous? Fu Ying and Mr. K can't satisfy her, so she actually wants to find such a man. Some netizens who didn't like Mo Rao to begin with said especially unpleasant things. They all thought that Mo Rao was an indecent woman. As Mo Rao looked at the photos and comments, she was so angry that her hands were trembling. She was clearly a victim, but now she had been deemed a licentious woman. At this moment, she suddenly understood Fu Ying's feelings at that time. Rao, what's going on? Mo Yuan asked anxiously. Did that bastard Chow Mao bully you? Mo Yuan knew that Mo Rao would never get involved with a man like Chow Mao. He was only worried that she had been hurt. Mo Rao nodded and told Mo Yuan everything that happened last night.
Dam Gao Mao. Montag Yuan scolded angrily.
This is sexual harassment. Rao, let's go to the police station to report the case. Alright, I recorded it last night. Mo Rao took out her phone and turned on the recording function. When Chow Mao appeared in front of her last night, Mo Rao had already switched her phone to recording mode while it was in her pocket. After experiencing too many things previously, Mo Rao was very vigilant. She added the recording to the shortcut button in case of emergencies. Seeing this, Mo Yuan was overjoyed and praised. As expected of my sister. You're so smart. With this recording, things were much easier. Mo Rao posted this audio on Weibo and wrote, "The truth is that I was the one being harassed, but I was framed and deemed an indecent woman. Please see the truth." In the recording, Chow Mao's words could be heard clearly. "Miss Mo, there's only the two of us here. You don't have to pretend to be prim and proper. I know that you like to hook up with rich men. I'm not bad either. Why don't you spend the night with me? I'll let you act in some good television dramas." These two sentences were enough to make Chow Mao become the target of public criticism and ruin his reputation. Mo Rao's personal response caused a huge public reaction. This was probably the fastest reversal of gossip news in the entertainment industry. 10 minutes ago, everyone was scolding Mo Rao and thinking that she was a promiscuous woman. Now Mo Rao had become a victim. Most of the netizens commented based on the facts. When they heard the audio Mo Rao sent out, everyone could understand what was going on. All the condemnation was directed towards Chow Mao. How disgusting! Is this the entertainment industry? Casting couch. Chow Mao is really a bastard. He's fat and has big ears. He looks wretched as well. I knew it. Why would Mo Rao like Chow Mao? She already has Fu Ying. Chow Mao was shocked when he saw public opinion change so quickly. He didn't expect Mo Rao to record it. Because of this, the reputation of the Chow Corporation was damaged. Many clients expressed their intention to terminate the contract with the Chow Corporation. The shares of the Chow Corporation also plummeted. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and tried to suppress the public backlash, but with his ability, he couldn't suppress it at all. At this moment he suddenly thought of his pawn. Fu Ying saw this news as soon as he woke up in the morning and was furious. Previously, Chow Mao had openly harassed Mo Rao. Fu Ying didn't expect that he hadn't given up and actually touched Mo Rao when he wasn't around. As soon as he saw those photos, Fu Ying wished he could send someone to break Chow Mao's hand. Gu Hai, stop all cooperation with the Chow Corporation. In the future, the Fu Corporation will no longer cooperate with the Chow Corporation. Fu Ying put down his phone and said to Gu Hai coldly,
Gu Hai note that?
Yes, I'll do it now. In addition, continue to investigate Chow Mao. Expose every dirty thing he did in the past. It's best if you find a few people to teach him a lesson. Cripple his dirty hands. Fu Ying couldn't take this lying down. He wanted to avenge Mo Rao. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Hai's back. As expected, one couldn't offend Fu Ying. Before Fu Ying could teach Chow Mao a lesson, Chow Mao placed the blame on Lin Xia. After he walked out of the Chow Corporation's building, he blamed Lin Xia in front of many cameras and reporters. Lin Xia asked me to do it. Previously I said that Mo Rao was quite pretty, so Lin Xia helped me find Mo Rao. She even told me that women like to play hard to get, and that Mo Rao is actually very good at playing that game. Besides, she has always disliked Mo Rao, and wanted me to help her teach her a lesson. She was the one who found the paparazzi who secretly took photos. Mo Rao was very surprised that Chow Mao exposed Lin Xia. Moreover, she believed that what Chow Mao said was most likely true. At this critical moment, Chow Mao was definitely anxious to minimize his losses. She thought that Lin Xia just wanted to invite her to her birthday party, but she didn't expect Lin Xia to have such a scheme in mind. She couldn't help but recall what Chan Xiang had said to her at the birthday banquet. Could it be that Lin Xia had really called her over to let Chow Mao make a move on her? At this thought, Mo Rao recalled Lin Xia's strange expression again at that time and couldn't help but rejoice that she had left resolutely. As expected, the entertainment industry was full of schemes. If Mo Rao had been even slightly less vigilant at that time, Chow Mao might have succeeded. Now that she thought about it, Mo Rao felt a lingering sense of fear. Fortunately, after this incident, her reputation wasn't that affected. After Lin Xia was implicated by Chow Mao, this matter escalated more and more. Lin Xia was a popular celebrity, so having ties to Chow Mao was already enough to make people's imagination run wild. Now that she was deemed a cunning woman who wanted to set up her junior, many netizens began to question Lin Xia. Even some of Lin Xia's fans expressed that they didn't like her anymore. Seeing how things had turned out, Lin Xia trembled. Her image had always been positive and she had many male fans. Now that this matter was exposed, Lin Xia's reputation was greatly damaged and more people were denouncing her. Fu Ying caused even more trouble. Gu Hai had found out that Chow Mao was Lin Xia's sugar daddy and had obtained many videos of them entering and leaving hotels together. So he leaked these photos to the paparazzi. The entertainment industry was in an uproar, leaving the netizens dumbfounded. This is too scandalous. Lin Xia is so silly. How can she bring herself to hook up with someone like that? I just checked. Many of the movies and dramas Lin Xia starred in were indeed invested by the Chow Corporation. So this was a trap designed by the sugar daddy and the sugar baby. Mo Rao is so pitiful. The entertainment industry is so chaotic. How many people have been victims of casting couch? Faced with this ironclad evidence, Lin Xia didn't even have the chance to refute it. She had hooked up with Chow Mao herself, so she couldn't say that she was sexually harassed by Chow Mao like Mo Rao. In the agency, Lin Xia's manager threw the contract on the ground angrily and scolded. Lin Xia, look at what you've done. Lin Xia's eyes were red and she didn't dare to speak. Previously, when you wanted to follow Chow Mao, I told you to be careful. Besides, didn't I tell you not to provoke Mo Rao? The more her manager thought about it, the angrier she became. Her angry roar made Lin Xia's mind buzz. I can't fix this. You should leave the industry. Faced with the flood of public outcry, the manager had no other choice. Sometimes the entertainment industry was very cruel. When an artiste no longer had any value, they would be abandoned without hesitation. Seeing that she was about to be abandoned, Lin Xia was anxious. Sister Meng, can you give me another chance? I will definitely cherish it and won't cause trouble again. As Sister Meng looked at Lin Xia's tearful expression, she was unmoved. It's your fault for provoking Mo Rao. Do you know that the person backing her is Fuing? With Fuing around, do you think you can stay in the entertainment industry? Previously, you still had Chow Mao to help you. Now you're being accused by him. So it was Fuing? Previously, Lin Xia was puzzled. Why would someone suddenly find out about her and Chow Mao? Now that she thought of Fuing, it seemed to make sense. Why did everyone want to help Mo Rao? What was so good about that woman? Lin Xia, I advise you to apologize to Mo Rao and ask Mo Rao to ask Fuing to let you off. Lin Xia was an artiste she had led for many years after all. Sister Meng decided to help Lin Xia one last time. However, whether Lin Xia could succeed depended on her and Mo Rao's attitudes. Although she was unwilling at this point, Lin Xia could only give it a try. Okay, I'll try. Lin Xia left the agency dejectedly. In the past, she was so glamorous. No matter where she went, she would shine. Her fans treated her like the sun. But now she wished she could hide. Although being kept by a sugar daddy was common in the entertainment industry, exposure of it was fatal to a female celebrity. And all of this was Mo Rao's fault. Lin Xia clenched her fists. Everyone said that she was scheming. Wasn't Mo Rao scheming as well? If she wasn't scheming, she wouldn't have recorded it and played Fuing, Shunfeng, and Mr. K for fools. Lin Xia was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. She wished that she could be like Mo Rao and have a handsome man backing her. But now she could only put down her pride and apologize to her enemy. She even had to ask Mo Rao to let her off. Just as Mo Rao was watching this farce at home with interest, Lin Xia sent a message. Mo Rao, do you have time? I want to meet you. Seeing that it was Lin Xia who had requested to meet, Mo Rao immediately became wary. Why do you want to meet? Mo Rao didn't want to fall into Lin Xia's trap again. Lin Xia quickly replied, I want to apologize to you. What happened before was indeed my fault. As Mo Rao stared at the line of words, she sneered. In the past, she had believed Lin Xia's apology and ended up being harmed by her. Mo Rao wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. Lin Xia, I don't accept your apology, Mo Rao replied directly. You apologized to me last time too. You know what you did in the end. When Lin Xia saw Mo Rao's cold reply, she panicked. No, she had to get Mo Rao to help her get through this. Mo Rao, I beg you. I really know my mistake this time. Looking at Lin Xia's message, Mo Rao didn't reply again. Things had already developed to this point, so it was already too late. If Lin Xia had sincerely apologized to her back then, these things wouldn't have happened. Lin Xia was indignant and kept sending messages to Mo Rao. Mo Rao couldn't stand it and blocked Lin Xia. Mo Rao stopped thinking about Lin Xia and continued to prepare for the filming of Butterfly Fragrance. On this day, when they arrived at the production team, Tong Yu ran over to comfort her. Sister Mo Rao, are you alright? I saw the news. Chow Mao is really wicked. Mo Rao held Tong Yu's arm with a smile and said, I'm fine. I subdued him that night. I didn't expect Lin Xia to be so vicious. I thought she was a good person. Tong Yu pursed her lips. Not everyone comes from a powerful background. Why do people have to get opportunities through casting couch? Mo Rao couldn't help but sigh. In the entertainment industry, some people could stay true to themselves, but some people would sell themselves for fame and fortune. However, she had no right to judge the celebrities who had sold themselves. If they didn't find a backer, they might never be able to stand out. However, someone like Lin Xia who used her backer to hurt others was another story. Coincidentally, Chun Xiang walked over at this time. She glanced at Mo Rao and chuckled. Mo Rao, what did I tell you? Lin Xia isn't a good person, isn't she? At the mention of this, Mo Rao felt that Chun Xiang was quite nice in comparison. Although Chun Xiang kept going against her, she was still willing to remind her when necessary. Yes, thank you for reminding me last time.
Montag smilet sweetly.
Chun Xiang didn't appreciate Mo Rao's gentleness. I was just reminding you casually. I still hate you. Got it. Mo Rao felt that Chun Xiang was straightforward, but didn't have any bad intentions, so she didn't take her words to heart. Mo Rao's attitude was so amiable that Chun Xiang felt as if she had punched cotton. She fell silent for a moment, then she took the script to the side to study it. Tong Yu stared at Chun Xiang silently, but she couldn't figure out what Chun Xiang wanted to do and couldn't help but mutter. Chun Xiang is really baffling. Compared to Lin Xia who plays tricks behind people's backs, Chun Xiang isn't aggressive at all. Just treat her as a spoiled young lady. Mo Rao shrugged, then sat on the chair and took out the script. There were many scenes to film today. Mo Rao was memorizing her lines attentively when there was suddenly a commotion at the door.
President Fu. President Fu.
I really know my mistake. Please spare me. It was Lin Xia's voice. Was she talking to Fu Ying? Mo Rao couldn't help but look up. She saw that many staff members were already gathered outside the door and watching the commotion. Fu Ying was here to visit and had even specifically brought a bouquet of flowers for Mo Rao. Just as he reached the door, he was pestered by Lin Xia. Let go. Fu Ying shook Lin Xia off fiercely and Lin Xia fell to the ground in a sorry state. I'm warning you. If you disturb Mo Rao or me again, I definitely won't let you off easy. Fu Ying said fiercely with a sharp gaze. Lin Xia trembled, but she was unwilling to give up this opportunity to face Fu Ying directly. She said, President Fu, I wasn't in my right mind previously and did those things that hurt Mo Rao. I came this time to apologize to her sincerely. Seeing that she was Lin Xia's goal for coming to the production team this time, Mo Rao stood up and walked out. As soon as she saw Mo Rao, Lin Xia immediately rushed in front of her and begged. Mo Rao, I'm very repentant about my mistake. Many people took photos of this scene with their phones. Before this, no one had seen Lin Xia act so humbly before. In the past, Lin Xia, who was a popular celebrity, had always been sought after by everyone. But now she had to beg for mercy in front of everyone. Lin Xia also felt embarrassed, but she had no backer anymore. So she could only use this method to return to the entertainment industry. Mo Rao looked at Lin Xia's pleading expression coldly and said, Lin Xia, I've already made it very clear to you. I won't forgive you. Fortunately, I was quite vigilant. Otherwise, Chow Mao would have really succeeded. If something had really happened to me, how would you make it up to me? Mo Rao's question made Lin Xia, not knowing how to answer, pause. I already gave you a chance. After Mo Rao said this, she turned around and left. Lin Xia stared at Mo Rao's back with anger. She thought that Mo Rao would at least be mindful of her reputation since they were in front of so many people, but Mo Rao didn't care about this at all. Lin Xia turned to look at Fu Ying. Since Mo Rao didn't agree, Fu Ying naturally wouldn't give Lin Xia any chance. After glancing at her coldly, he stood up to leave. The onlookers had already walked in the door, leaving Lin Xia outside in a sorry state. She clenched her fists as tears fell. She had spent a lot of effort to get to where she was today, but in the end she lost everything overnight. Lin Xia was unwilling to be a pawn. If she had to leave the entertainment industry, she had to make Mo Rao disappear from the entertainment industry as well. If she harasses you again, tell me, Fu Ying said to Mo Rao as he followed her. It's okay, I can handle it myself. Mo Rao didn't even turn around as she said calmly. Also, why are you here again? Fu Ying quickly stuffed the flowers in his hand to Mo Rao. Of course I'm here to see you. Mo Rao frowned as she looked at this bouquet of flowers. What was this for? Could it be that Fu Ying was trying to compete after he saw her with the flowers last time? I don't want it.
Mo Rao rejected Fu Ying esse solicitos nescoldli.
Fu Ying had already expected this reaction from her, so he said, if you don't accept it, I'll get someone to send flowers to your house every day in the future. Mo Rao froze, then she glared at Fu Ying. How shameless. He actually threatened her again. If he sent flowers to Mo Rao's house, Mo Rao couldn't even return them. Moreover, Mo Yuan would definitely find out. At that time, Mo Rao would have to listen to Mo Yuan's nagging again. Perhaps Mo Yuan would go to Fu Ying's house to cause trouble again. At the thought of these consequences, Mo Rao felt vexed. Take it. Fu Ying looked at Mo Rao, whose face was filled with resistance, and felt that she looked totally adorable. Mo Rao was helpless and could only accept the bouquet. Unlike Gu Xi, Fu Ying gave her calla lilies. This was Mo Rao's favorite flower. Previously, when she was still with Fu Ying, Mo Rao often bought calla lilies and placed them at home for decoration. Fu Ying had never paid attention. Now that she saw Fu Ying give her favorite flowers, Mo Rao felt mixed emotions. In the 3 years she was married to Fu Ying had rarely given her flowers. Even if he did, they were always roses. It seemed perfunctory. Every time Fu Ying treated her well, Mo Rao would always think of the past and inevitably feel awkward. If only Fu Ying had been like this back then. Unfortunately, there were no ifs or regrets in this world, nor was there a time machine to let people go back in time and start over. You don't have to send me flowers in the future. Mo Rao came back to her senses and instructed. Besides, there are so many people here. It won't be good if they see. What Fu Ying wanted was to be seen. He wanted to tell everyone that Mo Rao was his. Although he promised Mo Rao, he didn't take her words to heart at all. Mo Rao asked Li to put away the flowers, then she returned to the set to prepare to start filming. Fu Ying was still watching from the side like last time. His eyes were filled with gentleness, and he didn't look like an investor who had come to inspect at all. When filming ended, Fu Ying was still waiting on the set. Seeing him, Mo Rao couldn't help but wonder, was there such an idle CEO in this world? Mo Rao, your phone rang just now. Li ran to Mo Rao's side and handed her the phone. Mo Rao turned on her phone and saw that it was a call from old Madame Chu. As she packed her things, she called back. Soon old Madame Chu picked up the call. Rao, are you still busy? I've already finished filming just now. Grandma, what's the matter? When she spoke to old Madame Chu, Mo Rao's voice became gentler. Old Madame Fu invited me to the Fu family's home for a meal today. I was wondering if you wanted to come along. Old Madame Chu asked with a smile. Mo Rao glanced at Fu Ying, who was waiting obediently at the side. After thinking about it, she agreed. All right, I'll go over in a while. After hanging up, Mo Rao was about to leave when Fu Ying hurriedly chased after her. Let's have a meal together. I want to go to the Fu family's home for dinner. Mo Rao didn't want to hide it, so she said directly. Fu Ying froze. Are you going to visit Grandma? Yes, my grandmother will be there too. Fu Ying was speechless. Old Madame Fu actually didn't inform him to go home for dinner. Was she determined not to let him see Mo Rao? However, this created another opportunity for Fu Ying. I'll go back with you. Mo Rao didn't refuse. No matter what, she was returning to Fu Ying's house anyway. Seeing Mo Rao agree, Fu Ying was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had private time with Mo Rao. In the past, every time he wanted to create an opportunity by sending Mo Rao home, he would be interrupted by others. Otherwise, he would be ruthlessly rejected by Mo Rao. Although Mo Rao wasn't sitting in the front passenger seat, Fu Ying could still look at her in the rearview mirror. As Mo Rao sat in the back seat, she looked at the scenery outside the window. She ignored Fu Ying, who was driving. Her side profile was as three-dimensional as that of an ancient Greek sculpture. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a small fan, making Fu Ying feel the urge to get closer to her. Unfortunately, the journey was short. They quickly arrived at the entrance of the Fu family's home. The moment Mo Rao got out of the car, she heard a commotion coming from inside. "She's not welcome in my house. Grandma, was it Churu? What was she doing here?" Mo Rao looked up and saw old Madame Fu personally chasing Churu out of the door. Old Madame Fu stood in front of the door and glared at Churu. "What's there to explain? Do you think you haven't caused enough harm to Mo Rao? It's because of you that Rao Rao's children are gone. Why did you leave such a scourge at home?" Old Madame Fu said angrily. As old Madame Chu stood at the side, she was in a difficult position. She said to Churu, "Go back first. Thank you for sending me here." Fu Ying and Mo Rao had already walked to the door. Fu Ying stared at Churu with a cold expression, his face filled with disgust. "What are you doing here? How disgusting." Hearing Fu Ying's voice, Churu trembled. Previously, she had been placed under house arrest by Fu Ying. The pain she had suffered was enough to make her extremely afraid of this man. Mo Rao stood beside Fu Ying and looked down at Churu. Compared to the fragile girl from before, Mo Rao had completely transformed and looked more like the young madam of the Fu family. "Fu Ying." Churu looked at Fu Ying in fear and tried to explain. "Hurry up and get lost." Fu Ying subconsciously shielded Mo Rao behind him and reprimanded Churu. Old Madame Chu knew about the conflict between Fu Ying, Mo Rao, and Churu, so she advised again, "Little Ru, go back first." At this point, staying here would only embarrass herself, so Churu could only leave with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, the driver suddenly had a stomachache today. There was no one else at home, so I could only get Churu to drive me over." Old Madame Chu felt guilty for making everyone unhappy. Old Madame Fu would never vent her anger on others, so she comforted her. "It's okay. Churu has hurt our family too much. You're too soft-hearted to leave her in the Chu family. She killed your great-granddaughter and great-grandson." At the mention of this, old Madame Chu felt saddened. "Actually, I feel a little guilty towards Churu and blame myself for Rao Rao's previous encounter.
Ol Madame que siged.
If we had treated Churu well and educated her well, she wouldn't have become like this." Seeing that old Madame Chu was blaming herself, Mo Rao quickly said, "Grandma, you don't have to blame yourself. Many people are born like this. Perhaps if you had treated her well, she would be even more arrogant." That made sense. Old Madame Chu looked at Mo Rao. "Sai Rao Rao, if you don't like her, I can chase her away." Mo Rao didn't want to chase Churu out because of these things. If she really chased Churu out, people would definitely gossip again. They might even say that she was sowing discord. Mo Rao didn't want to cause trouble, so she said to old Madame Chu, "Grandma, it's okay. If she doesn't cause trouble, we can let her stay in the Chu family's home." Seeing that Mo Rao didn't care, old Madame Chu didn't say anything else and walked into the house with old Madame Fu. Seeing that Mo Rao was here, Fu Lin beamed. "Rao Rao, you're here. I'll go bake your favorite cake. Your aunt will definitely be very happy to see you when she comes back later." Mo Rao hadn't been to the Fu family's home for a long time, but when she came back again it still felt like home. Old Madame Fu and old Madame Chu sandwiched Mo Rao in the middle, and each held one of her hands as they chatted happily. Fu Ying sat at the side like an invisible person. For a moment he didn't know whose house this was. When Fu Lin saw Fu Ying, he walked over and said, "Come with me to the kitchen to cook. What kind of man are you if you don't do housework?" Fu Ying looked at Mo Rao reluctantly. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention to him, he could only follow Fu Lin into the kitchen obediently. "Back then, I used my culinary skills to appeal to your mother's taste buds. Then she married me." Fu Lin cooked the noodles as he said proudly, "What are you waiting for? Did I teach you how to cook all in vain?" Fu Ying silently walked to the stove to cut the vegetables. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to woo Mo Rao with his culinary skills before, But instead, he had wooed Mo Yuan. How's your relationship with Rao Rao been recently? Fu Lin couldn't help but ask. He could tell that Fu Ying had feelings for Mo Rao, but he also knew that Mo Rao had long lost her feelings for Fu Ying. Although he respected Mo Rao's thoughts, Fu Lin still hoped that Mo Rao could return to the Fu family. Ever since Mo Rao was no longer in the Fu family, the smiles on old Madame Fu and Mo Wan's faces had decreased. It's still the same. There's no progress. Fu Ying lowered his eyes with a dejected look. Fu Lin looked at Fu Ying and patted his shoulder. You deserve it for mistreating Rao Rao before. Fu Ying was speechless. He thought that Fu Lin would comfort him and give him some advice. Unexpectedly, Fu Lin actually mocked him. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you, since I'd get scolded by you anyway. Fu Ying rolled his eyes. Did I scold the wrong person? You were the one who let Rao Rao down first. You were too stupid. If Rao Rao wasn't good, would we have liked her so much? Fu Lin was furious when he thought of the stupid things his son had done. Take things slow. You're the one who will suffer if you fail to win her back. Fu Ying wanted to leave the kitchen. His family seemed to take pleasure in abusing him. When an aroma wafted from the kitchen, old Madame Fu smiled and said, if Rao Rao wasn't here, Fu Lin wouldn't have spent so much effort and even personally cook. Mo Wan is so lucky. If only our children were so sensible. At the mention of her children, old Madame Chu couldn't help but sigh. Your eldest son isn't bad. He's not bad, but Chu Qin and Chu Shui are restless. After I chased them out of the Chu family, they didn't give up and actually worked with the Chu family's enemies to deal with us. Recently, our company has lost a lot of profit. Old Madame Chu complained, her face filled with sorrow. Mo Rao was stunned and asked, when did this happen? Previously, when she went to see old Madame Chu, she had never heard her mention it. Chu Qin and Chu Shui were really despicable. You've been busy filming recently, and I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you. Old Madame Chu was so engrossed in chatting with old Madame Fu that she accidentally blurted it out. Grandma, don't worry. I'll think of a way. Mo Rao didn't want old Madame Chu to worry about such a thing at her age. Take care of yourself first. Your health is more important. Old Madame Chu nodded and held Mo Rao's hand as she said, don't work too hard. If someone bullies you outside, just tell them my name. You can also tell them the Fu family's name. The Fu family is also your solid support. Old Madame Fu echoed. Mo Rao's heart warmed. After reuniting with old Madame Chu, it was as if she had two families. What she had lost in the past was returned to her with double the happiness. When it was time to eat, Mo Wan returned home from work and immediately saw Mo Rao, who had just sat down at the dining table. Rao Rao is here. Why didn't you guys tell me in advance? Isn't this to give you a surprise? Who was the one who kept talking about Rao Rao previously? Fu Lin walked over with a plate of braised pork and smiled as he said, today all the food was cooked by your son. Try it. This kid is finally willing to cook? Let him learn more from you, Mo Wan said as she glanced at Fu Ying, who was busy in the kitchen. We have to let him learn from me. Fu Lin didn't want Fu Ying to become a scumbag. According to the Fu family's tradition, the men of the Fu family were all good men. Dishes were served one after another. This was the first time Mo Rao had seen Fu Ying cook so many dishes. Moreover, these dishes looked so delicious. Rao Rao, try it. Old Madame Fu picked up the pork ribs and placed them in Mo Rao's bowl. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've lost a lot of weight. I have to lose weight recently for my new role. Grandma, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself, Mo Rao replied with a smile. After she stuffed the pork ribs into her mouth, she found them surprisingly delicious. Was Fu Ying's culinary skills that good? Every time Fu Ying cooked something for her in the past, it was just some simple dishes. This was the first time she had seen Fu Ying cook such a big table of food. How is it? Is it delicious? Mo Wan asked.
Montag Rao nodded.
It's quite delicious. Looks like Fu Ying has at least some capabilities. Mo Wan glanced at Fu Ying, who walked out with the dishes and teased. Fu Ying didn't speak. The pink apron he was wearing didn't match his temperament. Mo Rao couldn't help but snicker. The smile on Mo Rao's face was seen by Fu Ying. He untied his apron in embarrassment and pursed his lips as he looked at Mo Rao. What are you laughing at? What's wrong? You're going to forbid me from laughing. Mo Rao rolled her eyes. That's right. So what if Mo Rao laughs? She should smile more. It's good for health. Mo Wan immediately spoke up for Mo Rao.
Fu Ying felt helpless.
He should have known that his entire family would be on Mo Rao's side. Although old Madame Chu didn't like Fu Ying previously, when she saw that Fu Ying could cook and was relatively gentle at home, she had a good impression of him. Furthermore, the Fu family was so good to Mo Rao. Previously, old Madame Chu had learned about Mo Rao's situation in the Fu family from old Madame Fu. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she was a little relieved. At the very least, Mo Rao probably hadn't been mistreated in the Fu family's home.
Fu Ying, investigate que qui n'en que Xu.
The two of them are making things difficult for the Chu family. If necessary, teach them a lesson. Old Madame Fu recalled what old Madame Chu had just said and instructed Fu Ying. All right, I'll send Gu Hai to investigate immediately. Fu Ying immediately agreed. Seeing this, old Madame Chu quickly said, Thank you so much. I'm old and don't have that much energy to manage the company. Sigh. It's okay. If you have any problems in the future, look for Fu Ying. Although Fu Ying is a scumbag, he's quite capable in terms of his job, old Madame Fu said to her friend.
Fu Ying frowned.
Why did she have to add an insult even when she praised him? No matter what, old Madame Chu was Mo Rao's family. Couldn't old Madame Fu say more good things about him in front of old Madame Chu? The Fu family's villa was brightly lit, and the two families were enjoying their time together. It had been a long time since Mo Rao had experienced such a feeling. It was as if ever since she returned to the country, she no longer yearned for the warmth of home as much as before. Perhaps Mo Yuan had filled this gap and made her feel less depressed. It was also possible that the painful memories of the past had overshadowed these warm times. However, with old Madame Fu and the others around, Mo Rao felt much more relaxed. At least with them here, she didn't have to be afraid of people hurting her. After dinner, Mo Rao checked old Madame Fu and old Madame Chu's pulse, then gave them some instructions. After she prescribed a few medicines, she prepared to go back. I'll send you and old Madame Chu back, Fu Ying suggested. Before Mo Rao could answer, old Madame Chu agreed. Then I'll have to trouble you. For some reason, our driver contracted acute gastroenteritis today. Seeing that old Madame Chu was willing, Mo Rao didn't say anything else and helped old Madame Chu leave. On the way back, Mo Rao chatted with old Madame Chu about what she had seen and heard in the entertainment industry. Of course, she only reported the good news. As Fu Ying drove in front, he pricked up his ears to listen to Mo Rao and old Madame Chu's conversation. It had been a long time since he had seen Mo Rao smile so happily. Previously, whenever he saw Mo Rao, she always had a cold expression. When others socialized with her, she only put on a fake smile. Tonight, Mo Rao's smile was gentle and sincere. Fu Ying could tell that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Old Madame Chu, what company are Chu Shui and Chu Qin in now? On the way, Fu Ying thought of old Madame Fu's instructions and asked. After I chased them out of the Chu family, I took back those companies. However, they bribed many employees and shareholders. Those companies are all in a mess now, old Madame Chu said to Fu Ying. Moreover, they even cooperated with the Shen family and told them many secrets about the Chu family.
Fu Ying frowned slightly.
Although the Chu family and the Shen family were competitors, the Shen family and the Fu family had a close business relationship. Now, the Fu Corporation's biggest project collaboration was with the Shen Corporation. If you trust me, let me take down the shares of those companies, Fu Ying suggested. However, you can also let Mo Rao participate. When the time comes, the shares will be transferred to her name. When Mo Rao heard this, she looked at Fu Ying in the rearview mirror. Transfer them to my name? When old Madame Chu heard Fu Ying's suggestion, she immediately agreed. That's a good idea. Chu Jian can't control so many companies alone. Hand those companies to Mo Rao and treat it as me returning them to her mother. Grandma, won't Uncle and Chu Yu be unhappy? Mo Rao didn't want to become enemies with the Chu family, especially since she had a good relationship with Chu Jian and Chu Yu.
Oh madame que smiled.
You don't have to worry about that. I'll tell them. Even so, Mo Rao is still a little worried. As for the Shun Corporation, I'll think of a way. Fu Ying continued. Old Madame Chu was very happy to hand this matter to Fu Ying. Just as old Madame Fu had said, although Fu Ying had hurt Mo Rao emotionally, he knew his mistake now, and under his management, the Fu Corporation was doing better and better. When the car arrived at the entrance of the Chu family's old residence, old Madame Chu looked at Mo Rao reluctantly. Rao, why don't you stay at the old residence tonight? Seeing that it was already late and that she hadn't accompanied old Madame Chu for a long time, Mo Rao agreed. Okay. After old Madame Chu thanked Fu Ying, she brought Mo Rao into the old residence. Without Chu Qing, Chu Shui, and Chu Rou, the Chu family's old residence was much quieter. Hearing the commotion outside the door, Chu Rou hurriedly ran to open the door, but the moment she saw Mo Rao, the smile on her face froze. Mo Rao, you're here too. Chu Rou smiled politely, but Mo Rao could see the hatred in her smile. Chu Yu walked over leisurely. What a rare guest. Chu Rou, you'll probably have a nightmare tonight. Chu Rou ignored Chu Yu and smiled as she welcomed old Madame Chu in. Grandma, rest first. I'll help you get water to wash your feet. Looking at Chu Ru's solicitous appearance, Chu Yu rolled her eyes. Tisk, she's unaccountably solicitous, so she must be up to something. After Chu Ru went to fetch water to wash old Madame Chu's feet, Chu Yu muttered, Grandma, don't be deceived by Chu Ru. This was how she tricked a certain man back then. As for who the man was, everyone present understood. Old Madame Chu looked at Chu Yu helplessly. Little Yu, I know you dislike little Ru, but I'm still willing to give her another chance. Chu Yu didn't believe that Chu Ru would turn over a new leaf, but she couldn't convince the soft-hearted old lady, so she could only sigh. Anyway, Grandma, you should be warier of her. As soon as Chu Yu finished speaking, Chu Ru walked over with a basin of water to wash her feet. She gently helped old Madame Chu take off her slippers and socks and wash her feet. Go and rest first. Let the servants wash my feet, old Madame Chu said as she looked at Chu Ru, who was squatting on the ground. Chu Ru shook her head. I'm just being filial to you. It's fine. Mo Rao and Chu Yu sat on the sofa silently as they watched Chu Ru act. Then they exchanged glances. After old Madame Chu and Chu Ru went upstairs, Chu Yu said to Mo Rao, Recently old Madame has been deluded by Chu Ru. This woman really knows how to play dumb. I feel disgusted whenever I see her.
Montag sneert.
She's always been like this. Only Grandma is kind enough to take her in. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I'll get her kicked out of the Chu family.
Que you snorted.
It hasn't been peaceful on Chu Qing and Chu Shui's side recently. Chu Rou has just returned to the country, so she shouldn't be a threat to you in the entertainment industry. Yes, Grandma told me. Mo Rao was quite fond of Chu Yu and told her old Madame Chu's plans. Grandma wants me to take over those companies, but I still want you and your father to manage them. Chu Yu didn't seem surprised by old Madame Chu's decision. She rejected Mo Rao's suggestion. My father is already very busy managing those main companies. He's already so old, so don't let him manage those small companies as well. As for me, I just want to take things easy and enjoy life. Chu Yu blinked at Mo Rao as she said. Mo Rao didn't expect Chu Yu to be so indifferent. She thought that Chu Yu was an ambitious person and would strive for old Madame Chu's affection. However, Mo Rao didn't have that much spare time to manage the company, especially since her career was still developing. I advise you to listen to Grandma and take over those companies. Don't let Chu Ru snatch them away, Chu Yu said with a shrug and walked to the door of her room. I'm going to bed now. Mo Rao nodded and sighed before walking into her room. After she was reunited with old Madame Chu had sorted out a room for her. She heard that this room used to be her mother's. Every time she returned to this room, Mo Rao would feel inexplicably at ease. His mother would definitely be gratified to see this from heaven. The fatigue from what happened during the day made Mo Rao quickly fall asleep. Moonlight shone in from the window and enveloped Mo Rao. Just as there was silence, Mo Rao's door was pushed open a crack. A sharp blade emitted a cold light as it was illuminated by the moonlight. Someone was approaching Mo Rao, but there was no sound of footsteps. However, in the next second, Mo Rao suddenly opened her eyes.
Kuru.
When Mo Rao saw Chu Ru standing by her bed with a knife in her hand, she asked, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Chu Ru seemed to have come back to her senses. Her eyes widened and she screamed as the knife fell. "Why am I here?" Chu Ru fell to the ground and looked around in panic. "I am already asleep?" Looking at Chu Ru's unhinged appearance, Mo Rao didn't know if Chu Ru was acting or if she was really mentally ill. The commotion on Mo Rao's side quickly attracted Chu Yu and old Madame Chu's attention. When she saw Chu Ru sitting on the ground and the knife beside her, old Madame Chu was also frightened. "What's going on?" Chu Yu stared at Chu Ru and questioned, "Are you trying to kill Mo Rao?" I'm not. I was just sleepwalking." Chu Ru covered her head and stammered. Chu Yu didn't believe Chu Ru's words at all. She pulled her up from the ground and grabbed her collar as she questioned, "Sleepwalking? Why didn't I know you sleepwalked? Let's go to the hospital now."
Que you pulled Kuru out.
Chu Ru cried as she said, "I've been seeing a psychiatrist. Why don't you believe me?" Hearing this, Chu Yu stopped in her tracks and looked at her in confusion. "You're seeing a psychiatrist? Why? What mental illness can you possibly have? Previously, I was placed under house arrest by Fu Ying and beaten up by him. These things left a huge psychological trauma on me. You deserve it. If you hadn't harmed Mo Rao and Fu Ying's children, would he have treated you like that?"
Kuru, don't defend yourself.
People like you don't have any mental illness at all, because you're just thick-skinned. Chu Yu sneered and scolded Chu Ru. Mo Rao sat on the bed as she looked coldly at Chu Ru, who looked deranged. She didn't expect Chu Ru to become like this one day. However, as Chu Yu had said, Chu Ru had asked for it. "If that's really the case, do you have a medical record?" Mo Rao walked in front of Chu Ru and looked down at her as she asked, "Did the doctor say that you have a sleepwalking disorder?" "Well, he said that if I was stressed, I would have a risk of sleepwalking. When I saw you, I remembered what had happened before and Chu Ru tried to explain, but she was interrupted by Chu Yu. "Cut the crap and quickly bring the medical record over." When Chu Ru heard this, she hurriedly left Mo Rao's room and took the medical record from her room. Old Madame Chu and Chu Yu looked at her medical record with a frown. Mo Rao walked forward and looked at the piece of paper. The doctor's diagnosis was written on it. Because Chu Ru had suffered mental trauma, she had an anxiety disorder and was very paranoid. All of these were factors that caused her to sleepwalk. Mo Rao couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Chu Ru, who was so evil, actually developed psychological problems. "You guys believe me now, right?"
Kuru asked.
Then she looked at Mo Rao and begged, "Mo Rao, I really know my mistake now. All these years, I've often dreamed of the past and even your dead children. I shouldn't have done that to you. I've been repenting. Please forgive me." At the mention of the two children, Mo Rao's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. All those painful memories surged into her mind. The culprit was right in front of her. Mo Rao remembered the cold operating table, the operating light that stung her eyes. All of this made her feel suffocated, as if she had been pressed into water. Mo Rao felt extremely tired, so she said expressionlessly, "I'm going to bed now." Old Madame Chu could sense Mo Rao's gloomy mood, so she hurriedly said, "Everyone, go back to sleep." Mo Rao locked the door. Old Madame Chu was skeptical of Chu Ru. Now, only by locking the door could she ensure Mo Rao's safety.
Montag RAO nodded.
After they left, she locked the door and returned to the bed to lie down. This time she couldn't fall asleep. With her past psychological intervention and her restraint on herself, she had long hidden her pain and only wanted to look forward. But now, Chu Ru's actions pulled her back to the past. At this moment, Mo Rao realized that she had never truly forgotten about the pain. The feeling of losing her children and the pain at that time were so startling that they tortured Mo Rao once again. Tears ran down her cheeks and wet the pillow. Mo Rao's silent cries finally turned into low sobs. In the end, she didn't know when she fell asleep, but she remembered the heart-wrenching feeling. When she woke up the next day, Mo Rao's eyes were swollen. Looking at her ugly expression and swollen eyes, Mo Rao frowned. There was filming today, but she wasn't in a good state. Moreover, perhaps because her depression had relapsed again, Mo Rao wasn't energetic when she woke up. She only wanted to stay in bed. However, at the thought of the movie that had yet to be filmed, Mo Rao could only perk up and walk out of the room.
Thou.
Seeing Mo Rao, old Madame Chu hurriedly went forward with a worried expression. Why does your complexion look so bad? Seeing this, Chu Ru said apologetically, Mo Rao, I'm sorry. I must have frightened you last night. I didn't want that to happen either. You just have a guilty conscience. Chu Yu couldn't help but scold. Grandma, why don't you chase Chu Ru out? Otherwise, our house won't be peaceful. Today, Chu Ru entered Mo Rao's room with a knife. Who knows whose room she'll enter in the future? Fortunately, Mo Rao slept lightly and was woken up immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Little Ru. Grandma, don't chase me away. Before old Madame Chu could finish, Chu Ru knelt on the ground. I'm already very broken and you're all I have. Please don't abandon me. Looking at Chu Ru's pitiful appearance, old Madame Chu hesitated again. Grandma. Why are you still hesitating? Even if you're not afraid, I'm afraid. Chu Yu advised again. Old Madame Chu hesitated for a long time before sighing. Little Ru, why don't you move out? I'll find you a good apartment. You can come back and visit from time to time. Seeing that she was still going to be chased out, Chu Ru bit her lower lip and looked at old Madame Chu as she said, Grandma, I don't want to move out. You can come back after you recover, old Madame Chu comforted. Seeing that old Madame Chu had already made up her mind, Chu Ru knew that she had no room for compromise. She could only lower her eyes and cry. All right. I'll listen to you. Mo Rao watched all of this coldly. To her, Chu Ru had asked for it herself. After Mo Rao ate a few mouthfuls of breakfast, she stood up to leave. I'm going to work now. After leaving the Chu family, Mo Rao suddenly felt that the sunlight was a little blinding, so she took a taxi straight to the production team. When her assistant Li Li saw her, she quickly asked, Mo Rao, did you cry last night? Why are your eyes so swollen? No, I just didn't sleep well, Mo Rao said with a smile. She was already used to hiding all her negative emotions. Sigh, we can only leave this to the makeup artist. Not knowing what to do, Lily looked at Mo Rao's eyes worriedly. Fortunately, Mo Rao's eyes recovered quickly. After a cup of black coffee, the swelling reduced substantially. However, Mo Rao still couldn't get in the zone. As long as she stopped, she would think of the coldness on the operating table that day. Chu Ru's madness was like a switch that unleashed Mo Rao's painful memories. After the filming officially started, Mo Rao forced herself to perk up and walk in front of the camera. Mo Rao, are you in a bad state today? Jolly immediately noticed that something was wrong with Mo Rao. If you're not feeling well, we can film other people's scenes first. Mo Rao forced a smile and shook her head. It's okay, I can film. Seeing that Mo Rao insisted on filming, Jolly didn't say anything else. He started filming. Facing Xiao Yan, who was acting with her, Mo Rao tried her best to put on the appropriate expression and recite the lines she had memorized. However, she felt dizzy and her legs went weak.
Montag ao.
Xiao Yan cried out in panic. Before Mo Rao fell, he grabbed her waist and Mo Rao fell into his arms. When Mo Rao woke up again, she was already lying on the hospital bed.
Zhao, you and I.
Mo Yuan sat by the bed as he held Mo Rao's hand. Mo Rao nodded and said hoarsely, What happened to me? You've been too tired recently, and are you in a bad mood today? Mo Yuan had already learned about the situation this morning from Jolly. Did anything happen to you at the Chu family's home last night? Mo Rao took a deep breath and told Mo Yuan about what happened last night. Did Chu Ru do it on purpose? Did she see that you were doing too well, so she wanted to traumatize you by making you remember the past? Mo Yuan stood up in exasperation. He wanted to rush out immediately to ask Chu Ru. I don't know. Brother, do you think I'll become the same as back then? Mo Rao looked at Mo Yuan worriedly as she asked. She didn't want her depression to recur. Mo Yuan hugged Mo Rao and said gently, No, you'll be fine. Besides, you've overcome those problems previously, so you'll definitely be able to get over them faster now, won't you? Yes, Mo Rao replied in a low voice. With Mo Yuan by her side, Mo Rao felt much more at ease. Perhaps Chu Ru's unhinged appearance had frightened her, or perhaps Chu Ru's repeated mention of what Mo Rao wanted to forget the most had torn open Mo Rao's scar. But at this point, Mo Rao could only try to overcome it herself. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan looked up at the same time and saw Fu Ying enter.
Rao Rao, are you and I?
Fu Ying ran to Mo Rao's bedside anxiously and sized her up. He tried to hold Mo Rao's hand, but Mo Yuan pulled him away. You still have the nerve to look for Rao Rao? If not for you, she wouldn't be like this. Mo Yuan was already filled with anger. Now that he saw Fu Ying, he simply vented all his anger on him. Fu Ying was stunned and asked, What's wrong? Isn't it because of Chu Ru? If Chu Ru didn't mention what happened in the past, Rao Rao wouldn't be like this. Yesterday, she even barged into Rao Rao's room with a knife in the middle of the night and frightened Rao Rao. Mo Yuan told Fu Ying everything that had happened that night angrily. Is she crazy? Fu Ying stiffened when he heard that Chu Ru had brought a knife to Mo Rao's room. I'll handle this matter. With that, he looked at Mo Rao with a solemn gaze. Rest well and don't think about the past anymore. Mo Rao watched as Fu Ying left the ward. She didn't know how Fu Ying would deal with Chu Ru. But this was no longer important. Actually, she had always wanted Chu Ru to die. But even if Chu Ru died, she would never be able to recover her former self or the children she had lost. In order to let Mo Rao rest well, Mo Yuan didn't let her return to the set. He made her recuperate in the hospital for a few days. Fu Ying and Mo Yuan had just left when Gu Xiai appeared. Seeing Gu Xiai, Mo Rao was a little surprised. Why are you here? Your brother told me about what happened. Gu Xiai sat beside Mo Rao and placed the fruits he had bought on the bedside table.
Montag over speechless.
Mo Yuan was really trying his best to get her to be with a man other than Fu Ying. My brother is still such a blabbermouth. Mo Rao couldn't help but mutter. But thank you for coming to see me. Gu Xiai didn't say anything. He sat at the side silently while peeling an apple. Don't you have to go to work? Mo Rao looked at the leisurely Gu Xiai curiously.
Gucci smiled.
I'm not as busy as you think. Don't worry. Mo Rao thought that Gu Xiai would be as busy as Fu Ying every day. Now that she thought about it, the two of them were both CEOs. No matter how busy they were, they wouldn't be as busy as the employees below. Did your brother go to work? Gu Xiai suddenly asked Mo Yuan.
Montag nodded.
Yes, he's a busy person. I can tell. He probably doesn't have time to date, right? Gu Xiai asked gossipily. Mo Rao was a little puzzled by Gu Xi's question, but she didn't think too much about it and replied truthfully, I think so. I've never heard him talk about women. Gu Xiai didn't ask further. After lowering his eyes to continue peeling the apple, he cut the apple into small pieces and placed them on a plate at the side. Although Gu Xiai looked unapproachable, his gentle appearance still moved Mo Rao. In an upscale apartment downtown, Chu Ru was sitting on the sofa with red eyes. As she looked at the glamorous photos of Mo Rao on her phone, she gritted her teeth in anger. All of this clearly belonged to her previously. She was supposed to be Fu Ying's beloved. She was old Madame Chu's legitimate granddaughter, but all of this was ruined by Mo Rao. Mo Rao took away Fu Ying's love for her and old Madame Chu's love for her. Chu Ru only regretted that she had only killed Mo Rao's children, and not Mo Rao herself. If Mo Rao died, she could have everything back. Just as Chu Ru gritted her teeth in hatred, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Chu Ru was startled and asked. No one answered. Who is it? The silence at this moment only made Chu Ru even more afraid. She shouted warily once again. Box and oval. C0M. However, only the dull knock on the door replied to her. Amidst this silence, the knock sounded extremely creepy. Chu Ru couldn't help but think of Fu Ying. Could it be that Fu Ying found out about all of this and sent someone to teach her a lesson? When she recalled the days when Fu Ying placed her under house arrest, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. She couldn't let Fu Ying's men in. However, Chu Ru was still a step too late. Just as she picked up her phone and was about to call the police, she heard a click. The door lock of the apartment was easily pried open, and then a few burly men rushed in. What are you guys doing? Cough cough. A large hand grabbed Chu Ru's neck tightly and pressed her onto the sofa. Someone wants you dead. The burly man sat on Chu Ru's body and exerted more and more strength. Chu Ru tried to speak, but the oxygen in her body kept disappearing, and the look in her eyes turned from fear to emptiness. Was it Fu Ying? Was Fu Ying the one who wanted her dead? Brother, it's a pity to let her die like this. The man standing at the side sized up Chu Ru's curvaceous body wretchedly and said. The man holding Chu Ru's neck glanced at her pale face. This woman was indeed quite beautiful. At this thought, he let go of Chu Ru and tore apart her thin pajamas. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you let us have some fun first? Chu Ru could finally breathe again. But what greeted her was even deeper darkness. Mo Rao had already stayed in the hospital for an entire day. On this day, many people came to visit her. There were people from the Chu family and the Fu family. The director and actors of the production team also came to see her. With the company of her family and friends, Mo Rao's mood improved. Today, she finally had some time to herself and was about to be discharged. Mo Rao was leaning against the head of the bed while scrolling through her phone in boredom. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared. Breaking news. A female corpse has appeared in Xinghe apartment complex. It's Mo Rao's love rival Chu Ru. Mo Rao was stunned and thought that there was something wrong with her eyes. Female corpse? Kuru? She quickly clicked on the news and saw that Chu Ru had suffocated after being raped. Her death was extremely tragic. Moreover, she was only discovered by her neighbor 2 days after she died. Mo Rao didn't expect Chu Ru to die just like that. Chu Ru was fine a few days ago. Although she hated Chu Ru to the core, Mo Rao still found it difficult to accept the news of her death. Moreover, the first person she thought of was Fu Ying. Other than her, the person who wanted Chu Ru dead the most should be Fu Ying, right? Moreover, Fu Ying had learned from Mo Yuan that Chu Ru had broken into her room with a knife. Could it be that Fu Ying had killed Chu Ru in order to prevent future trouble? Mo Rao read the comments. As expected, most of the netizens were thinking the same thing. Could it be Fu Ying? Fu Ying even killed someone for Mo Rao's sake. Why doesn't anyone think that Mo Rao did it? It's never too late to take revenge. When I saw that it was Chu Ru, I just wanted to say that she deserved it, but this is murder. I think Fu Ying did it. Mo Rao didn't dare to think too much about it. She called Fu Ying. However, after a long wait, Fu Ying didn't pick up her call. This made Mo Rao feel that something was wrong. Why would he suddenly kill her at this time? I don't think it's him either. Mo Rao told Mo Yuan her guess. But if it's not him, I can't think of anyone else. You don't have to think about this anymore. Chu Ru is dead anyway, so you don't have to worry about her harming you.
Montag Yuan Robert Montag Raus het.
Live your life to the fullest from now on. Although that was the case, Mo Rao still found it difficult to process Chu Ru's death. She died just like that. And it was murder. Mo Rao felt uneasy. Are you done packing? Let's get discharged. Mo Yuan stood up and took the initiative to help Mo Rao carry her bag. Mo Rao agreed and left the hospital with Mo Yuan. However, just as they reached the entrance of the hospital, a few reporters ran towards them and surrounded them. Mo Yuan didn't expect the reporters to surround the hospital, But it was too late to escape now. Miss Mo, do you know about Churu's death? Back then Churu killed your children. The grudge between the two of you is very infamous. May I ask how you feel now? Are you involved in this? Faced with these questions, Mo Rao's mind buzzed. I'm sorry, Mo Rao still needs rest. Mo Yuan stood in front of Mo Rao coldly and said to the reporters. Mo Rao didn't answer any questions as she squeezed out of the crowd in Mo Yuan's arms. After getting into the car, Mo Rao was still absent-minded. It's okay. Ignore them. Those reporters like to make groundless accusations. Mo Yuan was worried that Mo Rao would have emotional problems again. So he comforted her after helping her fasten her seatbelt. Brother, do you think it is possible that someone killed her to push the blame on me? For some reason, Mo Rao's mind was filled with conspiracy theories. Mo Yuan felt that Mo Rao was overthinking and comforted her. How could that be? You don't have any enemies. After thinking about it carefully, Mo Rao felt that Mo Yuan's words made sense. Perhaps Churu was just unlucky? This matter caused a lot of discussions. Compared to Mo Rao, Fuing had become the center of attention. It was also because of the influence of public opinion that the police found Fuing and asked him to cooperate with the investigation. Fuing wasn't idle either. If this matter didn't involve him, Fuing might not have cared who had done this to Chu Wu. However, now that this matter involved him, Fuing had to investigate. However, the news Gu Hai gave him wasn't good news. President Fu, the people who killed Chu Ru are already dead. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Fuing was stunned. Dead? How did they die?
Fuing asked.
The car they drove rushed down the cliff and fell into the sea. The police have already salvaged the corpses and tested their DNA. It's the same as the DNA left on Chu Ru's body. Gu Hai told Fuing the information he had obtained from the investigation. Also, the police have checked the criminals' social circles. All their phone records and transfer records have been cleared.
Fuing frowned.
From the looks of it, this matter had a powerful mastermind. What did the police say? The police think that the three of them were outlaws to begin with, so the police have already determined that this matter was an accident, Gu Hai replied. Upon hearing Gu Hai's feedback, Fuing was silent. Was it really an accident? President Fu, your name has basically been cleared now. You don't have to worry about what happens after this, Gu Hai said. Perhaps it was indeed an accident. Treat it as retribution from the heavens for Chu Ru. Fuing still didn't speak. He only stared at the investigation information with an unfathomable expression. Gu Hai, drive to the cemetery, Fuing said after a while. Gu Hai understood what Fuing meant and agreed. Then he left with Fuing and got into the car to drive to the cemetery. The cemetery Fuing mentioned was in the suburbs. The deceased members of the Fu family were buried here. It was winter, and the plum blossoms bloomed with a pleasant fragrance. Compared to those withered graveyards, the plum blossom made this cemetery look a little cozy. Fuing held 2 bouquets of flowers as he walked to the 2 tombs side by side. He gently placed the bouquet in front of the tombs and stared at the words on the tombstones with a sad look in his eyes. Fuing and Mo Rao's son, and Fuing and Mo Rao's daughter. He had never forgotten all these years and would often come to this cemetery to accompany these 2 unborn children. Fuing would always see their blurry shadows in his dreams. They would cry and blame him for hurting Mo Rao and causing their deaths. Therefore, Fuing had overcome this trauma. However, he never showed the pain in his heart. Only Gu Hai, who followed him often, knew how sad Fuing was. He had seen Fuing cry many times, sometimes when they were eating, sometimes in front of these 2 tombstones. Every time Fuing acted like this, Gu Hai knew that Fuing was missing Mo Rao and blaming himself. Now that Mo Rao was back, only Gu Hai knew how happy Fuing was. At least the number of times Fuing smiled now was 100 or 1,000 times more than he did a few years ago. Babies, the person who killed you 2 is already dead. I hope you 2 can rest in peace in the other world. Fuing said slowly in a low voice that was gentle but sad. All these years I've been very guilty. I didn't avenge you 2 because I didn't want my hands to be stained with the blood of such a dirty person. Now, God has finally taught her a lesson. I really want to win your mother back. Do you think I still have a chance? Fu Ying stared at the name on the tombstone in a daze, but he could not get an answer. Would Mo Rao still give him a chance? He didn't know. However, he would always be by Mo Rao's side and silently protect her. A few white snowflakes fell from the sky and landed lightly on Fu Ying's shoulder. It was snowing. President Fu, it's cold. Let's go back now. Gu Hai was worried about Fu Ying's health, so he advised. Fu Ying shook his head. I want to sit here for a while longer. How could you ambush me? Mo Yuan was dizzy from the impact and counterattacked indignantly. Mo Rao was more agile and dodged Mo Yuan's attack. The siblings were having fun with the snowball fight downstairs. Just as Mo Rao was about to dodge Mo Yuan's snowball attack, a large hand pulled her into his arms. The snowball hit Fu Ying and scattered into snowflakes. On the snowy winter day, he felt exceptionally cozy with Mo Rao in his arms. Mo Rao's heart was pounding as she looked up and met Fu Ying's deep eyes. Why are you here? She broke free from Fu Ying's arms and asked. I came home.
Fu Ying smiled.
Can I join your snowball fight? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yuan's snowball hit the back of his head. All right, I'm itching to teach you a lesson. Mo Yuan's playfulness was provoked by Fu Ying, so he looked at Fu Ying provocatively and said loudly. Fu Ying rubbed the back of his head, which was hurting from the impact, and frowned at Mo Yuan. If not for the fact that Mo Yuan was Mo Rao's brother, he would have punched Mo Yuan. Okay, let's compete. Taking this opportunity, Fu Ying also wanted to resolve his grudge with Mo Yuan. The two men ran around in the snow like children while snowballs flew back and forth in the air. Mo Rao stood at the side in amusement. She felt like she was playing with two kids. Mo Rao, come and deal with Fu Ying with me. Fu Ying's accuracy was extremely high. Mo Yuan quickly lost, so he started to rope in Mo Rao. Unexpectedly, Fu Ying pulled Mo Rao back and protected her. She's mine. Seeing Fu Ying touch Mo Rao, Mo Yuan could not take it anymore and rushed forward to push Fu Ying away. Don't touch Rao Rao. Mo Yuan pulled Mo Rao to his side, as if he was worried that Fu Ying would snatch Mo Rao away. Seeing that the snowball fight between the two men had turned into a fight for her, Mo Rao was helpless. Why don't we go back to our respective homes? It's quite cold outside. Mo Yuan felt that Fu Ying was a party pooper, and was unwilling to let Fu Ying come into contact with Mo Rao again, so he agreed. All right, let's go home. With that, he hugged Mo Rao's shoulder and turned around. Fu Ying followed closely behind without saying a word. Fu Ying, why are you such a stalker? After Mo Yuan took a few steps, he turned to see Fu Ying behind him.
Fu Ying shrugged.
My house is next door to yours. These words rendered Mo Yuan speechless. Mo Yuan was even angrier after being retorted by Fu Ying. He pulled Mo Rao into the elevator angrily and kept a distance away from Fu Ying. Rao Rao, when we have more money in the future, we'll buy a large villa, Mo Yuan said. He didn't want to continue being pestered by Fu Ying. Mo Rao knew that Mo Yuan was deliberately angering Fu Ying, so she cooperated and said, all right, I like big villas too. Fu Ying stood at the side silently and pretended that these words were not directed at him. After returning home, Mo Rao sat on the sofa, her body still warm from Fu Ying's touch. It's all Fu Ying's fault. Neither of us had enough fun, Mo Yuan said angrily as he drank his water. Mo Rao only smiled and said, don't mind him. He's very thick-skinned now. Mo Rao, I'm serious. Hurry up and find a man to stop him from pursuing you. Only then will he give up. Mo Yuan started to give Mo Rao ideas again. Let's wait until the right person appears, Mo Rao said perfunctorily. Actually, she knew that even if she really found a new man, Fu Ying might not let her off. He was jealous and possessive, so he might even do something to hurt that man. Mo Rao felt that to be so entangled with him in this life, she must have owed Fu Ying in her previous life. The next morning, Mo Rao woke up early and prepared to head to the set. The moment she went downstairs, she saw a snowman at the door of the neighborhood. Not only that, but there was also a sign hanging around the snowman's neck that said, "Good morning, Rao Rao." Mo Rao was stunned before she realized that this was most likely Fu Ying's trick. In the past, Mo Rao would definitely feel extremely that it was romantic and touching. She would probably even kiss and hug Fu Ying to thank him. But now there was only a ripple in her heart before it disappeared. The snow outside had yet to melt. As Mo Rao drove to the production team, there were many cars on the snowy road. When she was on the road, Mo Rao stepped on the brakes a step too late and rammed into the car in front. "Do you even know how to drive?" A burly man who didn't look like someone to be trifled with got out of the car in front and walked to Mo Rao's car. Then he roared at her. Mo Rao put on her sunglasses and took a deep breath. Then she got out of the car and prepared to talk about compensation. After all, she was the one who tailed the other party. "Sorry, the road is too slippery. I didn't control the brakes properly," Mo Rao said politely. "I'll call the insurance company and compensate according to the price." "Can you afford to pay for this car?" The man pointed at Mo Rao's nose and shouted, "I treat my car like a treasure. Now that my treasure has been destroyed by you, how can you only compensate me?" Mo Rao didn't expect to be so unlucky today as to encounter such an unreasonable person. "Then what do you want me to do?" Mo Rao asked. "You have to compensate me more." The man glared at her as he shouted, "And what's up with your attitude? Why are you wearing sunglasses when apologizing? Who are you pretending for?" With that, the man reached out to pull off Mo Rao's sunglasses. "Sir, aren't you being too unreasonable?" At this moment, a tall figure blocked Mo Rao's way and reached out to grab the man's hand. Mo Rao looked up and saw that it was Gu Ci. He was wearing a black wool coat, which gave him an intimidating vibe. "I saw everything just now. It's just that the road is slippery because of the snow and it's easy to tailgate. Besides, you suddenly stopped the car in front." Gu Ci looked at the man coldly and said, "Since you want compensation, let's find the traffic police to look at the surveillance footage and the car recorder first. How about that?" Hearing Gu Ci's words, the man looked flustered. "Why should I listen to you?" The man's tone was obviously much meeker, but he still tried to act intimidating. Gucci chuckled. "I didn't say that you have to listen to me. I just said that we can get the traffic police to investigate. My dashcam recorded it clearly." The man followed Gu Ci's gaze and saw a silver Bentley parked at the side. The Bentley was much more expensive than his car. The man instantly felt that he had met someone not to be trifled with. Forget it, forget it. In that case, find the insurance company to compensate me." The man was afraid that he would lose out in the end, so he said to Mo Rao, "You can't have her compensate you just because you want to. As I've said, it was you who suddenly stopped the car, and it caused this lady to be unable to brake in time." Gu Ci didn't want to let this man off so easily. Seeing this, the man questioned, "What do you want? How about we just let things go, as long as you apologize to this lady? Otherwise, I'll call the traffic police," Gu Ci said calmly. The man knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't want the traffic police involved. Otherwise, he might be the one to compensate her in the end. In order to shirk responsibility, the man could only agree to Gu Ci's request. He said to Mo Rao, "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Mo Rao only came back to her senses when she saw Gu Ci turn the situation around. "It's okay." As soon as Mo Rao finished speaking, the man fled in his car. "Thank you." Mo Rao turned around and smiled at Gu Ci. "It's okay. I happened to pass by and saw the entire process." Gu Ci's attitude towards Mo Rao was 100 times gentler than his attitude towards the man just now. He's just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You're a girl and the car you drive isn't a luxury car, so he acted very snobbily, but actually his car is also very cheap. Mo Rao didn't know anything about cars. Fortunately, Gu Ci was around. Otherwise, Mo Rao would have been scammed by the man just now. "Are you going to the production team?" Gu Ci asked gently. "Yes," Mo Rao replied as she looked at her damaged car. Gu Ci noticed Mo Rao's concern and said, I'll send you there. I'll get my assistant to help tow your car for repairs. Mo Rao didn't want to waste any more time, so she agreed. Okay. After getting into Gusi's car, Mo Rao immediately felt much warmer. The filming location was in the suburbs. Mo Rao was worried that it would affect Gusi's work schedule, so she could not help but ask, "Sending me to the production team won't affect your work, will it?" Gusi shook his head. "Don't worry." On the way to the production team, the car radio began to broadcast the news. According to the police, the 3 murderers who killed Churu drove off the cliff and died. After an investigation by the police, there is no mastermind behind this matter. The police have decided to close the case.
Montag was stund.
The case was closed? So soon? Could it be that Churu was really just unlucky? I didn't expect Churu to die. At this moment, Gusi said coldly, "I thought Fuing did it." "It's probably not him," Mo Rao quickly replied. "If he really wanted to kill Churu, Churu would have died long ago." For some reason, Mo Rao suddenly felt the temperature in the car turn cold. "Do you trust him that much?" Gusi asked. Mo Rao was silent for a moment before replying. "It's not that I believe him. It's just that my intuition and judgment tell me that he didn't do this." After that, Gusi never mentioned this murder case again. However, Mo Rao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. When they arrived at the set, before Mo Rao could greet the director, Gusi walked in with a bag of bread. "By the way, Mo Rao, remember to eat breakfast." As he spoke, Gusi smiled and nodded at the employees who were looking at him curiously. "Mo Rao, this is the rumored Mr. K, right? He's so handsome." Tong Yu ran to Mo Rao's side and asked gossipily. Mo Rao had never wanted Gusi to make such a big fuss. In that case, wouldn't the entire production team speculate about her relationship with Gusi? Mo Rao felt vexed. Mo Rao is really popular. She has Fuing and Mr. K. However, Mr. K looks a little familiar. Is his real name Gusi? Jiali paced to Mo Rao's side and asked.
Montag nodded.
"Director Jia, you know him? I participated in a gathering with him when I was overseas." "Mo Rao, why are you so popular with CEOs? Gusi and Fuing are simply the same type of people. I heard that Gusi will do anything to achieve his goal." Jiali leaned close to Mo Rao's ear and said mysteriously. Although Mo Rao felt that Gusi and Fuing were very similar, she wasn't afraid of Gusi. It was because Gusi was quite gentle to her and always took care of her. On the other hand, Fuing had given her pain. That pain gradually accumulated and pressed down on Mo Rao like a mountain, making her feel a little afraid of Fuing sometimes. "Gusi is quite nice, but we're only friends," Mo Rao explained to Jiali. "But there's something about the way Gusi looks at you. He must have a crush on you." Jiali winked at Mo Rao.
Montag was helpless.
Everyone kept trying to figure out people's emotions from their eyes. She suddenly thought of Jiali and Fuying's relationship and quickly instructed, "By the way, don't tell Fuing about this." If Jiali told Fuing, Fuing would definitely be jealous again. Previously, when she received Gusi's flowers, Fuing brought flowers to her as well. If Fuing found out this time, he might even personally send her to work from now on. At the thought of this, Mo Rao's scalp tingled. "Got it. All right, go get your makeup done and prepare for today's filming," Jiali said. During this period of time, Mo Rao's life was quite peaceful, but Fuing was busy. The previous scandals had caused the Fu Corporation to lose a lot of profit. Fuing had to negotiate more projects to stabilize the Fu Corporation. However, as Gusi expanded his business in the country, Fuing gained a formidable competitor. Gusi had been running a multinational company overseas. In terms of capability, he wasn't inferior to Fuing. Several projects that Fuing had taken a fancy to were snatched away by Gusi, making Fuing very angry. Other than his own business, Fuing didn't forget about the Chu family's matter either. He sent Gu Hai to deal with the shareholders of the Chu family's small companies, and was willing to invest in those small companies in the name of the Fu Corporation to buy a large number of shares. Moreover, the shares in those shareholders were transferred to Mo Rao's name. However, what made Fuing feel troubled was the Shun Corporation. That day, he was in the office dealing with cooperation documents when the CEO of the Shun Corporation, Shan Ku, called. Fuing, are you free recently? Let's have a meal together. I have a big project to discuss with you. Shan Ku had been Fu Lin's good friend for many years and had always been on good terms with the Fu family. Now that Shan Ku had personally called to invite Fuing, Fuing could not reject him. All right, I'm free tonight, Fuing replied. Shan Ku was overjoyed. That's great. I'll book a seat and send you the address later. Fuing happened to need a big project recently, so Shan Ku's offer was very timely. After work, Fuing drove to the address Shan Ku had given him. This restaurant was one of the most upscale restaurants in the city. The moment Fuing walked in, he saw Shan Ku sitting in the corner. Beside him, there was a young woman who was looking up at him. Fuing frowned slightly. He felt that this meal wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. Uncle Shun. Fuing pulled out a chair and sat down as he greeted Shan Ku politely. Shan Ku smiled at Fuing. Fuing, long time no see. This is my youngest daughter, Shenjia. She just returned from a business course overseas and is a model. Hello. Shenjia reached out to shake Fuing's hand, but Fuing didn't respond. He only looked into Shan Ku's eyes and said, Uncle Shun, if I remember correctly, you said that you wanted to see me because you wanted to discuss a big project with me. Shan Ku looked a little embarrassed. He requested to see Fuing today to discuss the project, but on the other hand, he wanted to promote his precious daughter. Yes. I do want to talk about the project, Shan Ku said and turned around. But Jejia just returned to the country. When she heard that I was going to see you, she wanted to come. Don't you remember Jejia? You guys used to play together when you were young. At that time, I even joked with your father that we were going to get you guys engaged. When Shenjia heard this, she echoed, That's right. Fuing, you're really forgetful. We used to have such a good relationship, but now you don't even want to shake my hand. Fuing frowned. I really don't remember that much. Moreover, it was when I was young. If I remembered everything, my head really wouldn't be able to hold so many things. Fu Ying's cold attitude made the Shun father and daughter feel a little awkward. Shan Ku hurriedly called the waiter over to save himself and his daughter from the embarrassment. Fu Ying, order the dishes first. We can take our time discussing the project. Shan Ku handed the menu to Fu Ying. Besides, I didn't bring Jejia here today for the purpose you think. I plan to let her work at the Shun Corporation so that she can take over my job. Fuing raised his eyebrows. I remember you wanted to give your position to Shanzhan in the beginning? Shanzhan was Shan Ku's eldest son. Previously, there were rumors that Shanzhan wanted his son to inherit his business. Moreover, Shenfeng was also a member of the Shen family, so many people would compare Shenfeng to Shanzhan. At the mention of Shanzhan, Shan Ku looked troubled. Shanzhan is somewhat capable, but compared to his sister, he's still a little lacking. Are you referring to his private life scandals? Fuing was in the industry, so he had naturally heard about the gossip. When he heard Fu Ying's words, Shan Ku's expression darkened. You've heard too. That's right. Don't many people know? Fuing smiled. Womanizing, getting women to have abortions, cheating. I have to say that Shanzhan really knows how to enjoy himself. Uncle Shun, you have to discipline him properly. Shan Ku's expression darkened as he lamented. It's all my fault for not disciplining him properly in the past. Now I might as well nurture Jejia as my successor. Therefore, I brought her here to let her go deeper into the business. Fuing didn't respond. After ordering 2 dishes, he picked up the red wine glass and took a sip. Uncle Shun, our families have a good relationship and you're good friends with my father. There's something I want to ask you for help with, Fuing said when he saw that the time was right. If you need my help, just tell me. I hope the Shen family won't help Chu Shui and Chu Qin deal with the Chu family anymore. Fuing went straight to the point. Shunka's hand that was holding the red wine glass froze and he said slowly, I know. Your ex-wife is now a member of the Chu family. But Fuing, everyone in the business world says that business is business. It's not like you don't know our business feud with the Chu family. If you had a business feud with the Chu family, would you give up your business interests for your ex-wife? Faced with this question, Fuing replied without hesitation, Of course. Mo Rao is everything to me, so Uncle Shun, don't try to matchmake me with your daughter. As he spoke, Fuing smiled and glanced at Shunjia, whose face was pale. Besides, if you're really unwilling, then Shunjian's matter. Fuing, are you threatening me? Shunku revealed a sullen expression as he glared at Fuing. Have you forgotten my relationship with your father? Fuing was unafraid. He said, You and my father's relationship is your business. Our relationship our business. Fuing, aren't you going too far? My father is your elder after all.
Shunjia retorted on Shen keskiviikko's behalf.
Fuing looked up and glanced at Shunjia. This was one of the few times he looked at Shunjia during the meal, but he didn't respond. Shunjia was frowning, and her already aloof appearance became even colder. This expression made her look a little similar to Mo Rao. At the thought of this, Fuing wanted to leave quickly to see Mo Rao. At this moment, Shunku had already picked up his phone angrily and called Fu Lin. He didn't believe that Fu Lin couldn't deal with Fuing. After answering the call, Shunku complained to Fu Lin. Fu Lin, please keep your good son under control. When Fu Lin heard this, he was stunned and asked, What did Fuing do? Did he make you angry? In order to help the Chu family, he actually threatened me. Shunku said as he glared at Fuing. Fu Lin, although we have a good relationship, it doesn't mean that I have to make peace with the Chu family. They stole so much of our business deals previously. Now they're our greatest competitor. When Fu Lin heard Shunku's complaint, he said helplessly, You know how much Fuing likes Mo Rao, and he's stubborn to begin with. Even if you look for me, I can't do anything about it. Are you the father or is he the father?
Shenke scolded Fu Lin angrily.
Fu Lin pursed his lips. If he really listened to me, he wouldn't have become a scumbag. When Shunku heard Fu Lin's words, he was completely helpless. It seemed that Fu Lin really couldn't control Fuing and didn't want to control Fuing. I told you, it's useless even if you look for my father. Fuing smiled at the defeated Shunku. Shunku hung up the phone, his face filled with anger. Now, the problem was thrown back to him. Should he abandon the Chu family or the Fu family? Shunjia also thought that Fuing would restrain himself if Fu Lin took action. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated Fuing. After Shunjia weighed the pros and cons, she advised, Dad, why don't we listen to Fuing? If we abandon the Fu family and continue to go against the Chu family, I think things will become more and more difficult for us. Shunku naturally understood this logic, but he didn't want to give in front of Fuing and embarrass himself. When Shunjia saw Shunku's troubled expression, she quickly understood his intentions. She looked at Fuing and said, President Fu, I think my father definitely wants to continue to be on good terms with the Fu family, as long as you can maintain your previous friendly attitude.
Fuing chuckled.
As long as you don't continue to help Chu Shui and Chu Qin, we'll still be friends. Shunku didn't want to lose the big picture because of a small matter. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. Okay, I promise you. Seeing Shunku agree, Fuing relaxed. In that case, you'll still be my good uncle from now on. Then are you willing to be friends with Jiejia? Shunku asked. Fuing rejected her decisively. I don't want to be friends with women. He didn't dare to have ties to any woman now. It wasn't easy for him to slowly regain Mo Rao's trust in him. If Mo Rao misunderstood, wouldn't he have done everything in vain? If we're not friends, we can be partners. Shunjia didn't mind Fu Ying's words and raised her glass as she said, Let me toast my partner. Fuing narrowed his eyes and sized up Shunjia. For a moment, he didn't know what she meant. Have you forgotten what my father said just now, President Fu? We have a big project to cooperate on. Shunjia explained, I'll be in charge of this project. I don't think I've agreed to cooperate yet. You have to show me the project document first, right? Fuing stared at Shunjia and said. Shunjia said patiently, "Don't worry, I'll send it to you after this meal." Fuing had to admit that this woman was quite the player. He raised his glass and drank the red wine quickly. He only wanted to end the dinner with the Shun family's father and daughter quickly. As they chatted, the meal finally ended. Fuing looked at the clean plate and asked, "Where's the project document?" Shunjia took out a stack of documents from her bag and looked at Shunku as she asked, "Dad, shall I give it to Fuing now?"
Shen keskiviikko nodded.
Of course. He was very satisfied with his daughter. At the very least, she was much more level-headed and composed than his son. If the person sitting here was Shunjun, he probably would have pointed at Fuying's nose and cursed. Fuing took the project book and read it seriously. He had to admit that the project given by the Shun Corporation this time was indeed quite promising. The distribution of benefits satisfied Fuing. Moreover, a famous overseas company was the partner. Recently, Fuing had been wanting to expand into the overseas market. "This project is quite good. I can collaborate with you," Fuing replied. "Then congratulations on becoming partners." Shunjia reached out her hand. Out of courtesy, Fuing could only reach out and shake her hand. Shunjia smiled. She believed that sooner or later, Fuing would be able to see her unique qualities. She was capable and pretty. She felt that men like Fuing probably liked beautiful career-driven women. Men like Fuing were Shunjia's type. He was bold, domineering, and didn't compromise so easily. Only such a man could make her be with him willingly. However, the man she liked still had his ex-wife in his heart. Before she returned to the country, she had already investigated Fuing thoroughly. After the meal, Fuing went home happily. After settling the Chu family's matter today, he had to claim credit from Mo Rao. Mo Yuan and Mo Rao were sitting at home eating when Fuing pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Mo Rao shouted out the door. After Mo Yuan put down his chopsticks, he stood up and walked towards the door. Who else could it be? It's definitely Fuing. He looked out through the peephole. It was indeed Fuing. "Fuing, what are you doing here again?" Mo Yuan crossed his arms and asked angrily through the door. "I have good news for you guys," Fuing replied loudly. "Good news?" Mo Yuan and Mo Rao looked at each other in confusion. Out of curiosity, Mo Rao asked Mo Yuan to open the door. Fuing strode in, his gaze fixed on Mo Rao, but he was blocked by Mo Yuan. "Rao, the Shun Corporation won't help Chu Shui and Chu Qin anymore," Fuing told Mo Rao proudly. At this moment, Mo Rao felt that Fuing was acting like a child who had scored 100 points on an exam. She couldn't help but find it funny. "Thank you," Mo Rao said politely. Fuing had originally hoped that Mo Rao would be more excited. Her calm response made him not know how to respond, so he simply changed the topic. Rao, your birthday is coming soon, right?" Mo Rao had already booked a birthday banquet venue with Mo Yuan. But she didn't plan to tell Fuing. If Fuing went to her birthday banquet, many people would make a fuss about this. Moreover, her birthday was supposed to be a blissful day. Mo Rao didn't want to see Fuing because Fuing would remind her of those unhappy memories. Now that Fuing had taken the initiative to ask, Mo Rao could only reply aloofly, "Yes, it's coming up soon. Rao's birthday has nothing to do with you. We know you helped do a good deed. Go back now." Mo Yuan was worried that Fuing would say that he wanted to help Mo Rao celebrate her birthday, so he sent Fuing off. Fuing was pushed out by Mo Yuan. Looking at the door that was closed by Mo Yuan, Fuing felt helpless. As long as Mo Yuan was in the middle, he would never be able to woo Mo Rao again. It seemed like he had to deal with his brother-in-law first. Since Fuing had mentioned Mo Rao's birthday, as soon as he left, Mo Yuan looked at Mo Rao and asked, Rao, have you thought of the guest list?"
Montag nodded.
"Yes, I made a list yesterday. I mainly want to invite some family and friends. There won't be many people. You can still celebrate amongst your family and friends this year. But if you become popular next year, you'll have to celebrate with your fans. Mo Yuan said with a smile. Mo Rao didn't think that far. She didn't expect to become an A-list celebrity. She only wanted to continue acting and fulfill her wish. However, if there were fans, Mo Rao would cherish them. There was only a day left until Mo Rao's birthday. This was the first birthday Mo Rao had celebrated since she returned to the country, and it was also the first birthday since she had reunited with the Chu family. Although not many people were invited, Mo Yuan still reserved the most luxurious hotel room for Mo Rao. Fu Ying was also carefully preparing a birthday gift for Mo Rao. He had not celebrated Mo Rao's birthday properly in the past. This time he had to make it up to her. Just as Fu Ying was looking at the beautifully wrapped gifts on the desk in the office, Gu Hai pushed the door open and entered. President Fu. Gu Hai's expression was a little ugly as he stammered. There's something I don't know if I should say or not. Every time Fu Ying saw Gu Hai like this, he felt that something bad had happened. Moreover, this matter was most likely related to Mo Rao. Speak. Miss Mo is holding a birthday banquet. The invitations have been sent out, but I don't think you were invited, Gu Hai said honestly. She didn't invite him? Fu Ying had been wondering if Mo Rao would hold a birthday banquet or not. Until today, he thought that Mo Rao might not hold a banquet. At that time, he just had to give her the gift at her door. In the end, Gu Hai told him that Mo Rao didn't invite him to her birthday banquet. Fu Ying's heart felt like it was weighed down by 1,000 kilograms of stone. Where is her birthday banquet being held? Fu Ying had already made up his mind. If Mo Rao held a birthday banquet, he had to go. The Lakeside Hotel, Gu Hai said. I heard about it, but I'm not sure. Fu Ying clenched his fists. Got it. After Gu Hai left the office, Fu Ying was still sitting in his seat with a dejected expression. He couldn't understand why Mo Rao was so distant from him. Wasn't their relationship already much better than before? Why was Mo Rao still unwilling to let him attend her birthday party? He just wanted to celebrate her birthday properly. Now that Fu Ying knew where Mo Rao was holding her birthday banquet, even if he didn't have an invitation, he planned to crash the party. Mo Rao was looking forward to the birthday banquet very much. In the past, Mo Rao had spent her birthdays overseas with Mo Yuan. Although it was heartwarming, it wasn't lively enough. Now that she had new friends and more family members, she wanted to spend the wonderful day with these people she cared about. On the day of the birthday banquet, Mo Rao put on a plain cheongsam that made her look very noble and elegant. Rao, this is the pearl necklace I spent a lot of effort to find. In the dressing room, Mo Yuan took out a jewelry box and handed it to Mo Rao. I asked someone to buy this necklace from an auction. It's an antique. After Mo Rao opened the jewelry box, she saw that the pearls on this pearl necklace were all round and smooth. The emerald in the middle was even more dazzling. It was obvious that it was an expensive item. She didn't expect Mo Yuan to prepare such a beautiful necklace for her. Previously, she had only accidentally mentioned that she wanted a pearl necklace, but Mo Yuan had remembered it. With Mo Yuan by her side, Mo Rao finally experienced the feeling of being loved. Thank you, brother. Mo Rao felt a lump in her throat. Mo Yuan gently helped her put on the necklace, which matched her cheongsam. All right, the guests are here. Mo Yuan held Mo Rao's shoulders and looked into the mirror with her. All right. Mo Rao smiled gently and slowly stood up before walking into the banquet hall accompanied by Mo Yuan. When the spotlight shone on Mo Rao, she was like a precious pearl that had been hidden in a clam for many years. She was dazzling and eye-catching. Her family and friends moved forward to give Mo Rao gifts and blessings. The main cast and crew of Butterfly Fragrance, Gu Xi, the elders of the Fu family, and the Chu family all came to celebrate Mo Rao's birthday. Mo Rao had almost never had such a lively birthday, and her face was filled with smiles. But her smile quickly froze on her face. At the end of the crowd she saw Fu Ying. Fu Ying stood a distance away as he looked at her coldly, as if he was angry. Rao, this is a gift I prepared for you. A tall figure quickly stood in front of Mo Rao, blocking Fu Ying's line of sight. Gu Xi handed the box in his hand to Mo Rao and continued. This is something very precious to me. I want to give it to you as a gift.
Mo Rao, happy birthday.
As soon as Gu Xiai finished speaking, the sound of fireworks rising into the sky suddenly came from outside the French window. The moment Mo Rao turned to look over, fireworks exploded in the air. Then the fireworks scattered like the wind, leaving behind stars in the sky. Fireworks exploded one after another, illuminating Mo Rao's face again and again. She liked to watch fireworks. In her opinion, watching fireworks with her lover was extremely romantic. In this situation, the person standing beside her was Gu Xiai, a man who liked her but she didn't like. Under such an atmosphere, Mo Rao was touched for a moment. She even felt that if she had not been hurt so badly by Fu-ying previously, she might have already fallen for Gu Xiai.
Montag out.
Beautiful moments would always get interrupted. And the disruptor was always Fu-ying. Fu-ying had already strode to Mo Rao and Gu Xi's side and called Mo Rao's name with a cold expression. Mo Rao slowly turned around and looked at Fu-ying. Fu-ying, if I remember correctly, I didn't invite you, did I? So why didn't you invite me? Am I that despicable in your heart? Am I not even qualified to attend your birthday banquet?
Fu-ying questioned.
When Mo Wan and Fu Lin saw Fu-ying, they were stunned and hurriedly ran over. Fu-ying, why are you here? Dad, Mom, even you guys have been hiding it from me? If Gu Hai hadn't heard about this, I would have stood at Rao Rao's door foolishly and waited for her to come back to celebrate her birthday. For the first time, Fu-ying felt like a joke. At first, he wanted to stand at Mo Rao's door with the gift and wait for her to come back, in case she and Mo Yuan didn't open the door. He even chose the cake he was going to buy for Mo Rao already. It was her favorite flavor. He wanted to make up for what he owed Mo Rao in the past, but in the end he was the outsider. Previously, Fu-ying thought that since he had done so much and that he had already made love to Mo Rao twice, his relationship with Mo Rao had more or less improved. Now he was right back at the start. Fu-ying, this is your wishful thinking, Gu Xiai said to Fu-ying with a cold expression. There's no problem with Mo Rao treating you like this. Have you forgotten how you hurt her previously? Fu-ying was already sad, so when he saw Gu Xiai and Mo Rao being so intimate, he was even angrier. Now that Gu Xiai was accusing him, Fu-ying couldn't help but retort. Who do you think you are? Have you experienced more than half of what I have experienced with Mo Rao? You think you know her well? Fu-ying, haven't you caused enough trouble? Mo Rao's good mood was ruined by this farce. She didn't want Fu-ying and Gu Xiai to have a conflict here, so she hurriedly stopped him. I didn't invite you. Isn't my meaning obvious? I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. I don't want anyone to think that we're still involved. Mo Rao said bluntly. Fu-ying, our relationship is already in the past. Your appearance will only remind me of the past. And that past is the most painful and darkest period of my life. I'll never forgive you. Mo Rao's serious look and words completely broke Fu-ying's heart. Everyone's gazes were like countless spotlights on him, revealing his humiliation. Fu-ying, look at you. You ruined Rao Rao's plans again. What Mo Wan didn't want to see had happened in the end, so she couldn't help but reprimand him. Fu-ying's eyes were red as he smiled and said, I've placed the birthday gift in the registration office.
Rao Rao, happy birthday.
With that, he turned around and left without looking back. There was no anger or argument. Fu-ying left very calmly. However, Fu-ying's calmness made Mo Rao even more afraid. Looking at Fu-ying's back figure, Mo Rao felt that he seemed to be in a more woeful state than ever. Fu-ying left the banquet hall in front of everyone. Rao Rao, don't be unhappy. It's all Fu-ying's fault. When Mo Wan saw that Mo Rao's expression was unpleasant, she quickly went forward to comfort her. I'll teach him a lesson later. After Mo Rao came back to her senses, she shook her head while forcing a smile.
Antie, I'm fine.
Mo Yuan didn't want Mo Rao to be unhappy because of Fu-ying, so he comforted her. Rao Rao, it's your birthday today. Don't be unhappy. Mo Rao was someone who knew the big picture. On such an occasion, she shouldn't be in a bad mood. She quickly adjusted her expression and smiled at her family and friends. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Everyone, please continue. Eat and drink to your heart's content. I'm fine. Although Fu Ying's appearance caused Mo Rao's emotions to fluctuate, it was just a small interlude of the birthday banquet. After this small episode passed, it was gradually forgotten. Only Mo Rao didn't forget. When no one was paying attention, she glanced at the gift Fu Ying had sent from the registration office. There were several beautifully wrapped gift boxes there. They were colorful, as if they were filled with Fu Ying's joy. However, when they were placed there, they looked very lonesome. They looked abandoned like Fu Ying. What was inside? Mo Rao couldn't help but imagine. Would it be exquisite jewelry or cosmetics? She couldn't imagine what kind of romantic gift Fu Ying would buy. He had always used money to dismiss her. After he bought her expensive gifts, he would hand them to her aloofly, not caring if she liked them or not. Although at that time Mo Rao would treat whatever he gave her as a treasure. Mo Rao quickly retracted her gaze and returned to the banquet to accept those bright smiles and beautiful blessings. The moment Fu Ying walked out of the hotel, a cold wind blew over. It reflected his chilly mood. He shivered, but he had no intention of wrapping his coat tightly around himself. He got into the car. There seemed to be a thick fog in his heart. He wanted to disperse this thick fog, but this fog seemed to be filled with lead and it surged in his heart, making him feel suffocated and unable to see the direction clearly. After Fu Ying started the car, he rolled down the window and drove aimlessly on the road. There were few pedestrians on the streets in winter. The biting cold wind slashed across Fu Ying's face like a knife, but he seemed to have lost the feeling of pain. His mind was filled with Mo Rao. Mo Rao, who loved him deeply a few years ago, became cold-hearted after she was hurt. Mo Rao, whose eyes looked hazy when she was with him, made him recognize reality. Mo Rao was always close yet distant from him, as if she was dancing a tango with him. Every time he took a step closer to Mo Rao, she would take a step back, but she would inadvertently lean towards him and tantalize him. What Mo Rao had said just now echoed in Fu Ying's ears. She had pushed him away in front of everyone while he was filled with joy and anticipation for her birthday. The more Fu Ying thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt. His eyes turned red. If not for the warm tears, he would have thought that this redness was caused by the wind. Previously, Mo Rao had told him that she liked winter because her birthday was in winter. She also liked the feeling of snuggling up to someone she loved in winter. But at this moment, Fu Ying suddenly hated winter. He stepped on the accelerator to vent the bitterness in his heart. During the late winter night, a black sedan raced along the road. The cold wind was bone-chilling. It was unknown if it was the roar of the car or the roar of the wind. It was already very late when the birthday banquet ended. As the protagonist, Mo Rao needed to socialize with so many people, so she was a little tired. When they were packing up, Mo Yuan looked at the gifts at the registration office and asked hesitantly, Rao, do you want to bring these gifts back? Mo Rao stared at the colorful boxes and thought for a moment before saying, yes, bring them back. Gu Si's expression froze. He thought that Mo Rao would throw away these gifts in disdain, but who knew that she still chose to keep the gifts Fu Ying gave her. Although Mo Yuan was unwilling, he didn't want Mo Rao to be unhappy, so he listened to Mo Rao and brought Fu Ying's gifts back. After returning home, Mo Rao took a shower and slowly opened the gifts Fu Ying had given her. To her surprise, not all of these were gifts that Mo Rao had thought of. Among these gifts, there were jewelry made of broken diamonds and exquisite vintage watches. But there were also cloth dolls that looked like they had been sewn by hand. Mo Rao suddenly remembered that when she was with Fu Ying, she told him some gifts she wanted. For example, a pair of matching watches and something he had made himself. At the thought of Fu Ying sitting under the light with an icy expression and sewing a doll seriously, Mo Rao's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It turned out that he didn't completely forget what she said. Mo Rao held the doll and stared at it as she said softly, should I not have been so cold? The doll seemed to be smiling in response. Mo Rao didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Ying anymore. But when she saw this, her heart softened. At least now she could see Fu Ying's sincerity towards her. Although it was belated affection. What should she do? How should she face Fu Ying? However, she felt that her messy thoughts might just be her imagination. Fu Ying's attitude was strange today. Perhaps it was a sign that after today, he wouldn't pester her anymore. She could separate from him as she wished and start a life without him as she wished. At this moment, Mo Rao's phone rang. Mo Rao picked up her phone and saw that it was Gu Hai. Why was Gu Hai calling at this time? Could it be that something had happened to Fu Ying? Thinking of Fu Ying's lonely figure, Mo Rao held her breath and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Miss Mo, something happened to President Fu. Gu Hai was panting as if he was running.
Montag was stund.
What happened? He was in a car accident. He's in the hospital now.
A car accident?
Mo Rao stood up immediately. What hospital? I'll be right there. At this moment, Mo Rao was very worried for Fu Ying. She didn't want anything to happen to Fu Ying. Even if they separated, she hoped that Fu Ying would be safe and sound. Gu Hai sent the hospital's address to Mo Rao, who immediately put on her coat and walked out. When Mo Yuan saw that she was about to go out, he asked curiously, "Where are you going so late at night?" Fu Ying was in a car accident, Mo Rao replied without stopping. Mo Yuan was stunned, but he followed Mo Rao. "I'll go with you." On the way to the hospital, there was heavy snow again, as if it was a gift to Mo Rao's birthday or mourning over Fu Ying's accident. Mo Rao was no longer in the mood to admire the snow. She was afraid that Fu Ying's accident happened because of her. When Mo Yuan saw Mo Rao's distraught appearance, he had an ominous feeling. After so long, Mo Rao still seemed to have Fu Ying in her heart. This was the last thing Mo Yuan wanted to see. When they arrived at the hospital, the Fu family and Gu Hai were already outside the operating theater. Seeing Mo Rao, Mo Wan and Fu Lin were surprised. Rao, why are you here?" "I'm sorry, I was the one who informed Miss Mo." Gu Hai took the initiative to say, "I know President Fu would want Miss Mo to come. How is he? Why was he in a car accident?" Mo Rao asked. Mo Wan and Fu Lin sighed while Gu Hai replied, "President Fu seems to have been in a bad mood. He raced on the road and bumped into the railing on the mountain road by the sea. He almost fell off the cliff." Mo Wan was worried that Mo Rao would blame herself and quickly said, Rao, don't overthink it. He was just too impulsive." Mo Rao stood there with mixed feelings. "Miss Mo, President Fu really wanted to celebrate your birthday with you. He prepared a birthday gift for you a few weeks ago." Gu Hai didn't want Mo Rao to have misunderstandings about Fu Ying. Even though Mo Wan and Fu Lin were around, he had to tell Mo Rao everything he knew. "President Fu sewed that doll himself. He said that he remembered that you had always wanted a gift he made himself. Moreover, you like these sorts of little things." Gu Hai continued, "President Fu is not very good at these things, but he still tried his best." When Mo Yuan heard Gu Hai's words, he became angry. Even if Fu Ying was lying in the emergency room with his life in danger, he had to stand up and say a few words for Mo Rao. "You keep saying that Fu Ying has sacrificed so much, but hasn't Rao sacrificed many things as well? What about her previous sacrifices? What about the children she lost? What about her pain?" Mo Rao didn't want to cause a scene in the hospital, so she pulled Mo Yuan's arm and said, "Brother, stop arguing. Actually, President Fu is also in pain." Gu Hai looked at Mo Rao. During the years when Miss Mo wasn't around, President Fu barely slept well. He kept looking for you all over the world. Moreover, he misses your children very much. Gu Hai stopped talking.
Montag interrupted Gu Hai.
However, Mo Rao was interested. "It's okay. Continue. President Fu goes to a certain place often and cries there. Whenever he goes there, he always stays there for the entire night." Seeing that Mo Rao wanted to continue listening, Gu Hai continued. Mo Rao couldn't help but wonder where this place was. Where's the patient's family? Just as Gu Hai was about to continue, the doctor walked out of the operating theater. Fu Lin and Mo Wan immediately went forward. "We're his parents." The patient's condition isn't good. The intracranial hemorrhage is quite serious and his leg is fractured. This surgery is very risky. Are you guys sure you want us to continue? The doctor's words made Mo1's legs go weak. Although she always liked to mock Fu-ing, he was her child after all, and he was her only child. Fu-lin hugged Mo1 tightly and said in a low voice, "Yes, continue." Mo Rao's mind buzzed and her heart ached. A few hours ago, Fu-ing had come to give her a birthday gift, but now he was lying on the cold operating table, his life in danger. She didn't want anything to happen to Fu-ing. She didn't want anything to happen to Fu-ing because of her. In that case, she might really feel guilty forever. Although she hated Fu-ing and wished she could sever ties with him, she had never wanted to owe him anything. There was silence outside the operating theater. Mo1 leaned on Fu-lin's shoulder with her head lowered. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her nails dug into her palms. Gu-hai paced back and forth, his face filled with worry. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan also sat on the chairs silently. No one spoke. This silence made the atmosphere even tenser. Despite the cold winter weather, Mo Rao's palms were sweating. Mo Yuan saw through Mo Rao's worry and hugged her as he said in a low voice, "He'll be fine." This was the first time Mo Yuan wasn't hostile towards Fu-ing. After an unknown period of time, the red light outside the operating theater finally turned green. The five of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the door of the operating theater. The doctor walked out. Fu-ing was lying on the bed and being pushed out by the nurses. His face was as pale as the heavy snow that had drifted tonight. His life is saved, but he'll probably be in a coma for a few days. The rehabilitation will also take time, the doctor said. And there's bad news. Because of the leg injury, he might be a little lame in the future. What did you say? Fu-lin's eyes widened. He might limp a little. The doctor sighed and said, "We did our best." Tears welled up in Mo1's eyes. Mo Rao had known Mo1 for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen her cry. As for Mo Rao, her eyes were also a little red. She couldn't imagine Fu-ing limping. He was always so dazzling. He always had his back straight and strode forward with confidence and charm. It was also this aura that made him worthy of being the CEO of the Fu Corporation. If he became crippled in the future, what would others think? And what would he, who had very high self-esteem, feel? "Thank you, doctor." Fu-lin and Mo1 thanked him in low voices. Fu-ing was pushed to the ICU. Fu-lin and Mo1 looked haggard as they stood outside the window and looked at Fu-ing, who was sleeping peacefully. "Rao Rao, why don't you go back first? Today is your birthday." Seeing that Mo Rao was still at the side, Mo1 turned to look at her and said, "Yes, Rao Rao, go back first. Don't take this matter to heart. It has nothing to do with you." Although his heart was already broken, Fu-lin still smiled at Mo Rao. This smile made Mo Rao feel even worse.
Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. Montag RAO apologist Sinsaeli.
I shouldn't have said those words today. Rao Rao, it was indeed Fu-ing who let you down previously. You have the right to hate him and say those words. Mo1 gently stroked Mo Rao's long hair as she said, "Don't feel guilty. This was an accident." Although that was the case, Mo Rao felt that this matter had something to do with her. Mo Yuan was worried that Mo Rao's mood would get worse if she was here, so he advised, "Rao Rao, you still have work tomorrow, so why don't you go back first?" Mo Rao took a deep breath. Indeed, she couldn't be too reluctant. After all, she had already made up her mind to cut ties with Fu-ing. "All right, Uncle and Auntie, we'll go back first." Mo Rao looked at Fu-lin and Mo1 apologetically. Fu-lin and Mo1 agreed. After Mo Rao gave Fu-ing one last look, she slowly turned around and left with Mo1. On the way back, Mo Rao was silent. She kept thinking about what Gu-hai had just said. "Rao Rao, have you softened your heart towards Fu-ing?" Mo Yuan asked coldly, breaking the silence. Mo Rao was stunned and said, "I'm not feeling soft-hearted. I just don't want anything to happen to him because of me. What if he hurt himself on purpose to play the pity card?" Mo Yuan asked. He wouldn't risk his life for this sort of thing, Mo Rao said without hesitation. Brother, although Fuing is a little annoying, he isn't that unhinged. Mo Yuan didn't speak again. He knew that Fuing had long left a deep mark on Mo Rao's heart. This kind of mark was very difficult to erase. 2 days passed, but Fuing still didn't wake up. His time seemed to have been suspended on Mo Rao's birthday, the day he was in the most pain. Mo Rao was still busy filming Butterfly Fragrance every day. Everything was progressing very smoothly on set. Every day, she chatted and played with Tongyu and the others on the production team. Mo Rao was doing well, but she would always think of Fuing. Today she was finally free. Mo Rao found Gu Hai's contact number and called him. Gu Hai, last time you said that Fuing likes to go to a certain place. What is that place? This question had been on Mo Rao's mind for a few days now. It turned out that Fuing would also cry for the entire night from time to time like her. Where was the lonesome emotional space that belonged to him? Do you want to go? Gu Hai asked politely. Yes. Of course Mo Rao wanted to go. Then I'll pick you up now. Gu Hai quickly arrived at Mo Rao's house. After Mo Rao got into the car, Gu Hai drove away. The road was getting more and more remote. The scenery outside the window changed from high-rise buildings to vast fields. As Mo Rao stared at the scenery outside the window, she felt like she was going back in time. If time could really be reversed, Fuing would probably be living happily with her, right? Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of a cemetery. When Mo Rao saw this, she already had an answer. She followed Gu Hai into the cemetery. The heavy snow these few days had dyed the cemetery white, making this solemn place look a little bleak. This is the Fu family's ancestral grave. The deceased members of the Fu family are all buried here, Gu Hai explained as he led Mo Rao forward. Under a pine and cypress tree, there stood 2 small tombstones. Mo Rao looked at the words on the tombstone. Fuing and Mo Rao's son, Fuing and Mo Rao's daughter. Seeing these 2 lines of words, Mo Rao couldn't take it anymore. Warm tears welled up and streaked across her cold face before hitting the snow. Her heart ached so much that it was as if it had been gouged out by a knife. This matter had happened a long time ago, but every time she thought of it, she felt suffocated. Mo Rao squatted down and reached out to gently touch the words on the tombstone. Babies, Mommy is here to see you guys, Mo Rao said softly. The warm air turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated.
Montag sobbet in Anguish.
As Gu Hai looked at Mo Rao's trembling shoulders, he sighed and said, Miss Mo, in the past few years, President Fu has come here very often. He's in as much pain as you are. Everyone loves their children. If President Fu knew that you were pregnant, he definitely would have protected you. At that time he already discovered that he had fallen in love with you. Gu Hai knew that mentioning this past was too cruel to Mo Rao, but he didn't want Fu Ying's love to be hidden in Fu Ying's heart forever. After knowing that the children were gone, President Fu couldn't sleep well all night. The reason he didn't take Chu Ru's life previously was that he wanted her to live in pain for the rest of her life. Death was too light of a punishment for Chu Ru. I know you're in pain too. I don't expect you to give President Fu another chance. I only hope that you can treat President Fu a little better. Gu Hai was Fu Ying's most loyal helper. At this moment he was still speaking up for Fu Ying. These words reached Mo Rao's ears along with the wind. Treat Fu Ying better? How was she going to treat him better? If she treated Fu Ying well, wouldn't it give Fu Ying the illusion that she forgave him? Fu Ying was too stubborn and always thought that he could win her back. And she was also stubborn and determined not to be with Fu Ying again. The 2 of them were like 2 parallel lines that were destined not to cross. Miss Mo, you were so anxious yesterday, which actually proves that you still care about President Fu, right? Gu Hai asked.
Montag was stund.
Did it mean she cared? I don't care. I just don't want to owe him. Mo Rao suppressed some of her emotions and said calmly, if you really didn't care, you wouldn't have been so anxious about his well-being. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he saw Mo Rao's expression darken. I'm sorry I spoke too much. Mo Rao didn't speak and only stared at the 2 tombstones in front of her. Fu-ing had never mentioned this place before. If not for Gu Hai, she would never have known that the 2 children she had lost were buried here. Let's go. After a while, Mo Rao stood up and walked out of the cemetery. Let's go to the hospital to see Fu-ing. Gu Hai was delighted. It seemed that Mo Rao wasn't completely indifferent to Fu-ing. At the very least, she was willing to see Fu-ing. Fu-ing was still in the intensive care unit. There was only him who was unconscious, and the cold beeping machines. For a moment, Mo Rao couldn't tell if it was colder inside or outside. What did the doctor say? Mo Rao asked. Gu Hai told the truth. Her condition is quite stable, but he hasn't woken up, so he can't be transferred to an ordinary ward yet. Did the doctor say how long he would be unconscious for? Gu Hai shook his head. If they really knew how long Fu-ing would be unconscious for, the situation might not be as serious as it was now. Does Grandma know about this? Grandma is old, so it's better not to let her get too worked up. Mo Rao thought of old Madame Fu and instructed. Yes, we didn't tell her. We just said that President Fu has been on a business trip recently and is very busy, so there hasn't been much contact, Gu Hai replied. Everyone in the Fu family had reached a consensus on this matter. Firstly, they couldn't let old Madame Fu know. Secondly, they couldn't let the public know. If word of Fu Ying's accident spread, the Fu Corporation would definitely be in chaos. Fu-ing was currently the backbone of the Fu Corporation. After looking at Fu-ing outside the ward for a while, Mo Rao stood up and left. At the entrance of the hospital, a voice stopped her.
Montag ao.
Mo Rao turned around and saw Gu Siai striding towards her. Gu Siai, why are you here? Are you sick? Mo Rao sized up Gu Siai, but saw that he seemed to be in good health. I'm here to see a friend. What about you? Gu Siai asked with a smile. Mo Rao smiled and said, I'm also here to see a friend. Gu Siai raised his wrist and glanced at his watch, then said, That's quite a coincidence. Do you want to have dinner together? It's time for dinner. Mo Rao was also a little hungry, so she agreed. All right, there's a good restaurant nearby. Why don't we eat there? I'll follow your arrangements. Gu Siai and Mo Rao braved the wind as they walked towards the dining room. From time to time, he would look at Mo Rao's side profile. She seemed heavy-hearted today, and from her swollen eyes, she seemed to have cried just now. Are you okay? Gu Siai couldn't hold back his concern for Mo Rao and asked tentatively.
Montag ao nodded.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired recently. After walking for a while, Mo Rao's body warmed up. However, she was still a little distracted. Just as Mo Rao and Gu Siai walked to an alley, a few burly men suddenly surrounded them. They were holding knives in their hands. The tips of the knives were bright and looked very sharp. You're Mo Rao, right? The man in the lead walked towards Mo Rao step by step and sneered. Gu Siai protected Mo Rao behind him, but there were enemies behind them as well. Mo Rao felt that the situation was dangerous, but she could only remain calm and ask, Who are you? Someone wants you dead. The man glanced at Gu Siai and said, Buddy, if you don't want to be injured, I can let you go. How could Gu Siai abandon Mo Rao and escape alone? He fixed his gaze on the man coldly as he said, I won't let you succeed. Seeing this, the man didn't leave any room for negotiation. He gave his companions a look. Then these men raised their knives and rushed towards Mo Rao and Gu Siai. Gu Siai was afraid that Mo Rao would be injured and wanted to protect her, but Mo Rao said, Don't worry, I'll protect myself. With that, Mo Rao kicked the man who was about to pounce on her to the ground. Previously, when she was overseas, Mo Rao had practiced martial arts. Now she was no longer at the mercy of others. Seeing that Mo Rao had combat skills, the men in Gu Siai were stunned. However, even so, those arrogant men felt that Gu Siai and Mo Rao were no match for several burly men. Mo Rao and Gu Siai resisted their attacks. Just as Mo Rao knocked a man to the ground, Gu Siai suddenly shouted, Mo Rao, be careful. Before Mo Rao could react, the tip of the knife slashed across Gu Siai's hand that was shielding Mo Rao, leaving a bloody mark. Gu Siai, are you all right?
Montag RAO exclaimed.
Gusiai shook his head. Then he heard footsteps. A group of men in black appeared at both ends of the alley and surrounded them. Don't be nervous. These are my people. As Gusiai held Mo Rao's hand, blood flowed down his hand and dyed the back of Mo Rao's fair hand red. The men who were causing trouble panicked when they saw that the other party had an advantage in numbers. However, they had no way to escape. Gusi's men quickly captured these people. Gusi's assistant, Jack, rushed to Gusi's side and looked at the blood on his hand. President Gu, your hand is injured. Let's go to the hospital to bandage it. Gusi's forehead was already covered in sweat from the pain. He looked at Mo Rao apologetically as he said, Mo Rao, I'm sorry. I think I might have to go to the hospital first, so I can't eat with you anymore. I'll go to the hospital with you, Gusiai said quickly. After all, Gusiai got injured while protecting her. Gusiai rubbed Mo Rao's hair and smiled. There's no need. Go eat quickly. This is just a small injury. Seeing that Gusiai insisted on not letting her follow him, Mo Rao could only agree. She watched as Gusiai left with his subordinate. Then she went into a small restaurant alone. Gusiai didn't go to the hospital. He had only scratched his hand, and Jack was enough to help him treat such a wound. He got into his Bentley, his expression dark and chilling. Shut those gangsters up forever. Understood. Then in silence, the car drove away and went straight to a desolate villa area in the suburbs. Gusiai walked into a villa and kicked open the door that wasn't closed tightly. Mr. K. The person who came out was Lin Xia. Seeing Gusiai, she was stunned. Why is it you? The person who introduced me to the assassins for Mo Rao. Was you? Gucci smiled. Yes. Lin Xia took 2 steps back in panic. Don't you like Mo Rao? How could? Before Lin Xia could finish speaking, a bodyguard behind her wrapped a rope around her neck, making her unable to breathe. Cough cough. Lin Xia grabbed the hemp rope with both hands to pull it away, but the bodyguard was extremely strong. No matter how hard Lin Xia tried, she couldn't pull the rope away. Moreover, her oxygen level was decreasing. K. She widened her eyes and stared at Gusiai, wanting to know why Gusiai did this, but she no longer had the chance to speak. Lin Xia's pupils dilated and her gaze gradually became unfocused until the hand holding the hemp rope slid down and fell towards both sides of her lifeless body. The man let go and threw her corpse to the ground mercilessly. Gusiai gave Jack a look, and Jack immediately went forward to deal with the aftermath. Gusiai had long known that Lin Xia wanted to attack Mo Rao. With this opportunity, he could save the damsel in distress and take the opportunity to get rid of Lin Xia. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After he strode out of the villa, the crows on the withered tree let out mournful cries. As Gusiai looked up at the black bird standing on the branch, he chuckled before getting into the Bentley again. This assassination attempt made Mo Rao feel immense danger. She was very puzzled. Who would find assassins to take her life? To think about it carefully, she hadn't made enemies with anyone recently. After returning home, Mo Rao called Gusiai. Soon she heard Gusi's gentle voice. Mo Rao, what's wrong? Are you all right? Mo Rao was still a little worried about Gusi's injuries. Gusiai smiled and looked at his hand that was carefully bandaged as he replied, Don't worry, I'm fine now. You must have been startled today. Just rest well. Gusi's consideration made Mo Rao feel more at ease. She couldn't help but mutter, What happened today was indeed a little scary. I wonder who wants me dead. I'll help you investigate this matter. Don't worry. Gusiai comforted her. Sleep well. I've already captured those people. I think we'll get the results soon. Upon hearing this, Mo Rao said, All right, thank you. After hanging up, Mo Rao stopped thinking about this. She believed that Gusiai would definitely give her an answer. The next day, when Mo Rao returned home after filming, she passed by the special needs children's sanatorium where she had once met Momo. Thinking of this, she realized that she hadn't seen Momo and Zhangzhe for a long time and didn't know if they were doing. Rao, what are you thinking? Mo Yuan sensed that something was wrong from Mo Rao's expression and asked. Mo Rao explained, "When I saw that sanatorium just now, I thought of Momo. When we have time, let's visit him." "All right, I happen to want to publicize a charity event for you recently. Why don't we do one for special needs children?" Mo Yuan suggested. This was exactly what Mo Rao wanted. She nodded and agreed without hesitation. "All right. We can work with that sanatorium. Perhaps this way, more people will notice these children." The siblings reached an agreement. At this moment, Mo Rao's phone rang. "Goosey Eye, do you have the investigation results already?" Mo Rao asked impatiently as soon as she picked up the call. Goosey's regretful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, those criminals confessed, and their phone calls and transfer records can prove that the mastermind is Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Mo Rao hadn't heard this name for a long time. She thought that Lin Xia had stopped causing trouble, but she didn't expect Lin Xia's hatred for her to be so deep. Yes, it's just that she's already committed suicide. I've already informed the police. She hanged herself in a villa in the suburbs. When she heard Goosey's words, Mo Rao's hand trembled slightly.
Suicide?
How could that be? Why would someone like Lin Xia commit suicide? Mo Rao felt that something was fishy, but Goosey Eye said on the other end of the phone, "There's a suicide note beside her. It says that as long as you die, she will die without regrets." Moreover, she was afraid that the police would find out about her crimes, so she committed suicide.
Suicide?
Mo Rao reluctantly believed in this reason, but she felt that the truth was still out there. But now she could only believe this. She lowered her eyes and said, "All right, I understand. This outcome was worse than she had expected." If Lin Xia died, there would be no one to testify. Thinking of everything that had happened to her recently, Mo Rao felt like she had been pulled into an elaborate scheme. What's wrong? Mo Rao hung up and Mo Yuan asked. Lin Xia is dead. After Mo Rao said this, Mo Yuan almost stepped on the accelerator. Dead? Why did she suddenly die? Mo Yuan looked surprised. Previously, he had some interactions with Lin Xia. At the thought of the death of a person he knew, Mo Yuan couldn't help but break out in cold sweat.
Suicide.
She was the one who hired those people who wanted to kill me yesterday. Mo Rao had yet to recover from her shock. She suddenly felt that the inside of the car, which had the heater on, was even colder than the outside. Then she probably committed suicide out of fear, Mo Yuan said. It seemed that this reason for suicide was valid. Mo Rao rubbed her temples. She only hoped that this sort of thing wouldn't happen again. It hadn't been long since Churu died and Fuing had been in a car accident. Now, Lin Xia was dead before Fuing had even woke up from his coma. Mo Rao felt that this was like a curse. Anyone who hurt her would eventually be punished. Lin Xia's suicide quickly became the top trending topic. Ever since the last incident, Lin Xia hadn't been active in the public eye for a long time. Although she was now disgraced, she had once been a popular celebrity. Seeing the news of her death, many people still felt pity for her. She's clearly still so young and has so many more opportunities. Why did she choose the most extreme path? Is Lin Xia crazy? She actually hired people to kill someone? I thought highly of her previously, but unfortunately, she took the wrong path. Everyone in the entertainment industry has investors. Only Lin Xia relied on her own efforts, but in the end she ended up like this. Sigh. Looking at these comments, Mo Rao felt mixed emotions. However, Lin Xia wanted her dead after all. Mo Rao wasn't a saint, so it was impossible for her to really pity Lin Xia. On the day the production team had a break, Mo Rao and Mo Yuan arrived at Zhangzhe's house together and prepared to talk to them about Mo Rao's charity work. When they reached the familiar door, Mo Rao knocked. Soon the door opened and the person who opened it was Momo. Sister. Seeing Mo Rao, Zhang Mo smiled brightly and pounced into her arms. Mo Rao rubbed his head and held his hand. Zhangzhe hurriedly ran out of the room. When he saw that it was Mo Rao, he was pleasantly surprised. Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I haven't come to see you and Momo in a long time. I happen to be free today, so I came with my brother to take a look. Mo Rao held Momo's hand and sat on the sofa. Momo followed Mo Rao obediently, but he looked at the door from time to time. After a while, Momo couldn't help but probe. Sister, why isn't Brother Fuing here? At the mention of Fuing, Mo Rao froze. At this moment, Fuing was probably still lying in the ward in a coma. She couldn't tell Momo and Zhangzhe about this. The Fu family had hidden this matter very well. Fuing hadn't appeared in public for a long time, but most people thought that he was just busy with work. He's been very busy with work recently and has gone overseas on a business trip, so he can't come to see you. Mo Rao thought of an excuse. Momo lowered his head in disappointment and muttered, Brother Fuing hasn't come to see me in a long time. I thought he would come with you. In the years that Mo Rao wasn't around, Momo had gradually become fond of Fuing. Now, Fuing was a very important person to Momo. Zhangzhe was worried that Momo's words would remind Mo Rao of her previous displeasure, and quickly changed the topic. Is there anything else you came for this time? Mo Yuan told Zhangzhe his thoughts. I want Rao Rao to do some charity work to help special needs children. Hearing Mo Yuan's idea, Zhangzhe expressed his support without hesitation. All right. Actually, there are many special needs children like Momo, but they don't receive attention. These children are very smart. God closed the door for them, but opened a window for them as well. As a special needs child's father, Zhangzhe knew about this more than ordinary people did. This was also the reason why Mo Rao looked for him. I plan to cooperate with the sanatorium that Momo was in previously and call for everyone to pay attention to these children and get rid of their prejudice, Mo Rao said. All right, I can communicate with the magazine agency and get them to help promote it. Zhangzhe smiled and said, You're a big star now. With you around, it will definitely have a good publicity effect. That's right. Sister Mo Rao, I'm your fan now. Momo looked up at Mo Rao and winked at her. Hearing that Momo was her fan, Mo Rao smiled. She hoped that she would have more fans one day, so that she could convey what she wanted to express to more people. That's great. I'll make the plans, but I might need your help with the publicity. Mo Yuan shook hands with Zhangzhe. After discussing it with Zhangzhe, Mo Yuan chose a day to publicize the charity work according to Mo Rao's schedule and discuss the publicity strategy. Mo Rao only needed to cooperate and continue filming Butterfly Fragrance. 2 days before she started doing charity work, Mo Rao received a call from Gu Hai. Miss Mo, President Fu is awake. Do you want to go over and take a look?
Gu Hai sao de exit?
I'm on my way there. I can give you a ride. Mo Rao tensed up. Fuing was finally awake. Not knowing if she should go see Fuing or not, she was a little hesitant. She had clearly told Fuing to keep a distance from her last time, but now that she was visiting him, wouldn't it make Fuing feel hopeful again? However, when she thought about how her words had made Fu Ying's emotions unstable, and that it might have caused Fuing to get into a car accident, Mo Rao felt that she couldn't ignore Fuing. After some internal conflict, Mo Rao decided to visit Fuing. All right, come and pick me up. After telling Gu Hai the address, Mo Rao hung up. What should she do when she saw Fuing later? Should she express concern, or should she just watch him coldly? She didn't know how Fuing was doing now. She wanted to know what had happened when he got into the car accident, but she was afraid that if she asked too many questions, Fuing would think that she was concerned about him. Even Mo Rao herself didn't know how she felt about Fuing now. Gu Hai quickly arrived at Mo Rao's place and brought her to the hospital. President Fu must be very happy to see you. Perhaps this will be beneficial to his recovery, Gu Hai muttered along the way. You've been very busy recently, so Master Madam, and I didn't disturb you. Mo Rao didn't reply. She stared at the scenery outside the window silently and continued to think about her meeting with Fuing later. However, when she arrived at the hospital, nothing she had expected happened. Before she entered the ward, she heard a roar coming from inside. I don't want to see anyone. Leave me alone. From his tone, Fuing seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Fuing, you have to accept this reality. It was Fu Lin's voice. What reality? The fact that I'm a crippled CEO.
Fu ingrord in anguish.
Mo Rao felt as if her heart was being pricked. Previously, Mo Rao had felt that Fuing might find it difficult to accept this fact. Now she realized that it was indeed the case. But it had already happened. This doesn't affect anything. You're still the CEO of the Fu Corporation, and can still dominate the business world. Fu Lin comforted her kindly. Fuing smiled bitterly, his eyes red. I'm just a piece of trash. What CEO? In the end, I can't even keep the woman I love. Now that I've become disabled, Rao Rao will be even more unwilling to be with me. How can I be worthy of her? Fuing, who was usually confident, became extremely depressed at this moment and had very low self-esteem. Mo Rao heard everything clearly from outside the door. Mo Rao lowered her eyes. She didn't want to see such an outcome. Gu Hai looked at Mo Rao awkwardly and said, Miss Mo, wait a moment. I'll inform President Fu. Mo Rao nodded. Then Gu Hai knocked on the door and walked in. President Fu, Miss Mo is here to see you. Gu Hai said. Fuing was stunned. Joy flashed across his eyes, but soon, this joy was replaced by disappointment. I don't want to see her now, Fuing replied. He didn't know how to face Mo Rao. At this moment, his face was still scarred from the car accident and his head was wrapped in a bandage. What made him feel even more despair was that his legs were crippled. How was he going to face Mo Rao in such a sorry state? Fuing didn't know how to face Mo Rao. Gu Hai knew that Fuing must want to see Mo Rao very much, so he advised, President Fu, Miss Mo is very concerned about you. When she heard that you were awake, she immediately came over.
Fu Lin also patted Fuing's shoulder.
That's right. Rao Rao is already here. You can't make her to come here for nothing, right? Fuing took a deep breath and agreed after a moment of hesitation. All right. Gu Hai quickly walked to the door and opened it for Mo Rao. Miss Mo, please come in. While unconscious, Fuing would always dream of Mo Rao. Now that he was awake, he could finally see Mo Rao. Mo Rao was wearing a long white dress and a navy blue wool coat. She had a khaki scarf around her neck and her face was flushed, as if she had rushed over from the snow. Although Fuing had thousands of mixed emotions in his heart, when he saw Mo Rao, he couldn't help but stare at her. Rao Rao, come and sit. Fu Lin smiled and let Mo Rao sit on the chair by the bed. Then he pulled Gu Hai out as he said, the two of you can chat slowly. Gu Hai and I will go find the doctor to understand the situation first. With that, only Mo Rao and Fuing were left in the ward. For a long time, the two of them stared at each other in silence. In the past, whenever they met, Fuing would always find a topic to talk to Mo Rao about. Even if Mo Rao didn't want to talk to him, Fuing would always talk to her patiently. However, this time Fuing didn't take the initiative to speak. Looking at Fu Ying's pale face, Mo Rao broke the silence first and asked, Are you feeling better? Yes, since I was able to wake up, I'm already much better. Fuing smiled at Mo Rao. However, Mo Rao could tell that Fu Ying's smile was very forced. What's with the car accident? Was it really an accident? Mo Rao couldn't believe that a level-headed person like Fuing would get into a car accident because of his emotions. Fuing was stunned for a moment before saying, After I left the hotel that night, I wanted to go for a drive. I was in a bad mood at that time, so I kept racing on the road. For some reason, I arrived at the mountain road by the sea. This actually wasn't an accident.
Fuing frowned.
At that time, my steering wheel malfunctioned. When I reacted, I immediately stepped on the brakes, so I didn't rush down the cliff. When Mo Rao heard this, cold sweat broke out on her back. This meant that Fu Ying's accident was deliberately caused by someone. Have you told Gu Hai? Mo Rao asked anxiously. You have to send someone to investigate quickly. I'll tell him later. It's just that I've been unconscious for so long, so I don't know how that car is. If it's already been repaired, it should be very difficult to find evidence. Fuing was rarely plotted against. This time he had fallen into a trap. Mo Rao was also a little worried that it would be difficult to investigate after so long, but Fuing had to investigate. Otherwise, this matter would really be left unsettled. Have you offended anyone recently? Mo Rao continued to ask. Fu Ying shook his head. No, business has been progressing quite smoothly recently. I don't think anyone will want to kill me. As for you, how have you been recently? Mo Rao nodded, but didn't tell Fu Ying that Lin Xia had hired assassins to kill her. Now that Lin Xia was already dead, Mo Rao didn't want Fu Ying to worry about this anymore. Besides, this matter was related to Gu Ci. Now Fu Ying urgently needed to recuperate. If he found out about Gu Ci's matter, he might get jealous and angry again. It's good that you're doing well. When he said this, Fu Ying smiled, but he looked very lonely. Mo Rao was silent for a moment before comforting him. You should rest well too. Your leg can be cured. You can find the best doctor. Hearing this, Fu Ying clenched his fists before letting go weakly. I know my own situation. My leg might never recover. Fu Ying lowered his eyes and said, but it doesn't matter. My leg is just slightly disabled. Although Fu Ying said so, what Mo Rao had heard outside the door was clearly different. Mo Rao knew that Fu Ying was trying to act tough. Perhaps noticing Mo Rao's expression, Fu Ying said, you don't have to feel sorry or pity me.
Montag was stund.
She didn't expect Fu Ying to say this directly. If only this can make you treat me better, then I'd rather you not treat me better. Fu Ying did need Mo Rao, but he needed company and love, not sympathy. Mo Rao, I only want you to live well and be happy. For some reason, Mo Rao had mixed feelings when she heard Fu Ying's words. She had a feeling that Fu Ying was bidding her farewell. Fu Ying, I've been to that cemetery. After Mo Rao changed the topic, she saw Fu Ying's eyes widen. I saw our children's tombstone. Gu Hai brought you there? Fu Ying immediately thought of the person who had betrayed him.
Montag nodded.
Yes, thank you for remembering to erect a tombstone for them. I hope we can let go of that past and look forward. Perhaps just as Gu Hai said, Fu Ying had also agonized over the children. Mo Rao was gradually walking out of the shadow of the past and embracing a bright future. At this moment, when she saw the dejected Fu Ying, she hoped that Fu Ying could do the same. Fu Ying only smiled. Okay. This was too unlike him. Rao, I want to rest. Go back and rest too. This was the first time Fu Ying had taken the initiative to let Mo Rao leave. Hearing this, Mo Rao stood up and sighed as she said, all right, rest well. With that, she turned around and left the ward. Fu Ying's gaze was fixed on her until the door closed tightly. Fu Lin and Gu Hai had just returned from the doctor's place when they saw Mo Rao walking out of the ward. Zhao Zhao. Fu Lin strode forward and stopped Mo Rao. Fu Ying didn't lose his temper in front of you, did he? Yes, but he's a little dejected. Fu Ying's melancholic expression appeared in Mo Rao's mind. In front of her, Fu Ying rarely revealed that sort of expression. Sigh, it's normal, Fu Lin said helplessly. Fu Ying has been ambitious since he was young. He is very prideful, and he always pursues perfection. The fact that he's disabled is probably a huge blow to him. I'm just worried that he won't be able to control his emotions, and that he throws a tantrum at you. Uncle, don't worry. He didn't lose his temper. Even now, Fu Lin was still thinking for her sake. Mo Rao felt even more embarrassed. Perhaps after some time, he will slowly begin to accept it. I hope so. After exchanging pleasantries with Fu Lin and Gu Hai, Mo Rao left the hospital and drove home. Mo Yuan was at home. When he saw Mo Rao's tired expression, he asked, Rao, where did you go? Why do you look like you're in a bad mood? I went to the hospital to see Fu Ying. He's awake. Mo Rao walked to the living room and nestled on the sofa. Then she said, he told me that the car accident wasn't an accident. Someone tampered with his car.
Montag was shocked.
It's that terrifying? Did he get someone to investigate? Yes, he got Gu Hai to investigate. Brother, I think what has happened around me recently has been too abnormal. Why did so many people get harmed? Mo Rao found it difficult not to overthink it. Mo Yuan rubbed Mo Rao's head and said, don't overthink it. Perhaps Chu Ru and Lin Xia's deaths are retribution? As for Fu Ying, he has always been in the business world and must have many competitors. Perhaps the person who hurt him has nothing to do with you. Mo Rao naturally understood this, but every time she linked these things together, she felt that it was fishy. As the days passed, Fu Ying's health improved day by day, except for his legs. When the day that he could walk again came, the moment he took a step, he immediately discovered his imbalance. Be careful. Gu Hai saw that Fu Ying was trembling and hurriedly supported him. Fu Ying shook Gu Hai off and shouted, "Don't help me." Gu Hai was stunned and didn't dare to go forward again. He could only let Fu Ying walk forward himself. With every step Fu Ying walked, afraid that Fu Ying would fall, Gu Hai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Just as Fu Ying was about to reach the door of the ward, he lost his balance and fell to the side. Gu Hai quickly rushed forward to support him. Fu Ying gritted his teeth, his shoulders trembling. Gu Hai was stunned. He saw that Fu Ying's eyes were red and tears welled up in his eyes before falling to the ground. President Fu. Gu Hai, am I very useless? Fu Ying's voice was as soft as the wind and like a cotton thread that broke with a gentle tug. Gu Hai quickly shook his head. How can that be? President Fu, you're so capable. How can you be useless? Everyone says that I'm capable. They think that I manage the Fu Corporation very well, but the Fu Corporation was established by people of my father's generation. Fu Ying's voice was hoarse as he choked. Later, I met the person I loved, but I hurt her. Even now, she refuses to forgive me. Gu Hai had rarely ever seen Fu Ying like this. In his heart, Fu Ying was always so high and mighty. Every time he walked into the company, those employees would be shocked by his imposing presence. But now Fu Ying was as lowly as dust. Gu Hai didn't want Fu Ying to be so self-deprecating in the future, so he comforted him. No, Miss Mo must already know about your contributions. She will forgive you. Fu Ying didn't speak. This was the first time he hated himself so much. He hated how he had hurt Mo Rao and also hated his disabled body. Gu Hai, help me out. I'm going to the washroom. After adjusting for a moment, Fu Ying regained his composure and said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai held Fu Ying and brought him out. However, on the way to the washroom, Gu Xi and Mo Rao walked over. When he saw Mo Rao, joy flashed across Fu Ying's eyes. He thought that Mo Rao was here to see him, until he saw Gu Xi beside Mo Rao. Mo Rao and Gu Xi also saw Fu Ying immediately. Just as they were about to walk towards him, they saw Fu Ying hurriedly turn around, as if he wanted to stay far away. Fu Ying. When Mo Rao saw him like this, she wanted to pull him back even more. She strode over and grabbed his hand. Fu Ying's hand stiffened, but in the end, he turned to look at Mo Rao. What a coincidence. What's wrong, President Fu? Gu Xi looked Fu Ying up and down. Did something happen? When he saw Gu Xi, Fu Ying's expression turned cold. It's none of your business. President Fu, I'm just concerned about you. You don't have to be so hostile. Gucci shrugged. Mo Rao didn't want the two of them to quarrel again, so she could only interrupt and say, Fu Ying, are you feeling better? Yes, Fu Ying replied softly. Mo Rao had just seen him escape in a sorry state. Just as the doctor had said, his leg was crippled and he was trembling when he walked, as if he was about to fall at any moment. Seeing Fu Ying like this, Mo Rao felt very upset. Fu Ying, who was perfect in her heart in the past, seemed to have a flaw now. However, perfection wasn't the best. Mo Rao couldn't help but think of him as Venus who had lost an arm. Sometimes having flaws might also be a form of beauty. Mo Rao didn't let go of Fu Ying's hand as she continued. Fu Ying, can I bring Momo to see you in a few days? Or can we go see Momo after you're discharged? Mo Rao didn't forget Momo's longing for Fu Ying. Moreover, with the child, Fu Ying might be much more relaxed. Momo misses you, Mo Rao added when she saw that Fu Ying didn't react. After Fu Ying thought for a long time, he replied, I'll contact you after I make the decision. Hearing this, Mo Rao slowly let go of Fu Ying's hand. All right, I'll wait for your reply. Fu Ying didn't stay any longer. He gave Gu Hai a look and Gu Hai quickly helped him walk towards the washroom. President Fu, are you really going to give up on Miss Mo? Gu Hai asked along the way. Fuing stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly as he said, I'm not worthy of her in my current state. President Fu, you can't be so pessimistic. Are you going to watch Gu Xi snatch Miss Mo away? You love Miss Mo so much and have waited for her for so long. Now that she's back, you should seize the opportunity, Gu Hai advised. Of course, Fuing wanted Mo Rao all to himself, but he couldn't help but look down at his legs. Gu Hai Mo Rao is in her prime and her career is thriving. If she's with a cripple, what will others think? What will others say about her? Fuing wanted Mo Rao to marry a healthy and able person, not someone in his current state. Gu Hai shook his head. President Fu, if you can really woo Miss Mo and if she really falls in love with you again, she definitely won't care about this. Moreover, you didn't care what others said previously, so why are you so concerned now? Hearing Gu Hai's words, Fuing was stunned. That's right. Previously, Mo Rao had pushed him away countless times and others had said many unpleasant things, but he didn't care because he only had one goal, which was to woo Mo Rao. President Fu, actually Miss Mo doesn't hate you that much. If she really hated you, she wouldn't have come to see you or say those comforting words. Gu Hai continued, I just don't want you to give up this opportunity and regret it for the rest of your life. Besides, your legs won't always be like this. You haven't found the best expert in the world yet. It had to be said that Gu Hai's words were quite comforting to Fuing. At the thought of Mo Rao and Gu Xi standing together just now, Fuing felt like his heart was burning. To Fuing, letting Mo Rao be with another man was more painful than stabbing his heart. Previously, every time he thought of Mo Rao hugging and kissing another man, he wouldn't be able to accept it. You're right. Let me try my best to recover first, Fuing said. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Fuing become more cheerful. Ever since Fuing woke up and realized that there was something wrong with his leg, he had been depressed and unwilling to receive treatment. Gu Hai didn't want Fuing to remain depressed, so he could only muster the courage to say this to him. On the other side of the hospital, Mo Rao looked at Gu Xi, who walked out of the consultation room and smiled. Your hand has finally recovered. Gu Xi glanced at the scar on his hand. Yes, fortunately he didn't scratch my face. Oh right, what's wrong with Fuing? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem well. Mo Rao hesitated for a moment before telling Gu Xi the truth. On my birthday he got into a car accident.
Car accident.
Gu Xi looked puzzled. Why haven't I heard of it? At that time the situation was unstable. They were afraid that people would panic, so they didn't announce it to the public. Mo Rao sighed as she said, We didn't expect that the car accident would be so serious that it almost killed him. Gu Xi didn't reply. He simply looked ahead silently. When they reached the entrance of the hospital, Gu Xi interrupted the long silence. By the way, I heard from your brother that you're going to do public service for special needs children? Yes, in 2 days. Mo Rao didn't expect Mo Yuan and Gu Xi to be so close.
Gucci smiled.
Do you mind bringing me along? I used to love doing charity work overseas. Mo Rao had heard of Gu Xi doing charity. If a large company participated in this charity event, it would naturally be good publicity. She agreed. All right, I'll tell you the address the day after tomorrow. You can come over directly. That's great. Gu Xi was delighted. The Momo you told Fuing just now has something to do with this event? When she thought of Momo's cute face, a gentle smile appeared on Mo Rao's face. Yes, he's an autistic child, Fuing, and I knew in the past. Recently, his autism has slowly recovered. During the few years I was away, Fuing often played with him. Then, can I see him? Gu Xi suggested. Gu Xi's suggestion surprised Mo Rao, but when she thought about how Gu Xi was also going to participate in the charity event, she agreed. Okay, I'll bring you to see Momo now. Gu Xi drove Mo Rao to Zhangzhe's house. When he saw Mo Rao standing at the door with Gu Xi, Zhangzhe was stunned. Mo Rao, who is this? Brother Zhang, this is my friend Gu Xi. He's participating in a charity event with me the day after tomorrow and wants to meet Momo. Mo Rao introduced to Zhangzhe. After Gu Xi reached out and shook Zhangzhe's hand, he glanced behind Zhangzhe and saw Momo standing in the room, looking out. Momo, come quickly. When she entered the house, Mo Rao saw Momo and waved at him. After Momo walked over shyly, Mo Rao picked him up and let him sit on her. Momo, this is brother Gu Xi, Mo Rao said to Momo. Momo stole a few glances at Gu Xi, then looked up at Mo Rao and asked, Sister Mo Rao, where's brother Fu Ying? Isn't he coming to see me? When she heard Fu Ying's name, Mo Rao's hand stiffened. Fu Ying hasn't been feeling well recently, but he might come to see you after a while. Gu Xi beat him to it and explained to Momo, you can play with me. Perhaps because they had just met, Momo didn't show much enthusiasm towards Gu Xi. Seeing that Momo was ignoring Gu Xi, Zhangzhe apologized. I'm sorry, Momo has always been a little shy around strangers. He'll become more familiar with you if he sees you a few more times. Sister, is brother Fu Ying sick? Is he okay? I want to go to the hospital to see him. When Momo heard that Fu Ying was sick, a worried expression appeared on his face. Gu Xi felt a little upset when he saw that Momo's attitude towards Fu Ying was different from Momo's attitude towards him. After Mo Rao glanced at Zhangzhe, Zhangzhe understood and said to Momo, sure. I'll help you contact brother Fu Ying next time and bring you to see him, okay? When he heard this, a smile appeared on Momo's face. Okay. Gu Xi and Mo Rao accompanied Momo at Zhangzhe's house for a while, but Momo had never been interested in Gu Xi. In front of Gu Xi, he seemed to have become more autistic. Although he was unhappy, Gu Xi still maintained a calm appearance. After leaving Momo's house, he discussed the charity event with Mo Rao and sent her home. On the day of the charity event with Mo Yuan, Mo Rao brought the gifts and cake to the orphanage early in the morning. Gu Xi arrived earlier than Mo Rao and was chatting with his assistant, Jack, and the director. Mo Rao is here. When the director saw Mo Rao, he went up to her happily. Long time no see. Mo Rao is a big star now. Mo Rao smiled and shook the director's hand as she said, I'm still the same Mo Rao. Don't be so formal. When the director saw that Mo Rao was getting more and more successful, he was sincerely happy for her. I'm really happy that you came and helped us with the publicity. Oh right, President Gu is your friend, right? He's Mr. K, right? The director pulled Gu Xi to his side and said with a smile, Mo Rao's friends are all generous people. Previously, President Fu came to our place to do charity often and donated a lot of money. Just now, President Gu also said that he wanted to invest in US and help us expand.
Montag Overstund.
Had Fu Ying been here before? As expected, kind people are surrounded by kind people. When Gu Xi heard Fu Ying's name, he felt upset. However, he still smiled and said politely, perhaps it's because we were all inspired by Rao Rao.
Montag
Sister Mo Rao? Mo Rao looked over and saw Lin Wen jogging towards Mo Rao with a few children. Lin Wen. Mo Rao strode forward and hugged Lin Wen. The children also looked at Mo Rao happily. Ever since Mo Rao returned to the country, she had rarely come. Looking at these children who had grown taller, Mo Rao was still able to call out their names correctly. Sister Mo Rao. I've seen your television drama. Sister Mo Rao, I've missed you so much all these years. That's right, that's right. You didn't contact us at all. These children were like little sparrows, surrounding Mo Rao and chattering. Mo Rao felt that they were extremely adorable. I'm sorry I encountered some trouble overseas previously, so I couldn't contact you guys. Mo Rao had also thought of contacting Zhangzhe and the director to find out about these children's well-being, but she knew that Fu Ying was definitely looking for her all over the world and she didn't want Fu Ying to know her whereabouts. These children talked about you often. I've wanted to help them find you a few times, but I couldn't contact you, Lin Wen said. However, I knew you had your difficulties. It's good that you're back now. Mo Rao, Lin Wen, and the children gathered together and talked about many things that happened in the past. Mo Rao couldn't help but recall the past. That period of time in the orphanage was the happiest period of Mo Rao's life. It was only at that time that she seemed to have become herself again, and was no longer an accessory to Fu Ying. She could have her own passion and give the love and gentleness in her heart to these children. It was also here that she met Zhangzhe and got her first job. Mo Rao had deep emotional ties to this orphanage. When she returned here again and saw the familiar faces, her heart, which had been sealed for a long time, softened. Just as they were chatting about the past, an observant child looked at the door of the orphanage and exclaimed, "It's Brother Fu Ying." Mo Rao thought that she had misheard the child. It was only when she looked over with the children that she realized that it was really Fu Ying. Fu Ying's head was still bandaged. He was sitting in a wheelchair as he was pushed in by Gu Hai. Although he looked a little disheveled, he still dressed up sharply. He was wearing an iron suit and looked much more energetic than he did a few days ago. Mo Rao didn't expect Fu Ying to come over. When Gu Xi, who wasn't far away, saw Fu Ying, his expression darkened.
Brother Fu Ying.
"Brother, what's wrong? Why are you injured? Brother, does it hurt? I'll give you my little red flower. Then it won't hurt anymore." Those children had already surrounded Fu Ying as they asked about him. Mo Rao was a little surprised. After all, in the past, Fu Ying didn't agree with her coming to the orphanage at all. Why had he become so popular with the children in the orphanage now? Fu Ying smiled gently and chatted with the children. From time to time he glanced at Mo Rao, who was standing not far away. When you weren't around, Fu Ying came here often to play with these children. Lin Wen was worried that Mo Rao would be embarrassed, so she never mentioned this matter. Seeing that Mo Rao was a little puzzled, she told the truth. At first, these children were afraid of him since he always had a cold expression on his face, but later on, he became more and more patient, so these children also started to like him more and more. Mo Rao rarely saw Fu Ying like this. It turned out that Fu Ying had changed a lot during the years she wasn't around. Seeing Fu Ying mingle with these children, Mo Rao couldn't help but think of the two children she had lost. If the two of them had been born successfully back then, Fu Ying would have been a good father, right? Mo Rao didn't dare to think too much about it and quickly came back to her senses.
Gu Hai pushed Fu Ying towards Mo Rao.
When he saw Mo Rao, Fu Ying no longer evaded her like he did 2 days ago. His firm gaze made Mo Rao see Fu Ying's former self. "Why are you here? Your injuries haven't healed yet?" Mo Rao asked with concern. Fu Ying smiled and said, "Didn't you say that Momo missed me? I heard that you're holding a charity event here today, and I thought Momo would definitely come too. Besides, I missed these children very much. But can your body take it? Are you concerned about me?" Fu Ying asked, making Mo Rao speechless. She didn't want to admit that she was concerned about Fu Ying. Wouldn't that mean he succeeded? Seeing that Mo Rao didn't speak, Fu Ying couldn't help but laugh. "Look, these children like me very much now," Fu Ying said to Mo Rao, as if he was showing off. Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Fu Ying was back to his previous self. "Thank you for coming to see them in the past," Mo Rao said. "I can come with you in the future." Fu Ying's words were like a breeze. A small flame burned in Mo Rao's heart, but soon this flame was extinguished. Yes, yes. In the future, Sister Mo Rao can come with Brother Fu Ying. When these children heard this, they started to jeer. Lin Wen was worried that Mo Rao would be embarrassed and hurriedly came over to smooth things over. All right. Go sit down first. There's a meeting later." The children could only follow Lin Wen to the auditorium, leaving Mo Rao and Fu Ying alone. However, Gu Xi quickly walked over as well. "It seems that President Fu's health has improved a lot," Gu Xi said coldly when he saw Fu Ying.
Fu Ying smiled.
"That's right. Otherwise, how can I accompany Rao Rao?"
Gu Qi frowned slightly.
A few days ago, Fu Ying looked so depressed. It seemed like he even wanted to give up on Mo Rao. Why did he seem like a different person today? Could it be that he had thought it through in the past 2 days? Gu Xi didn't want Fu Ying to have the upper hand and retorted, "Don't worry, you're not in good health, so I can accompany her." Mo Rao could already vaguely sense the hostility in their words, so she quickly changed the topic. Alright, it's about time. Let's go to the hall. Although the main purpose was to do charity, Mo Rao still needed to go through the process. Moreover, Gusiai also needed an occasion to announce his charity to the orphanage. The auditorium was decorated in a very cozy manner. The teachers and volunteers brought the children to their seats. Under the light, Mo Rao slowly appeared while the music sounded and received thunderous applause from the children. Standing on the stage, Mo Rao spoke about her relationship with the orphanage in front of the camera. She talked about her background, the friends she had met in the orphanage, and the warmth this orphanage had brought her during her painful and dark times. When he heard Mo Rao mention the past, Fu Ying's body trembled slightly. Fu Ying had gifted her that painful and dark period. If not for him, Mo Rao might not have been through such suffering. Fu Ying felt even sadder when he heard Mo Rao mention this memory that was once unforgettable to her in such a carefree tone. How much pain had Mo Rao experienced to be able to say this to everyone so easily? His gaze landed on Mo Rao, who was glowing like the sun on the platform. He only hoped that he could be by Mo Rao's side and let her illuminate him. At the same time, he was willing to provide light and warmth to Mo Rao. In the end, Mo Rao spoke of Momo. Momo happened to arrive at the orphanage at the same time. Mo Rao saw him walk into the auditorium and said to Momo with a smile, "Momo, come on stage and show everyone your painting." At first, Momo was a little embarrassed. Zhangzhe kept encouraging him, and Fu Ying let Gu Hai push him to Momo.
Brother Fu Ying.
When he saw Fu Ying, Momo hugged him happily. "I wanted Dad to bring me to see you. I'm fine now." Fu Ying rubbed Momo's head. Every time he saw Momo, Fu Ying would think of the son he had lost. If his son had been born successfully, he would definitely be as cute as Momo. "Have you drawn a new painting recently? I really want to see it. Moreover, I believe Sister Mo Rao will definitely want to see it even more." Fu Ying blinked at Momo and said to him in a coaxing tone, "That's right, Momo. Didn't Sister Mo Rao tell you before? We men have to keep our word," Zhangzhe echoed. Previously, Mo Rao had already gone to Zhangzhe's house to communicate with him about this special segment. After thinking for a moment, Momo finally agreed to Mo Rao's request and brought the new painting he had drawn to the stage. "Come, let us see Momo's painting." Mo Rao deliberately squatted down to about the same height as Momo. Momo unfolded the paintings he had drawn. Some had Zhangzhe and himself drawn on them, some had Mo Rao, and some had Fu Ying. Of course, there was another one. Mo Rao and Fu Ying were with him in the painting. Seeing this painting, Mo Rao was slightly stunned. Below the stage, Fu Ying's eyes were filled with longing. When he and Mo Rao went to Momo's house, it was as if the two of them were raising a child. Although it was short, it made Fu Ying feel at home. If not for Sister Mo Rao and brother Fu Ying, I might not have the courage to stand here. After a few years, Momo had gradually changed from a little boy who didn't dare to speak to someone who dared to show off on stage. Seeing Momo's change, Zhangzhe shed tears below the stage. Mo Rao was extremely touched and hugged Momo. This is all because Momo is a good child. Mo Rao's gentle appearance was quickly broadcasted on the live broadcast. The netizens all knew about Mo Rao's rocky background and her kindness. When they saw how gentle Mo Rao was to an autistic child, everyone praised her. Mo Rao is so gentle. She's simply an angel. I also want to volunteer at this orphanage in the future. Will I meet Mo Rao by chance? I have to pay attention to such a kind woman. Soon Mo Rao became the top trending topic. After Mo Rao's speech, Gu Xiai walked onto the stage. He came to the orphanage this time as a company representative, so his speech was very simple. It was nothing more than to explain his future financial sponsorship of the orphanage. Gu Xiai looked like an elite and domineering CEO on stage. When he stood on the stage, he would always think of the atmosphere between Mo Rao and Fu Ying and the painting Momo had drawn. Here, Gu Xiai was like an invisible person excluded. This place was filled with Mo Rao and Fu Ying's memories. If Fu Ying had not come, Gu Xi would have been able to become Mo Rao's companion and learn about her past memories to get to know these new people. However, he didn't expect Fu Ying, who had yet to recover, to come. Moreover, he was so popular and likable. Despite his previous investigation, why didn't he know that Fu Ying liked children so much? If he liked children, why would he cause Mo Rao to lose 2 children? Gu Xi said some bureaucratic words, but he was thinking about Mo Rao. According to the initial procedure, after Gu Xi finished speaking, the speech segment would come to an end. After that, it was time for them to play with the children. However, when the director saw that Fu Ying was here out of friendship, he warmly invited Fu Ying to go on stage and say a few words. "You're a frequent guest of our orphanage and have helped us a lot. President Fu, if it's convenient, please go on stage and say a few words. How about that?" Fu Ying looked at the wheelchair he was sitting in and couldn't help but look at Mo Rao. At this moment, Mo Rao also looked at him, but her eyes were filled with hesitation, as if she was worried that the director was making things difficult for him. Fu Ying had already disappeared from the public for a long time. Perhaps he could give everyone an explanation this time, so he agreed. "All right, I'll go on stage and say a few words." These children also knew Fu Ying. Seeing that Fu Ying was about to speak, they clapped happily. Gu Hai pushed Fu Ying onto the stage. As he sat in a wheelchair and held the microphone, Fu Ying smiled and said, "I'm sorry to face everyone like this because not long ago, I had a car accident. It was a car accident that wasn't actually an accident. I was unconscious for a long time and only woke up recently. Then I came here soon after. If not for Mo Rao, I wouldn't have come to this orphanage. It's also because of Mo Rao that I learned to repay society with kindness and love. Therefore, all these years, I've come here often to accompany the children and donate to the orphanage. Actually, this car accident made me a disabled person. What you guys will see in the future is a crippled CEO. At first, I was distraught and couldn't accept this fact. But a beam of light lit up my life and gave me motivation again. Now that I'm here, I'm even more determined to live my life to the fullest." When he said this, Fu Ying's gaze landed on Mo Rao for a long time. Mo Rao understood that Fu Ying's words were more or less directed at her. Fu Ying naturally received applause. Those children liked him to begin with. Now that they saw that he was injured but was still so encouraging, the children felt even more encouraged. The public welfare event was broadcasted live this time. Fu Ying's performance was also broadcasted live. The netizens quickly found out that he had a car accident and was crippled. He also topped the trending searches and even pushed Mo Rao's #1 trending topic down a rank. Fu Ying is disabled? I was wondering why I haven't seen Fu Ying recently. So that's what happened. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it either. Is Fu Ying secretly confessing to Mo Rao? How sweet. Of course, many people noticed that Gu Xi was Mr. K. Many netizens gossiped about the 3 of them appearing on the same occasion with great interest. This charity event caused a huge uproar. While gossiping, netizens also extended their help to the orphanage. The moment the event ended, the phone in the director's office was bombarded with calls. Those who called all wanted to donate and volunteer. Seeing how enthusiastic the public was, the director couldn't stop smiling. Very few people would notice orphanages. All these years, if not for Fu Ying's help, it would have been difficult for the orphanage to survive. Now, with Mo Rao's influence, more and more people paid attention to the orphanage. In the future, the director wouldn't have to worry about making ends meet anymore. Mo Rao, Gu Xi, and Fu Ying stayed in the orphanage to play with the children for a while. Although these children were a little distant from Gu Xi at first, Gu Xi was gentle and warm towards them. He slowly opened their hearts, and those children became willing to get close to him. In short, everything was going according to plan for this charity event. However, Fu Ying's appearance surprised Mo Rao and Mo Yuan. Fortunately, Fu Ying's appearance was positive and caused a wave of popularity and attention, making Mo Yuan quite satisfied. When he returned to the ward, Fu Ying looked at the comments on the internet and actually showed a rare smile. At first, he was worried that he would be mocked by many people if he appeared in front of the camera like this. However, he didn't expect most people to cheer him on instead. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the smile on Fu Ying's face. From the looks of it, Fu Ying would be able to return to his former self soon. By the way, Gu Hai, how's the investigation going?
Fu Ying asked.
Gu Hai hurriedly replied, President Fu, I've already sent someone to investigate. It's just that the camera in the hotel parking lot was broken that day, so we didn't capture anything. Moreover, you've been unconscious for too long, and the car has already been repaired. It's too difficult to investigate the car now.
Fu Ying frowned.
The camera is broken? Then it must be premeditated. Yes, that's for sure. As far as I know, the cameras in that parking lot were all good before, but we haven't found any clues yet, Gu Hai said. What about Chu Ru and Lin Xia?
Fu Ying asked.
Gu Hai shook his head. I also sent someone to investigate, but the relevant parties are all dead. Moreover, there's evidence that Lin Xia hired the assassins. There doesn't seem to be any other clues. Fu Ying took a deep breath. This was the first time he felt that these matters were so troublesome. Just as Mo Rao had thought, he also felt that these things were more or less connected. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence that the people around Mo Rao were all harmed one after another in just a few months. Continue investigating. I don't believe we can't find any clues, Fu Ying instructed.
Gu Hai note that?
Yes. Mo Rao continued to focus on the filming of Butterfly Fragrance. The filming of this movie was gradually coming to an end. One day, Mo Rao was reading the script when she suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Miss Shun, why are you here to visit? Jiali followed Shenjia with a smile. Shenjia looked around and said, I invested in the movie, so I have to come and take a look. What are you guys eating for lunch today? My treat. Order whatever you want. Wow, Miss Shun is so generous. How big-hearted. Miss Shun, this is the female lead of our movie, Mo Rao. Jiali brought Shenjia to Mo Rao and introduced. Mo Rao extended her hand politely and smiled. Hello, Miss Shen. Shenjia sized Mo Rao up and chuckled. Then she reached out and shook Missouri Rao's hand as she said, I've heard of your name long ago. You're indeed as gorgeous as a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. As expected of someone who has seduced Fu Ying. Oh right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Shenjia, the future heir of the Shun Corporation, and Fu Ying's childhood sweetheart. Shenjia smiled and introduced herself. Then she leaned closer to Mo Rao and said softly, If nothing goes wrong, I will marry Fu Ying in the future.
Montag RAO Froze.
Marry? Mo Rao knew that the Shun family and the Fu family had a good relationship, but she had never heard of Shenjia and Fu Ying being together. However, she didn't care and only smiled as she replied, So you're the eldest daughter of the Shun family. If it's as you say, I have to congratulate you. When Shenjia saw Mo Rao's calm expression, she suddenly felt as if she had punched cotton. Previously, she had heard that Mo Rao was head over heels for Fu Ying. She thought that even if Mo Rao was hurt by Fu Ying so badly, she would still have some feelings for Fu Ying when she saw Fu Ying pursuing her. But now she couldn't figure out what Mo Rao was thinking. If that day really comes, I will definitely invite you to the wedding banquet, Shenjia added. After saying that, she walked away to greet the other actors. After Shenjia left, Mo Rao sat on the chair again and read the script attentively. However, the word marry kept popping up in her mind. Was Fu Ying really going to marry Shenjia? It made sense. The Fu family and the Shun family were family friends, and the Fu family was always sandwiched between the Shun family and the Chu family. In addition, Shenjia had known Fu Ying since she was young. Mo Rao didn't know anything about their shared memories, and she also didn't know what Fu Ying thought of Shenjia. But why was she thinking about this? Whoever Fu Ying married in the future had nothing to do with her. Not wanting to be distracted by this matter, Mo Rao quickly returned her attention to the script. Shenjia was indeed generous to the production team. She found an upscale restaurant and treated the entire production team to steak and coffee. During lunch, Mo Rao ate the steak sent by Shenjia, while listening to Tongyu chat with the others. President Shun is really generous. This is the best meal we've eaten since we started filming, right? Tong Yu was very satisfied with this steak and ate it with relish. The Shun Corporation is a large corporation comparable to those of the Fu family and the Chu family. Moreover, I heard that Shinjia is very impressive. She returned from studying business overseas and has even been a model overseas. She's very outstanding, a staff member said to Tong Yu gossipily. Moreover, I heard that the Shun family even intends to marry Shinjia to Fu Ying. Isn't Fu Ying disabled? He just has a limp. His status is still very high. Discussions about Fu Ying and Shinjia kept entering Mo Rao's ears. Tong Yu didn't want Mo Rao to hear them and overthink things, so she went to Mo Rao's side and chatted with her. Rao, is it delicious? Yes, it's quite delicious. President Shun is indeed generous and impressive. Mo Rao echoed what they had just said. Chun Xiang happened to pass by at this moment and laughed as she said, Indeed, Shinjia is a legendary woman. Compared to you, she's more compatible with Fu Ying. Chun Xiang, do you know how to speak properly? Tong Yu glared at Chun Xiang angrily. Shut up if you don't know how to speak properly. I can say whatever I want. Besides, Mo Rao didn't even say anything, so why is a lackey like you so worked up? Chun Xiang had always been feisty and bickered with Tong Yu from time to time. Tong Yu flew into a rage and wanted to continue retorting, but she was stopped by Mo Rao. All right, stop arguing. I don't care if she's compatible with Fu Ying or not. Chun Xiang, you don't have to say this in front of me. It won't affect me at all. Chun Xiang sneered and walked away without saying anything else. Chun Xiang seems to be crazy. She keeps provoking us from time to time. Tong Yu pursed her lips and said unhappily. Mo Rao didn't mind and smiled. That's just her personality. She's used to being kissed up to. If you ignore her, she'll get bored. I have a hot temper and can't take it. Especially when she talks about you. Tong Yu pursed her lips. Mo Rao couldn't help but say, When I first met you, I thought you were a shy little girl. It turns out that you have such a bad temper. We just met at that time, so I had to pretend. Tong Yu scratched her head in embarrassment. After filming that day, Mo Rao was about to leave when Jiali stopped her and Xiaoyan. Mo Rao, Xiaoyan, are you guys free tonight? The Shun Corporation wants to treat our production team to a meal, Jiali asked. Xiaoyan immediately agreed. Sure, no problem. Jiali's gaze landed on Mo Rao. At the thought of facing Shinjia directly, Mo Rao felt a little resistant. However, on second thought, if she didn't go, wouldn't Shinjia think that she was a coward? After thinking about it, Mo Rao decided to participate. All right, Jiali said happily. That's great. Let's go together. The Shun Corporation's banquet was held at a Michelin restaurant. When the three of them arrived, Shunku and Shinjia were already sitting in their seats. Shinjun was with them. Director Jia, I've long heard of you. When Shunku saw Jiali, he immediately stood up and exchanged pleasantries. These two are Mo Rao and Xiaoyan, right? The Shun family knew Mo Rao very well. No matter what, she was Fu Ying's ex-wife. Mo Rao could tell at a glance that the Shun family was sizing her up, but she pretended not to see it and sat down gracefully. I've heard that Miss Mo is very beautiful. From the looks of it, it's true. Ever since Mo Rao arrived, Shunjun's gaze seemed to have been fixed on her. I rarely dine with female celebrities. It's rare for me to have a meal with a celebrity like Miss Mo. So let me toast you. As he spoke, Shunjun stood up and poured wine for Mo Rao. Mo Rao didn't like to drink alcohol, so she rejected tactfully. Sorry, I don't drink. At this moment, Shinjia interrupted. That shouldn't be the case, right? As someone in the entertainment industry, don't you have to socialize often? Or is it that you don't want to drink with my brother? Shinjia's words aroused Shunjun's displeasure. Shunjun said with a frown, Miss Mo, you're not giving me face. Mo Rao knew that nothing good would come from her coming to this meal. Miss Shun, young Master Shun, Mo Rao usually doesn't drink. Why don't you let Director Jia and I drink on her behalf? Xiaoyan had always been a gentleman and didn't want to make things difficult for Mo Rao, so he took the initiative to say. Shinjia glanced at Xiaoyan and smiled. I've heard about the rumors between the two of you before. Now it seems like the rumors aren't groundless. We're all on the same production team, so we're all good friends. Jolly could vaguely sense the tension. He regretted bringing Mo Rao to this place. If Fuing knew that he had led Mo Rao into a dangerous situation, wouldn't Fuing scold him? Do you still want the investment in your movie? I just want to have a drink with the female lead. Is it that difficult? Shinjin didn't give up. He was used to getting his way. Usually, when he picked up girls, no woman would refuse his toast. Although Fuing had invested a large sum of money in the movie, the more investments the better. Facing Shinjin's threat, Jolly looked a little embarrassed. Mo Rao didn't want to make things difficult for Jolly, so she picked up her wine glass and said to Shinjin, "All right, then I'll toast young Master Shen." With that, Mo Rao drank the wine in her glass. Shinja smiled. That's more like it. When Shinjin saw that Mo Rao had drunk, he became even more excited. He poured another glass of wine into Mo Rao's glass. Come, come, come. Continue drinking. Xiaoyan looked at Mo Rao and asked worriedly, "Can you hold your liquor?" "It's okay, I can drink a little," Mo Rao whispered into Xiaoyan's ear. Previously, when she was overseas, Mo Rao and Mo Yuan had participated in some necessary social events. However, at that time with Mo Yuan around, Mo Rao didn't have to worry about drinking at all. Every time someone poured wine for Mo Rao, Mo Yuan would help her block it. Because he was her brother, Mo Rao felt that it was okay. But things were different now. She didn't want to put Jiali and Xiaoyan in a difficult position. Moreover, she knew that the Shun family was deliberately targeting her. Her personality was no longer as meek as before. Since these people wanted to provoke her, she would accept these provocations. However, Mo Rao rarely drank. After a few drinks, Mo Rao felt a little tipsy. "I'm going out to get some air." Mo Rao propped herself up and walked out. As soon as Mo Rao went out, Shunjia followed.
Montag auch.
After Shunjia stopped Mo Rao stopped and turned to look at the arrogant woman in front of her. "Miss Shun, what's the matter?" Mo Rao still maintained her usual politeness. Shunjia smiled. "It seems like you rarely drink. This bit of wine can actually make you drunk. Have you never drunk with Fuing after being married for so many years?" Mo Rao frowned slightly. "Miss Shun, if you're looking for me just to provoke me, then I just want to say that you don't have to do this. Fuing and I are already divorced, and it's impossible between us. I'm not a love rival. I just want to know what's so good about you that makes him like you so much." Shinjia sneered. "Although you look beautiful, you're not unique. As for your personality, I think you're just SOSO. Mo Rao didn't understand Shinjia's hostility towards her, and was already unwilling to talk to her anymore. "But Mo Rao, since you said that it's impossible between the two of you, I hope you'll keep your word. This way, I'll also thank you for letting me have Fuing." Shinjia smiled sweetly. "All right, I hope you can woo Fuing as soon as possible." Mo Rao said perfunctorily and turned to walk towards the door. She needed oxygen. She needed the cold wind to sober her. At this moment, Fuing was sitting on the bed and flipping through the recent documents. Because he had been unconscious for a period of time, he had missed out on many things in the company. Now he had to make up for it. At this moment his phone vibrated twice. Fuing picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Shanjia. There was only a recording. Fuing pressed the play button in confusion and heard Mo Rao's voice coming from inside. "Fuing and I are already divorced, and it's impossible between us. I'm not a love rival." Her voice resounded through the empty room like the cold wind outside the window, making Fuing shudder. Although he knew Mo Rao's feelings, Fuing still felt pained when he heard her say this out loud. However, why was Shinjia with Mo Rao? Fuing frowned and replied, "Shinjia, don't disturb Mo Rao." Shinjia thought that when Fuing heard this, he would more or less be a little disappointed in Mo Rao. She didn't expect Fuing to still be thinking for Mo Rao's sake, and actually ask her not to disturb her. "I'm eating with Mo Rao. I have to say that Mo Rao is quite popular. Xiao Yan and my brother like her very much." After sending this message, Shenjia also sent the photos she had secretly taken to Fu Ying. One was Mo Rao whispering into Xiao Yan's ear, and the other was Mo Rao smiling while drinking with Shan Zhen. She didn't believe that Fu Ying would still remain calm when he saw these two photos. Just as she thought, Fu Ying felt jealous when he saw the photos. Now that Fu Ying was still hospitalized, Mo Rao was sandwiched between two men at the dining table. She whispered things to other men that she would never say to him again and smiled at other men. Fu Ying clenched his fists. He wished he could go to this restaurant immediately and take Mo Rao away. Shenjia, if you dare to hurt Mo Rao, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. Although he was angry, Fu Ying was still protective of Mo Rao. Moreover, he was a little worried that Shenjia would harm Mo Rao. After sending this message, Fu Ying threw his phone aside angrily and stared at the night sky outside the window. After Mo Rao took a breather outside the dining room, she felt much sober. She returned to the private room and was about to continue eating when there was a knock on the door. "Please come in," Shinku called out to the door. Then Gu Hai pushed the door open and entered. He smiled politely at the surprised people in the private room. "Good evening, everyone. President Fu sent me to bring Miss Mo back," Gu Hai said. "President Fu sent you?" Shenjia looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Could it be that because of the recordings and photos she had sent just now, Fu Ying couldn't wait to pick Mo Rao up? Was Fu Ying that protective of Mo Rao? Or was he jealous? Mo Rao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. "How did Fu Ying know that I was here?" Gu Hai glanced at Shenjia and said, "You will have to ask Miss Shen." Everyone's gazes were fixed on Shenjia. Shenjia still looked very calm as she smiled and said, "I just sent a few photos to Fu Ying and told him that I was eating with Mo Rao. I don't know why he suddenly came to pick Miss Mo up. Tisk Fu Ying is really too much. Miss Mo is already his ex-wife, but he still cares so much about her." Shenzhen couldn't help but roll his eyes, but Shenjia rolled her eyes at him. Mo Rao didn't want to socialize here anymore. Since Fu Ying had given her a chance to leave, she might as well take advantage of the situation. She stood up and looked at the three members of the Shen family apologetically. "I'm sorry, since President Fu asked Gu Hai to pick me up, he must have something to tell me. I'll be leaving now." With that, she followed Gu Hai and left the private room without looking back. Shenjia stared at Mo Rao's back angrily and clenched her fists. She had wanted to provoke Fu Ying and let him see Mo Rao's true colors, but she didn't expect to shoot herself in the foot in the end. Mo Rao followed Gu Hai to the parking lot. After she opened the back door, she saw Fu Ying sitting in the car. "You're here too." Mo Rao was a little surprised. Fu Ying said calmly, "Are you surprised to see me here? I thought you were still recuperating in the hospital." Mo Rao couldn't turn around and leave, so she braced herself and sat beside Fu Ying. Mo Rao reeked of alcohol, making Fu Ying frown. "You drank a lot?" Fu Ying asked. Mo Rao opened the window and rubbed her temples as she replied reluctantly, "Not much." The cold wind blew into the car, making Mo Rao feel her cheeks burn. "Drink less outside. Those people who keep urging you to drink don't have good intentions," Fu Ying instructed like a parent. Mo Rao pursed her lips and ignored him. Although she didn't drink much, the alcohol was quite strong. Even the cold wind couldn't dissipate Mo Rao's drunkenness. Since Mo Rao didn't reply for a long time, Fu Ying turned around and realized that Mo Rao was already asleep. Her little head was nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing that Mo Rao's head was about to hit the window, Fu Ying hurriedly reached out to cushion it and gently leaned Mo Rao's head on his shoulder. He looked helplessly at Mo Rao, who was sleeping soundly, and then a smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, he came to pick Mo Rao up in time. Otherwise, who knew how drunk she would be? Mo Rao might have been taken advantage of by those people. Mo Rao had already fallen asleep and was sleeping very soundly. For the first time, she realized that alcohol was also very conducive to sleep. Fu Ying didn't return to the hospital. Instead, he brought Mo Rao back to the house they had once stayed in. When Mo Rao wasn't around previously, Fu Ying would always return to their small home and try to find traces of her there. He would lie in Mo Rao's former room and look at everything in the room longingly. He would wrap himself in the blanket that Mo Rao had covered herself in. It felt as if Mo Rao was hugging him. Fu-ing didn't know when he had become so obsessed with Mo Rao. He was obsessed with every inch of her skin and every breath. The next day, when Mo Rao slowly opened her eyes, she was shocked by what she saw. Wasn't this the room she had once stayed in? Why was it exactly the same as before? Mo Rao instantly sobered up. She slowly got off the bed and looked at the photo on the cabinet beside her. Most of them were her single photos. Previously, Fu-ing was always busy with his own matters and preoccupied with Chu Ru. He didn't have time to take photos with Mo Rao. There were many photos that had not been there before. It seemed like Fu-ing had printed them himself over the years. As for the rest, it was no different from when Mo Rao left, including the cosmetics in front of the makeup mirror. Mo Rao looked at all of this with mixed feelings. At this moment there were 2 knocks on the door. Mo Rao walked to the door and opened it to see Fu-ing standing outside. His leg injury must have recovered substantially. He could already stand up from the wheelchair. "You fell asleep in the car last night, so I brought you back here," Fu-ing said gently. Before Mo Rao could speak, a familiar voice sounded. "Young madam, you're finally back. You drank too much last night, so I made you some hangover soup this morning. Drink it quickly." It was Aunt Lin, who had been a servant here previously. When Mo Rao saw Aunt Lin, she felt like she had traveled back in time. Previously, when she lived here, Aunt Lin had taken good care of her. When Fu-ing wasn't at home, Aunt Lin had always accompanied her silently. However, Mo Rao quickly came to her senses. She was no longer the young madam of the Fu family. "Aunt Lin, long time no see."
Montag smilet.
"It's just that. You don't have to call me young madam in the future. Just call me Miss Mo." Aunt Lin's expression changed slightly, but she quickly came back to her senses and continued. "Although you and young Master Fu are no longer husband and wife, you will always be the young madam in my heart and the only young madam." Seeing that Aunt Lin was so loyal, Mo Rao was very touched. She didn't say anything else. She took the hangover soup from Aunt Lin's hand and after drinking a few mouthfuls, she immediately felt much sober. "Don't drink anymore when you go out in the future." Fu-ing leaned against the door frame and looked at Mo Rao as he instructed again.
Montag nodded.
Alcohol wasn't good for her. If she had not drunk too much and fallen asleep, she wouldn't have been brought back to this place filled with memories by Fu-ing. "Isn't this room almost the same as before?" Fu-ing glanced around the room and asked. "When you weren't around, I came here often. This place is filled with traces of you." Yes, there were traces of her everywhere. To be precise, there were traces of when the 2 of them were together. Mo Rao could remember everything that happened between them in this room in the past, but this was in the past after all. "Fu-ing, the past is in the past," Mo Rao said as she lowered her eyes. Then she turned around and walked towards the dining room. Fu-ing understood what Mo Rao meant and felt empty inside. He should have been used to Mo Rao's indifferent attitude already, but he thought that when Mo Rao saw such a familiar place, she would more or less be nostalgic. Now it seemed that he was overthinking. When Mo Rao returned, Aunt Lin made some of Mo Rao's favorite food. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, Mo Rao ate her fill. Her drunkenness from last night was gone. "If you like my cooking, you can come back often in the future," Aunt Lin said with a smile. However, at the thought of this, she added, "You don't have to feel awkward or embarrassed. Just treat it as coming home. You can also come over when young Master Fu isn't around." Mo Rao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing that Mo Rao didn't refuse, Fu-ing was secretly happy. At the very least, Mo Rao didn't refuse to return to this home. This was already beyond Fu-ying's expectations. Stay away from Shunjia in the future. That woman is very scheming. At the dining table, Fu-ing couldn't help but remind her. Mo Rao couldn't help but wonder what Shunjia had said to him yesterday, so she asked, "What did she send you yesterday?" Fu-ing took out his phone and showed Mo Rao his chat with Shunjia. Looking at the recording and the photo that had been deliberately taken from a calculated angle, Mo Rao couldn't help but sneer. Shinjia had really put in a lot of effort. In order to sow discord between her and Fu Ying, she even thought of such a method. Mo Rao didn't know why Shinjia was like this. She had clearly said that it was impossible between her and Fu Ying. Was Shinjia going to go against her just because Fu Ying still liked her? Mo Rao didn't understand the thoughts of someone like Shinjia. She invested in our movie, so it's very difficult not to see her. In the future, she will definitely dabble in the entertainment industry often. You don't have to worry. I'm not afraid of her.
Montag replied calmly.
As if she didn't feel that Shinjia was difficult to deal with. You just have to be careful. Fu Ying was silent for a moment before explaining. I have nothing to do with her. If she tells you that we're going to marry each other, it's a lie. You don't have to explain to me. Mo Rao was still as cold as ever. Fu Ying didn't say anything. He picked up a piece of shumai and placed it in Mo Rao's bowl. After eating, Mo Rao rushed to the production team. The moment Jiali saw Mo Rao, he recalled that Fu Ying had sent someone to pick her up yesterday, and was extremely flustered. Mo Rao, Fu Ying didn't say anything last night, did he? He didn't blame anyone, did he? As Fu Ying's good friend, Jiali knew about Fu Ying's bad temper. He didn't want to offend Fu Ying. Mo Rao shook her head. Don't worry, he won't blame you. Only then did Jiali heave a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I definitely won't bring you to any cocktail parties next time. Otherwise, Fu Ying will skin me alive. Seeing Jiali's terrified expression, Mo Rao was amused. Why are you so afraid of him? He won't eat you. He might really eat me. Jiali's scalp tingled when he thought of Fu Ying's cold expression. Although Mo Rao was picked up by Fu Ying, it didn't affect the Shun Corporation's investment in Butterfly Fragrance. The filming continued as usual and was gradually coming to an end. On this day, Mo Rao had just finished work when she received a call from old Madame Chu. Rao Rao, do you have time to come home today? Old Madame Chu sounded very kind. Coincidentally, Mo Rao didn't have any social engagements after work ended, so she agreed. All right, I'll come back for a meal. That's great. I'll get the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes now. When old Madame Chu heard this, she smiled from ear to ear. Call your brother over. I haven't seen that child in a long time. Mo Rao called Mo Yuan and drove to the Chu family's old residence with him. When the siblings arrived, old Madame Chu personally went to the door to welcome them. Chu Yu followed beside old Madame Chu and couldn't help but tease. If only Grandma treats me as well as she treats the two of you one day. Don't I treat you well? Old Madame Chu patted Chu Yu's head. If I wasn't good to you, I wouldn't let you freeload at home. Chu Yu stuck out her tongue and smiled at Mo Rao and Mo Yuan. As the three young people and old Madame Chu sat at the dining table and ate dinner, the atmosphere was very lively. Chu Yu and Mo Yuan could always make Mo Rao and old Madame Chu laugh. Now that Chu Ru was dead, Mo Rao liked the Chu family even more. As she looked at her family members beside her, she hoped that time could stop at this moment. By the way, Mo Rao, I called you over this time to tell you something, old Madame Chu said to Mo Rao. Last time Fu Ying helped take back the shares of those companies. Now I'll transfer those shares to you. This news was too sudden, so Mo Rao was stunned. So I'm the boss of those companies? That's right. There's a board meeting tomorrow morning. You can attend, old Madame Chu suggested. Tomorrow morning? Mo Rao's eyes widened. She wasn't prepared to be the executive of a company at all. This was too sudden. Yes, tomorrow morning is the handover ceremony. You have to go, old Madame Chu said. At this point, Mo Rao couldn't back down. If she didn't go, wouldn't she have no credibility in the company? All right. Then I'll do some catching up tonight. Mo Rao had studied management before, and felt that one night should be enough to understand the situation of these companies. That night, Mo Rao held a stack of documents as she read about the situation of these companies attentively. Fortunately, these companies were all small companies and their business wasn't complicated. After reading for a while, Mo Rao remembered a lot. However, when it came to business knowledge, Mo Rao still felt a little frustrated. After all, this wasn't her field of expertise. Tomorrow, Mo Rao was going to the board meeting, so she didn't want to be clueless. After thinking about it, she decided to go next door to see if Fu-ing was around. "Where are you going?" Mo Yuan watched Mo Rao leave with a vigilant expression. "To find Fu-ing," Mo Rao told him truthfully. "I don't quite understand some of the business knowledge. I need to ask him." When Mo Yuan heard this, he felt alarmed. He hurriedly stood up and said, "You can ask me. I know quite a lot about business." Mo Rao looked at Mo Yuan doubtfully, but decided to give him a chance to show off. When Mo Yuan saw the document, he felt a headache coming on. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also embarrassed himself a little. "Ahem. These are still a little too difficult for me." Mo Yuan admitted his shortcomings honestly. "You know that I'm not a professional." Mo Rao suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at Mo Yuan. "All right, I'll go ask Fu-ing." Mo Rao picked up the document and walked out. This time Mo Yuan didn't stop her. When she pressed Fu-ying's doorbell, Mo Rao suddenly remembered that she could look for Gu Ci too. However, she had already rung the doorbell. Her only wish was that Fu-ing wasn't at home at this moment. However, things didn't go according to her wishes. In the next second, Fu-ing opened the door.
Montag auch.
Seeing that it was Mo Rao, Fu-ing was clearly surprised. "Why are you here?" At this point, Mo Rao could only brace herself and say, "I have something to ask you." Fu-ing was flattered. Mo Rao actually took the initiative to ask him for help. If not for the fact that he was afraid of ruining his image, Fu-ing would have run around the house screaming. Although he tried his best to suppress his emotions, the smile on his lips still betrayed him. "I have a board meeting tomorrow morning, but I don't understand some business matters," Mo Rao said after taking a deep breath. She was asking since she didn't understand, and Fu-ing happened to be an expert in this area, so it was nothing. Mo Rao comforted herself. "Come in and talk." Fu-ing opened the door and let Mo Rao in. Then, he turned around and brought Mo Rao to the living room. Fu-ing had just been discharged from the hospital and limped when he walked. As Mo Rao walked behind him and watched, she felt very upset. "How's your leg recovery?" Mo Rao couldn't help but ask. Fu-ing stopped in his tracks and turned around with a bitter smile. "What do you think? It'll be like this in the future anyway. I'm already satisfied that I can stand up and walk independently now." The bitter smile on Fu-ying's face pained Mo Rao. Mo Rao opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. The two of them sat side by side on the sofa in silence. Fu-ing was the first to break the silence. With a smile, he asked, "What do you want to ask?" Mo Rao briefly explained the situation of these companies to Fu-ing and showed Fu-ing some project documents. She told him all her questions. Fu-ing patiently answered Mo Rao's question and explained the complicated business knowledge in the simplest terms. Fortunately, Mo Rao was smart and could understand immediately. Moreover, when facing some problems, Mo Rao had unique opinions, which surprised Fu-ing. "You have business acumen," Fu-ing praised. "If you don't want to be an actress anymore in the future, you can consider being a female CEO."
Montag Overstund.
She didn't expect to hear such an evaluation from Fu-ing. She had business acumen? "Don't worry. I think you'll definitely be able to handle those people tomorrow." Fu-ing rubbed Mo Rao's hair and encouraged her. This close distance had clearly crossed Mo Rao's line, but this time Mo Rao didn't immediately distance herself. "I hope so."
Montag seid inaudibly.
She had never thought of inheriting those companies, but now she was forced to do so. It was rare for Fu-ing and Mo Rao to get along so peacefully. The two of them stopped discussing emotional relationships and instead discussed professional matters. By the time Mo Rao's questions were answered, it was already midnight. Mo Rao yawned and stretched. As Fu-ing looked at her, he felt like he was looking at a kitten. "Are you tired? Go back and sleep now," Fu-ing said gently. Mo Rao nodded and stood up after packing the documents. "Thank you for today. I've said that you don't have to be polite with me. No matter what you want me to help with, I'll help," Fu-ing said. At this moment, Mo Rao suddenly felt that it was possible for the two of them to get along peacefully. As long as Fu Ying stopped being so attentive to her and stopped loving her so much, Mo Rao could chat with him like she did today. After saying goodbye to Fu Ying, Mo Rao returned home. As soon as she lay on the bed, she fell asleep tiredly. The next morning, Mo Rao woke up early and rushed to the small companies the Chu family had given her. As they were all under the Chu family, the board of directors chose the largest company, Jai Corporation, to hold this meeting. This company was mainly in the fashion business and dabbled in the clothing and magazine industry. However, it was still largely unknown now, and could only rely on the Chu Corporation to survive the crisis. Mo Rao appeared at Jai Corporation in formal attire. When the employees saw her, they looked at her curiously. In the past, everyone could only see her on the screen. Now that a big celebrity had suddenly become their boss, these employees were more or less curious. When she met the employees' gazes, Mo Rao would smile politely. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on the employees the moment she arrived at the company. In the meeting room, the directors of the various companies had already arrived. After Mo Rao pushed the door open and entered, all eyes were on her. "Hello everyone."
Montag smilet confidently.
A few directors glanced at her disdainfully. One of them sneered and provoked. "I don't know what the old lady is thinking. She actually handed the companies to an actress. Do you guys think an actress knows how to manage a company?" As soon as he finished speaking, the directors sitting beside him snickered. The secretary, Xiang Wan, leaned close to Mo Rao's ear and whispered, "That's President Wang Xiao. He likes to go against old Madame Chu and keeps trying to leave the Chu Corporation." Mo Rao had also heard of Wang Xiao. He was loyal to Chu Shui and Chu Qin. Previously, he was one of the people who had gone against the Chu family with the two of them. However, Wang Xiao had many employees and power, so old Madame Chu couldn't chase him out. It seemed that this person was indeed very troublesome. Faced with his provocation, Mo Rao smiled. "President Wang, this is called prejudice. You might not know, but be it domestically or overseas, many celebrities have their own companies and are very good investors. They have more assets than you, and their management skills are not inferior to yours." "That's right. Jai Corporation is a fashion company. With Mo Rao around, we definitely won't have to worry about resources in the future," a chairman said on Mo Rao's behalf. When Wang Xiao heard these words, he was naturally unhappy and his expression turned ugly. "Heh, I want to see how capable you are." Wang Xiao glared at Mo Rao unhappily. Mo Rao didn't care. She opened the PPT that she had prepared in advance and analyzed the situation of these companies before proposing her idea. As these directors listened to Mo Rao's report attentively, the directors who thought that Mo Rao was incompetent gradually froze. They didn't expect Mo Rao to be so capable. At the very least, Mo Rao had her own unique insights into the company's development prospects and management. This was indeed completely different from what they had imagined at the beginning. "That's my brief report." When Mo Rao reached the last page, she smiled confidently and said, "I'm very grateful to my grandmother, old Madame Chu, for handing these companies to me. I won't let you guys down. I'll let the company's development improve over time. I hope everyone can work hard with me." Mo Rao's report and words made most of the directors applaud her. Wang Xiao said indignantly, "You guys are convinced just because of a report? Being an executive isn't about boasting. She has to use actions to prove herself. I'll use my actions to prove myself. Wait and see."
Montag smilet fearlessly.
Mo Rao's confidence made Wang Xiao a little nervous. At first, Wang Xiao thought that Mo Rao was just an ignorant celebrity and a naive girl, so she would definitely be easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, Mo Rao wasn't as simple as he thought. Moreover, not only was old Madame Chu backing Mo Rao, but also Fu Ying, who terrified Wang Xiao. If he didn't take Mo Rao down a notch now, who knew how Mo Rao would use Fu Ying to deal with him in the future? However, it was obvious that Mo Rao had already won the hearts of many people. Just based on her flawless report, they developed trust in her. "Since I still have my main job, I won't spend much time in the company in the future. However, if there's any emergency, you can call me at any time. Mo Rao wanted to juggle her identity as an actress and boss at the same time. She said to the directors, "In addition, I promise here that in 3 months, I will double the performance of your companies. If I can't do it, I will abdicate." This sort of promise couldn't be made easily. The directors exchanged dismayed looks. Clearly, no one expected Mo Rao to suddenly make this promise. "All right, then I'll wait and see if our performance will double." Wang Xiao was the fastest to react. He felt that Mo Rao was overestimating herself and shooting herself in the foot. "I'll wait and see. President Mo, I believe in you." The other directors echoed. Mo Rao wasn't someone who made promises casually. Since she had said so, she had to do it. This meeting ended quickly. Mo Rao won the support of many people with her outstanding planning and boldness. Old Madam Chu saw the live broadcast given to her by her assistant at home and praised Mo Rao. The moment Mo Rao left the company to go to the production team, she received a call from Old Madam Chu. Rao, I knew it. I definitely didn't choose the wrong person," Old Madam Chu said with a smile. Mo Rao was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Grandma, don't tease me. I was so nervous. I didn't even know if I did well." "Of course you did good. I didn't expect you to have such a unique understanding of the development of these companies," Old Madam Chu said. "Your performance has already far exceeded my expectations. Moreover, several directors have already found me to praise you." Upon hearing Old Madam Chu's words, Mo Rao was finally relieved. "It's all thanks to Fu Ying. He guided me for a long time yesterday." Mo Rao couldn't help but recall what happened last night. Fu Ying. Old Madam Chu was stunned. Mo Rao came back to her senses and quickly said, "Doesn't he know a lot about business? I went to ask him yesterday." "Grandma, don't overthink it.
It's okay, Zhao Zhao.
No matter what decision you make, I will always be on your side." When she heard Old Madam Chu's words, Mo Rao's heart warmed. Perhaps this was how having a family felt. Just as Old Madam Chu hung up, Fu Ying called. As Mo Rao looked at his name on the screen, she sighed. Fu Ying was really good at timing things. "How was the meeting today?" Fu Ying went straight to the point and asked.
Montag smilet.
"Not bad. But I promised them that their performance would double within 3 months." Fu Ying pondered for a moment and said, "This matter isn't difficult for you. The companies that were assigned to you are all related to fashion, beauty, clothing, and foreign trade. I think your grandmother only handed these companies to you because she saw your influence. As long as you release the news that you're taking over these companies, your fans will definitely support you." Mo Rao had discovered this from the beginning. Seeing that Fu Ying's suggestion was the same as hers, she smiled and said, "I've already told my brother. You'll see my trending topic later." Before Mo Rao reached the production team, she had already become the top trending topic. She had discussed it with Mo Yu on the day before and planned to use this matter to hype things up, be it herself or the products of those companies. When the netizens saw Mo Rao take over a few companies under the Chu Corporation, they discussed it with great fervor. Mo Rao must be the chosen one, the domineering female CEO of the entertainment industry. Mo Rao's suffering has finally come to an end. I don't know if she can be the CEO, but I believe her. Oh my God. Mo Rao is so awesome. I have to say it's good to have powerful backers. Just as Mo Rao and Fu Ying thought, although Mo Rao didn't have many fans now, their purchasing power was still quite shocking. After they found out that Mo Rao had taken over these companies, they went to the online shops of these brands and started to spend money like crazy. Soon several products were sold out. As Mo Rao filmed, she watched the development of this matter. The company kept sending good news to Mo Rao while praising her influence. Gu Xi quickly called Mo Rao. Mo Rao happened to be looking at her phone, so she quickly pressed the answer button. Mo Rao, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to take over those companies? As soon as the call was picked up, Gu Xi's reproachful voice sounded. I only found out about this at the last minute, Mo Rao replied. I prepared for the entire night before successfully taking over. Gusiai said. If you had told me in advance I could have helped you, but I believe you can do it well. I remember that Jai Corporation is a fashion company. Do you need my help? For example, publishing my latest design in your magazine. Really?
Montag was surprised.
In the past, Gusiai would publish his works, under the alias Mr. K, in top international magazines. Domestic magazines rarely had the chance to publish his works. However, this time Gusiai wanted to publish them in Jai's magazine. Mo Rao was really flattered. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?
Gusies lookter sunded.
If you're willing, Jai welcomes you. Mo Rao naturally wanted to seize this opportunity, although she knew that after this, there would definitely be many rumors about her and Gusiai. However, she didn't care about this. Now, as long as she got even a little close to a man, there would inevitably be rumors. Alright, remember to collaborate with me on the magazine next month. I'll schedule it first, Gusiai said. After hanging up, Mo Rao fell into deep thought. Since Gusiai wanted to appear in the magazine for next month as the boss, shouldn't she appear in it too? When Mo Rao returned home at night, Mo Rao told Mo Yuan her thoughts. Alright. You can shoot the cover directly, and let the production team of Butterfly Fragrance join you. This way you can promote the movie. Mo Yuan strongly approved of it. Rao, actually all circles rely on connections, especially in the fashion industry. Use your resources well. Jai might become one of the top fashion magazines in the country. Mo Rao also wanted Jai to become a top magazine, but the competition for domestic fashion magazines was intense. There was still a long way to go. However, Mo Rao had always done her best in everything. Even if this path was difficult, she had to do it. Yes, I understand. I'll talk to director Jia, Xiaoyan and the others. They're on good terms with me, so there's a high chance that they'll agree. Mo Rao was quite confident in getting the main cast of Butterfly Fragrance to agree. The production team of Butterfly Fragrance was much better than her previous production team. At the very least, no one in this production team set her up. Although Chun Xiang had a sharp tongue, she wouldn't do anything evil. Mo Rao quickly finished discussing the promotional activities for the cast of Butterfly Fragrance. Jai Fashion Magazine had never had such a magnificent lineup. Previously, those who appeared in Jai Fashion Magazine were all celebrities that weren't very famous. When the company heard that Mo Rao had brought these celebrities, they were over the moon. When Wang Xiao saw this, he became anxious. If this continued, Mo Rao would definitely squeeze him out of his position. In order to celebrate Mo Rao taking over these small companies, old Madame Chu specifically held a banquet in the name of the Chu Corporation. As the protagonist and old Madame Chu's most precious granddaughter, Mo Rao naturally became the focus of this banquet. In order to cooperate with old Madame Chu, Mo Rao put on a haute couture dress and even put on Gu Si's Atlantean tears. This was the first time she was wearing this set of jewelry. It had to be said that this set of jewelry was made for Mo Rao. Wearing the Atlantean tears, she was like a mermaid in the deep sea, or a serene Atlantean princess. Compared to being a celebrity, Mo Rao was more like an upstart in the business world. Although the Chu family and the Shun family were not on good terms, the Chu family still invited the Shun family to this banquet today. When Shunjia saw Mo Rao surrounded by everyone, she was extremely jealous. At first, she thought that as the heir of the Shun Corporation, she was more worthy of fooing than Mo Rao, who was a celebrity. However, not only was Mo Rao a celebrity, but she was also one of the small executives sent by the Chu family to manage the company. Moreover, she paled in comparison to Mo Rao. No matter where she was, everyone around her was talking about Mo Rao. Mo Rao is too gorgeous. She's really beautiful and capable. That's right. If I were fooing, I would be head over heels for her too. I heard that she even invited Mr. K to publish his new work in Jai's next issue. I'm really looking forward to it. Shunjia couldn't help but admire Mo Rao's methods. She had these men at her fingertips. Not to mention that fooing was devoted to Mo Rao. Even Gu Xi had fallen in love with her. Fooing naturally attended this occasion. This was the first time he had attended a banquet after he recovered. Many people came forward when they saw Fu Ying and greeted him. However, Fu Ying's gaze kept following Mo Rao, who was in the middle of the crowd. As expected, no matter where she was always the most dazzling one. At this moment, Gu Xi appeared beside Fu Ying. I didn't expect you to be discharged from the hospital so soon. Looks like you recovered quite quickly. Although Gu Xi had a smile on his face, his words were filled with coldness. Fu Ying didn't even look at Gu Xi as he said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, President Gu. Fu Ying, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. Mo Rao won't choose you," Gu Xi provoked. "You're still dragging a pair of disabled legs now. You're not worthy of her at all. When you're old, you'll even need her to take care of you. Do you want to drag her down? Gu Xi, what happens between Mo Rao and me is between the two of us. Besides, thanks to my legs, my relationship with Mo Rao is much better."
Fu Ying smiled.
Before she took over these two companies, when she encountered something she didn't understand, she found me immediately. When he heard Fu Ying's words, Gu Xi's expression changed. Mo Rao looked for Fu Ying in advance? Why didn't Mo Rao look for him? Was he not worthy? Gu Xi was furious, but he tried his best to suppress his anger. So what? My relationship with Mo Rao will only become closer in the future.
Gucci sneered.
The choice is in Mo Rao's hands. I don't mind competing with you. Fu Ying accepted the challenge calmly. Two tall and handsome men standing side by side was enough to attract attention. Moreover, they were so intimidating that the crowd felt oppressed. At this moment, Xinjia walked over with a wine glass and a smile on her face. "President Gu, President Fu, what a coincidence." Xinjia raised her glass. "It's rare to see you two. Why don't we have a drink?" Gu Xi sized up Xinjia. "You're Xinjia, right? The person rumored to be marrying Fu Ying." Xinjia smiled and walked to Fu Ying's side as she said, "Whether we can get married depends on Fu Ying's decision. I really want to marry him." This bold and passionate confession didn't stir Fu Ying's heart. He only hoped that Xinjia would shut up. If word got out, it would spread like wildfire. One day, when Mo Rao heard this, it would seem like they were really about to marry each other. Fu Ying didn't want Mo Rao to misunderstand. "I like Miss Shun's bravery." Gu Xi narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xinjia. Then he clinked glasses with her. Chu Ro was also here for this banquet. However, she arrived late. By the time she arrived, the banquet was already halfway through. At first, when she returned to the country, she thought that she could rely on the Chu family to become famous. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned, her mother was kicked out of the house, and even she became the target of criticism. Old Madame Chu still had some affection for Chu Ro. Chu Ro often returned to the Chu family to see her, and old Madame Chu was happy to chat with her granddaughter. However, every time Chu Ro put in a good word for Chu Shui, old Madame Chu wouldn't look displeased. Moreover, because Chu Ro's attitude towards Mo Rao was too bad previously, old Madame Chu didn't dare to support Chu Ro in the entertainment industry, since she was afraid that Chu Ro would start to target Mo Rao after entering the industry. After all this time, Chu Ro, who had been in the country for a long time now, was still unknown. She could only follow her manager around to find resources and network. Every day she had to drink with people and do casting couch just to have a chance to climb up. At the thought of those greasy old men, Chu Ro felt disgusted. In the end, the moment Chu Ro arrived at the banquet held for Mo Rao, she saw that the glamorous Mo Rao was surrounded by various young talents, including Fu Ying and Gu Xi, the dream lovers of thousands of girls. These two were now the topic of discussion for many women. They were young, promising, and handsome. However, they both fell in love with Mo Rao. Seeing that Mo Rao was doing well, Chu Ro felt even more upset. Mo Rao didn't notice Chu Ro. There were too many guests today and she couldn't pay attention to so many people. She had just finished chatting with the CEO of a company and was about to turn around to get something to eat when she bumped into Chu Ro. The red wine in Chu Ro's red wine glass spilled all over Mo Rao. Mo Rao's white dress was instantly stained with red wine. "Sister Mo Rao, I'm really sorry. Chu Ro cried out in shock. She was apologizing, but her attitude didn't seem repentant at all. Mo Rao knew that Chu Ro did this on purpose, but in front of so many people, Mo Rao didn't want to argue with Chu Ro, so she smiled and said, "It's okay. Just be careful in the future. You're the protagonist today, so it's not a good idea to walk around in a dirty dress. Why don't you go change your clothes?" Chu Ro held Mo Rao's hand and pretended to be very close to her. Mo Rao didn't know what Chu Ro was up to again, but she planned to do as she wished to see what she was up to. Mo Rao nodded and said, "That's true. Then I'll go change my dress now." Fortunately, Mo Rao always prepared an extra dress for every banquet. She walked towards the changing room while Chu Ro followed her and chattered beside her. "Sai, I'm really envious of you. You're already so famous in the entertainment industry. Now everyone knows that you're a big star. I've been a trainee overseas for so long, but after returning to the country, my standing isn't even as good as it is overseas." Chu Ro pursed her lips, her words filled with envy. Mo Rao smiled and said politely, "No one has it easy right after returning to the country. Seize the opportunity. You'll make a name for yourself sooner or later. I'm not like you who has Fuang the Chu family and Gu Ci to back you up. I used to have the Chu family, but now? Because of you, I don't even have the Chu family as my backer." As Chu Ro spoke, her tone became even more vicious. At this moment, Chu Ro suddenly rushed towards Mo Rao to knock her into the pool at the side. She wanted Mo Rao to embarrass herself on this occasion. Wasn't Mo Rao glamorous? Wasn't she the center of attention? She wanted Mo Rao to become drenched and become the target of mockery. However, Chu Ro didn't know that Mo Rao was already prepared. When she walked to the pool, Mo Rao guessed that Chu Ro was going to attack. The moment Chu Ro rushed towards her, Mo Rao turned around and easily evaded Chu Ro. Chu Ro missed and fell into the pool. Plop! The commotion at the pool quickly attracted the attention of many people. Chu Ro fell into the water.
Montag RAO die Liebe Ateli shouted loudly.
"Security! Security! Help!" Chu Ro was struggling in the water while looking very woeful. The security guards quickly rushed over and pulled Chu Ro ashore. Chu Ro wanted to scheme against Mo Rao, but in the end, she became drenched instead. Her long hair stuck to her body like glue, and water dripped down her body. Her tight dress wrapped around her tightly. Moreover, her clothes were white to begin with, so after she got drenched, even her underwear could be seen. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Ro felt like her body was on fire and wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her tears flowed out, but her face was also covered in water, making it difficult to tell if they were tears or water from the pool. "Chu Ro, are you all right?" Since Chu Ro was acting so pretentious previously, Mo Rao had to retaliate. How could Chu Ro endure such humiliation? She roared angrily, "Mo Rao, you be *tc. You actually pushed me." "How did I push you? I remember that you wanted to push me, but you missed. Do you want to see the surveillance footage?" Mo Rao said with a smile. When she heard this, Chu Ro's anger subsided. She had forgotten that there were surveillance cameras here. As long as they saw the surveillance footage, everyone would know that she tried to hurt Mo Rao, but her plan backfired. Chu Ro could only glare at Mo Rao in shame and wipe her tears as she fled under everyone's gaze. Old Madame Chu also saw this farce. Before she could appear, Chu Ro had already left. She walked to Mo Rao's side shakily and sighed as she asked, "Sai, did Chu Ro really push you?" "That's right, Grandma. Not only did she push me, but she also thinks that I caused her and her mother to be chased out of the Chu family by you." Mo Rao told Old Madame Chu the truth. When she heard Mo Rao's words, Old Madame Chu's expression turned ugly. It's been so long already, yet Chu Shui and her daughter still don't understand their mistake. They actually pushed the blame to you. Mo Rao hugged Old Madame Chu and comforted her. "Grandma, you don't have to be angry with them." Old Madame Chu held Mo Rao's hand and said, "Children follow after their parents. Your mother was very kind in the past and Chu Shui always bullied her. In your generation, her daughter is also so restless. It's okay. They can't bully me anymore. Although my mother was kind, she wasn't weak. Me neither, Mo Rao said with a smile. Seeing that Mo Rao was so confident, old Madam Chu was relieved. Grandma, I'll go change my clothes now. Go rest, Mo Rao said when she lowered her eyes and saw the stain on her dress. Old Madam Chu nodded and watched Mo Rao disappear at the end of the hall. Mo Rao came to the changing room and found another gown she had prepared. Then she took off her dirty clothes and put them on. Just as she was halfway through zipping up, the door to the changing room was pushed open.
Mo Rao Edgar Lim.
The person who pushed the door open was none other than Gu Xi.
Montag RAO.
Gu Xi was also shocked. Sorry, I knocked on the door just now. Since no one replied, I thought no one was there.
Montag RAO was stund.
Could it be that she was too focused just now and didn't hear the knock on the door? Do you need me to help you zip it? Gu Xi could tell that Mo Rao was having trouble zipping the back. Mo Rao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Okay. Gu Xi walked behind Mo Rao and was about to help her zip up when the door to the changing room was pushed open again. Gucci?
Montag RAO?
I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys were. Shenjia's voice sounded. Mo Rao looked up and realized that Fuing was standing beside her. Fuing, why don't we go to another changing room? Otherwise, we'll disturb them. Shenjia's expression was a little awkward, as if she had misunderstood Gu Xi and Mo Rao. Fuing said coldly, I'm not going anywhere. I want to change here. As he spoke, Fuing squeezed in.
Gucignoret Fuing.
After helping Mo Rao zip up, he said with a smile, All right, let's go. Mo Rao was worried that it would be more troublesome if she continued to stay here. After agreeing, she was about to leave when Fuing stopped her. Fuing, what are you doing?
Gucci glerdati Fuing.
Fuing gave Gu Xi a side-eye glance, then looked at Mo Rao and asked, What were you guys doing here just now? Mo Rao felt that Fu Ying's jealousy was inexplicable, so she frowned as she explained, I couldn't zip up my dress. He just helped me. Fuing clenched his fists. When he thought about how Gu Xi had seen Mo Rao's bare back and might have touched her skin, Fuing was furious. Can you let go of me now? Mo Rao looked at the hand that was still holding her and asked. Fuing took a deep breath and let go of Mo Rao. Mo Rao followed Gu Xi out of the changing room, leaving only Shenjia and Fuing in the changing room. Let me help you. Get out. Shenjia walked to Fu Ying's side solicitously and wanted to help him take off his suit jacket, but Fuing shouted at her. Fuing was angry, so when he shouted, it was even more terrifying. Shenjia was startled, but she still mustered her courage and said, Do I have to leave just because you want me to? I won't. As she spoke, Shenjia tried to help him again. Fu Ying's expression became even uglier. Shenjia, don't force me to lose my temper at a woman. Fu Ying's expression was like the dark clouds before a storm. It was very intimidating. Shenjia knew that since Fuing said this, it meant that he might really do it. She retracted her hand and stammered, Then I'll leave. With that, Shenjia left the changing room. The moment she left, Fuing sat down and stared at the ground in a daze. His possessiveness made it impossible for him to accept another man getting close to Mo Rao. Mo Rao could only be his. Mo Rao had already returned to the banquet. Gu Xi had been accompanying her and chatting with clients. It had to be said that Gu Xi was indeed a businessman. When he chatted with others, Gu Xi always had his own way of making clients want to work with him. As Mo Rao listened from the side, she silently remembered some tricks. She might have some experience in the entertainment industry, but in the business world, she was still a newbie. She had just finished talking to a company boss when she felt an unfriendly gaze on her. Mo Rao turned around and realized that the person staring at her was none other than Fuing. He had changed into a suit and was walking towards her. Mo Rao wanted to run, but Fuing had already strode in front of her. What do you want to do now? Questioned her. Gu Xi stood in front of Mo Rao, not giving Fuing a chance to touch her. Fuing said coldly, I plan to go see my family with Mo Rao. Do you want to stop me, President Gu? Or do you not know that Mo Rao has a good relationship with my family? To be precise, we're like a family. There was tension again. Every time Fu Ying and Gu Xi were together, Mo Rao could sense the tension. Mo Rao was even afraid that she would get implicated. Let's go. Fu Ying looked at Mo Rao as he said. Mo Rao recalled that she had not greeted old Madame Fu and the others at this banquet. After thinking about it, she agreed. All right, I'll go with you to see Grandma and Auntie. Gu Xi couldn't follow, so he could only watch helplessly as Fu Ying took Mo Rao away. On the way, Mo Rao was thinking about not letting these two attend the next banquet at the same time. It was clearly a joyous banquet, but the two of them seemed to be about to blow up the place. Shenjia and I went to the changing room just now because she accidentally spilled wine on me. Fu Ying suddenly said.
Ô hát, mò rào tiếp lít côn ly.
She had not misunderstood the two of them at all, but Fu Ying was still in a hurry to explain to her. It was like he was giving himself away by protesting his innocence. After a moment of silence, Fu Ying said, I was jealous just now.
Montag was stund.
When did Fu Ying become so direct? Rao, I still can't accept you being too close to another man. Fu Ying looked into Mo Rao's eyes and said seriously, I know you hate me acting like this, but I can't help but want you all to myself because I'm in love with you. This sudden confession made Mo Rao's mind buzz, and the surrounding noise instantly disappeared. Rao, are you still willing to give me a chance? Actually, you still care about me, right? Fu Ying reached out and tried to hold Mo Rao's hand. However, the moment he touched Mo Rao, she came back to her senses. Fu Ying, our relationship is already in the past. Mo Rao's attitude was as cold as ever. I only care about you because I don't want to owe you anything. In that case, it'll be easier for us to be even. I don't believe you. Fu Ying would rather lie to himself than believe that Mo Rao really didn't have him in her heart anymore. Fu Ying, I still hope you can live a good life.
Montag seid.
She didn't want Fu Ying to dwell on the past. Hearing this, Fu Ying only smiled bitterly. How can I live a good life without you? His expression betrayed his feelings. Fu Ying understood this when Mo Rao disappeared. After Mo Rao left, Fu Ying realized what position Mo Rao occupied in his life. Mo Rao's every frown and smile, and even the way Mo Rao looked when she was angry with him, was difficult for him to forget. They all added indelible colors to his life. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a world without Mo Rao was gray to Fu Ying. However, how could he tell Mo Rao about his feelings? When Mo Rao's heart ached because of him, did she feel the same way? Fu Ying didn't know. Fu Ying only knew that he needed Mo Rao. He needed Mo Rao to return to his side. He needed Mo Rao to return to his world and fill his world with colors. In silence, Fu Ying and Mo Rao walked up to old Madame Fu.
Grandma, I'm sorry.
I didn't even have time to greet you when you came. In front of old Madame Fu, Mo Rao regained her smile and looked as obedient as ever. Old Madame Fu held Mo Rao's hand with a smile and said, It's okay. You have to socialize now. Help Rao out some more. Just as she finished speaking, old Madame Fu glared at Fu Ying and instructed. Fu Ying said helplessly, Of course I'm willing to help her. It depends on whether or not she wants my help. Old Madame Fu couldn't be bothered with Fu Ying's complaints. She let Mo Rao sit beside her and chatted with her happily. Mo Wan and Fu Lin saw Mo Rao from afar and rushed over. Rao, long time no see. You haven't returned to the Fu family's home recently. Fu Lin's tone carried a hint of reproach. If you don't come soon, my flour and cream will expire. Mo Wan rolled her eyes. Rao is a busy person now. She's busy with her career. Fu Ying was very obedient towards his wife and quickly echoed, Yes. How's the filming of the recent movie going? We're still waiting to see you at the cinema. Mo Rao shared the production team's stories with them. Fu Ying listened silently at the side with a smile. Although Mo Rao couldn't accept him yet, as long as she was still by his side, even if she wasn't his wife, he would be happy. The harmonious scene of the family enjoying time together was seen by Gu Xi and Shenjia. Shenjia saw Gu Xi's ugly expression and walked over. Are you jealous? Gu Xi glanced at Shenjia. Isn't Fuing just taking advantage of Mo Rao's filial piety to his family? I still don't understand what's so good about Mo Rao that makes the two of you head over heels for her, Shunjia said with a smile. Gu Xi glared at her, and Shunjia immediately changed her words. All right. I know you like her very much, so I won't badmouth her anymore. Since you like Mo Rao so much, why don't I help you? You're going to help me?
Gucci frowned.
Didn't I help you just now? I told you that Mo Rao was in the changing room and asked you to go quickly, Shunjia retorted. But you brought Fuing over as well. Gu Xi was speechless when he thought of the vibe being broken. Shunjia shrugged. I wanted Fuing to see you and Mo Rao being intimate, but who knew that Fuing still liked her so much even after seeing that? Don't worry. I'll help you pursue Mo Rao, Shunjia said. Only when you and Mo Rao are together will Fuing give up completely. After this banquet ended, Mo Rao was exhausted. She didn't like these social occasions, but now she had to socialize more. Now, she was no longer a minor celebrity but also a businesswoman. After Mo Rao returned home, as soon as Mo Rao sat on the sofa, she was so exhausted that she was about to fall asleep at any time. You must be tired. Mo Yuan had something on tonight and couldn't go to the banquet. After seeing Mo Rao's tired appearance, he immediately poured a cup of warm milk for her. Mo Rao took the milk, blew on it and took a sip. Do you want to take a break? You can rest after filming Butterfly Fragrance. Moreover, it's the Spring Festival soon. We can go on a vacation, Mo Yuan suggested. He didn't want his sister to work too hard. Mo Rao thought for a moment and felt that this was a good idea, so she agreed. Sure. I don't know how to celebrate the Spring Festival this year. Can we spend it with Grandma? Mo Rao had always wanted to spend the Spring Festival with her biological family. Ever since her mother passed away, she had never had such an experience. Although the Fu family had been very good to her when she lived in their home, Mo Rao also knew that they were not her biological family. Sure. I was thinking that we could go to an island to celebrate the Spring Festival together. It's warm, so Grandma will definitely be more comfortable there. Mo Yuan had already planned out how to celebrate Spring Festival. Hearing Mo Yuan's suggestion, Mo Rao looked forward to the Spring Festival even more. Alright, I want to go to the beach too. I've been too tired these few months. Mo Rao clapped her hands and cheered. Mo Yuan rubbed Mo Rao's head as he advised. You have to rest more often. Otherwise, my heart will ache. Mo Rao nodded obediently and hugged Mo Yuan as she said, Thank you for always accompanying me. Of course, since you're my only sister. Mo Yuan hugged Mo Rao and said with a smile. They had practically grown up by themselves. It wasn't easy for them to find each other, so they naturally cherished each other more than the other siblings did. With the hard work of the cast, Butterfly Fragrance wrapped up before the Spring Festival. The moment they finished filming, Mo Rao felt relieved, while Jolly was so excited that he wanted to run around the set. I'll see who doesn't come to tonight's rap banquet, Jolly said loudly. Everyone was cheering. Tongyu held Mo Rao's hand and asked, Rao, are you going? If you go, I'll go.
Montag RAO nodded.
Of course. That's great. Tongyu was elated. Mo Rao blinked at Tongyu and gossiped. But shouldn't you be more concerned about whether Xiao Yan is going? Tongyu was stunned, and her face turned as red as a persimmon. What nonsense are you talking about? Tongyu stammered, exposing her true thoughts. After being on set for so long, Mo Rao had long seen through Tongyu's thoughts. To be precise, from the first day of filming, Mo Rao could tell that Tongyu liked Xiao Yan. Don't you like him? Mo Rao said bluntly. Tongyu almost screamed and hurriedly covered Mo Rao's mouth. Lower your voice. I'm already whispering, Mo Rao said. Tongyu lowered her head and sighed. I like him. I've always been his fan, but how can Xiao Yan like me? He's the Best Actor award winner and he's from a wealthy family. I'm just an unknown person in the film industry. Seeing Tongyu's lack of confidence, Mo Rao held her hand. Don't have such low self-esteem. Actually, you're very good too. You've been working hard for your dream, and your acting skills are very good. Didn't Xiao Yan praise you previously? He probably said so to be polite. Tong Yu bit her lip and said, Rao Rao, if only I were like you. In that case, I might be more confident in facing Xiao Yan. Everyone has their own unique qualities and unique match. How am I any better? I was hurt badly back then.
Montag ausschroget.
Tong Yu thought that her words had triggered Mo Rao's bad memories and hurriedly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. How are you going to celebrate the spring festival? I might go to an island for a vacation with my family. Mo Rao started to look forward to the spring festival. That's great. Tong Yu lamented. When I go home, my parents will definitely urge me to get married. They don't support me entering the entertainment industry and keep urging me to find a boyfriend. What boyfriend? At this moment, Xiao Yan walked over. Tong Yu instantly panicked when she saw Xiao Yan. Tong Yu is saying that when she goes home for the new year, her parents will definitely urge her to find a boyfriend. Mo Rao replied on Tong Yu's behalf. Xiao Yan smiled. So you're also urged by your parents? But you're still young, so you don't need to be in a hurry to find a boyfriend. Tong Yu pursed her lips. I'm not young anymore. I've been in the entertainment industry for 6 to 7 years, but I still haven't improved. Seeing this, Xiao Yan comforted. Don't be anxious. Actually, you're a good actress. You might become popular soon. Thank you. Tong Yu was quite happy to hear these words coming from Xiao Yan. All right. Everyone get ready to set off. Let's go to the wrap-up party. Jolly said excitedly. Mo Rao originally thought that only the insiders of their production team would be together at this wrap banquet, but when she got to the restaurant, she saw that Fu Ying and Xinjia were also there. Since we're done filming, I invited these 2 sponsors. Jolly smiled and introduced them to everyone. I think everyone is familiar with President Fu and President Shun, right? The production team welcomed them, so Mo Rao could only clap along. During the meal, everyone was beaming with joy. Ever since she ate with Xinjia last time, Mo Rao had made up her mind not to drink at social events after that. However, there was a festive atmosphere today. She wanted to drink with Tong Yu, Xiao Yan and the others, but Fu Ying stopped her. Fu Ying was specifically arranged by Jolly to sit beside Mo Rao. He stopped Mo Rao and asked coldly, You want to drink? Seeing Fu Ying's serious expression, Jolly hurriedly tried to smooth things over. We're celebrating today, so let Mo Rao drink a few glasses. Fu Ying glanced at Jolly and said angrily, I haven't settled last time's score with you yet. When Jolly heard this, his attitude immediately changed. He said to Mo Rao with a smile, Mo Rao, why don't drink less? When she saw Jolly's smarmy appearance, Mo Rao was helpless. Xinjia sat on the other side of Fu Ying. When saw that Fu Ying only had eyes for Mo Rao the entire time and was even concerned about her, she didn't feel good. She picked up some food and placed it in Fu Ying's bowl as she said with concern, Eat more yourself. Don't keep worrying about others. Unexpectedly, under the gazes of so many people, Fu Ying took out the food she had given him from the bowl and placed it on the plate with the trash, as if he treated it as trash. When Xinjia saw this scene, her expression changed. Wasn't this a slap to her face in public? However, she had built a good persona for herself in the production team previously, so when everyone saw this scene, they felt indignant for Xinjia, and felt that Fu Ying was deliberately embarrassing Xinjia. With Fu Ying by her side, Mo Rao felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, Fu Ying didn't interfere in anything else other than her drinking. That made Mo Rao feel less restrained. Mo Rao didn't drink, but Xinjia and Fu Ying drank a lot. As the investors this time, the production team toasted Xinjia and Fu Ying. After 3 rounds of wine, Xinjia was already a little drunk, while Fu Ying's cheeks were slightly red. Since President Fu doesn't let Mo Rao drink today, President Fu will drink all of Mo Rao's wine tonight. Jolly said. That's right. President Fu, help Mo Rao drink. You have to drink it. The others started to cheer. Fu Ying smiled and replied, All right, I'll drink on behalf of Mo Rao. With that, he picked up his wine glass and drained it. When Mo Rao saw this, she was worried that Fu Ying's body, which had just recovered, would be hurt from the drinking. She quickly said, "Stop drinking so much." When no one was paying attention, Fu Ying gently held Mo Rao's hand under the table and went to her side to say gently, "Mo Rao, you're concerned about me?" Mo Rao's heart skipped a beat. Then she shook off Fu Ying's hand and said, "Don't look for me when you're not feeling well later. In addition, I won't send you back. It's okay. I'm already very happy that you care about me." If not for the fact that there were too many people around, Fu Ying would have leaned his head on Mo Rao's shoulder and absorbed the warmth he needed from her to find the support he had been searching for. After the rap banquet ended, Fu Ying was already drunk. His legs were injured so he couldn't walk properly. Before Shenjia took the initiative to ask the driver she called to send Fu Ying back, Jolly said to Mo Rao, "Mo Rao, why don't you send Fu Ying back? Only you know where his house is." He had offended Fu Ying previously, so he had to find a chance to compensate. Although Fu Ying was drunk, his mind was still clear. As soon as Jolly finished speaking, he agreed happily. "All right. I want Mo Rao to stay with me. Anyway, I live with her." All right. I'll send you off." Mo Rao was afraid that Fu Ying would say that they lived together, so she hurriedly interrupted and agreed. Shenjia frowned and said, "If you're unwilling, I can send Fu Ying. I don't want you to send me home." Fu Ying's tone instantly turned cold. Then he pulled Mo Rao back like a clingy puppy. "I want Rao Rao to send me." Fu Ying's attitude made many people present look at Mo Rao and him gossipily. Mo Rao felt vexed and said, "Got it. I'll call Gu Hai now." Mo Rao was exasperated at Fu Ying. He usually had an annoying poker face, so why was he acting like a child when he was drunk? After Gu Hai received Mo Rao's call, he rushed over immediately and supported Fu Ying before leaving with Mo Rao. Fu Ying and Mo Rao sat side by side in the back seat. Fu Ying opened the window to sober himself up, but it was useless. "Rao Rao." Fu Ying leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes as he muttered, "You drank too much. Get some rest." Mo Rao said helplessly as she looked at Fu Ying. Fu Ying shook his head and said, "I'm not drunk. I'm still sober." When Fu Ying said these words, he sounded like a child and he couldn't help but lean his head on Mo Rao's shoulder. In the enclosed space, Mo Rao felt that there was something ambiguous in the air. However, Fu Ying seemed to have a magnet on him and kept leaning against Mo Rao, the iron. Even when Mo Rao was pushed to the corner, Fu Ying was still leaning against her. Although they were separated by their clothes, Mo Rao could still feel Fu Ying's hot body temperature. As Fu Ying leaned on Mo Rao's shoulder, he became much more obedient, like a drifting ship moored in a harbor. "Fu Ying, get up." Mo Rao was about to push Fu Ying away when she realized that he had already closed his eyes. Seeing that Fu Ying was sleeping soundly, Mo Rao gave up on calling him and simply let him lean on her shoulder. After all, a man who drank too much might be even more troublesome after he sobered up. Along the way, Mo Rao's neck felt like furry dandelions were floating past. The dandelions were warm and itchy as they floated out of Fu Ying's nose. She looked out of the window. In winter, the streets were always desolate, but the man beside her was burning, so Mo Rao felt like she was at the intersection between ice and fire. As long as she reached out, she could feel the cold. In this state, Mo Rao finally reached home. "Fu Ying, we're home."
Mo Rao pushed Fu Ying.
Fu Ying rubbed against Mo Rao, but didn't speak or move again and continued leaning against Mo Rao. After Gu Hai stopped the car, he turned to look at the back seat. Mo Rao was already squeezed to the point of being unable to move. Looking at Fu Ying, Gu Hai wanted to laugh, but his professional ethics made him hold it in. He helped Mo Rao call out, "President Fu, we're home. If you don't get up soon, Miss Mo will be squeezed to death by you." Gu Hai's words were indeed useful. Just as he finished speaking, Fu Ying straightened his body and leaned against the back of the chair. Although his consciousness was still a little blurry, he was able to get out of the car with Gu Hai's help. "President Fu, be careful." Every time he saw Fu Ying staggering, Gu Hai would tense up. Mo Rao also followed Fu Ying and helped Gu Hai support him. When they reached the house, perhaps because he heard Mo Rao's voice, Mo Yuan pushed open the door.
Zhao Zhao?
Why are you with Fuing? Is he drunk? Mo Yuan widened his eyes and asked. There was a rap banquet today and Fuing went too, Mo Rao explained honestly. After Fuing looked up and saw Mo Yuan, he shouted at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan was startled by Fuing. He frowned and sized Fuing up as he said, What are you doing? Don't do anything crazy. Mo Yuan, you're the obstacle to my reconciliation with Rao Rao. Fuing said what was on his mind. Hearing this, Mo Yuan was unhappy and scolded. If I don't be a stumbling block, should I let you get back together with Rao Rao instead? This will only harm her. I won't hurt her again. I swear. When he said this, Fu Ying's gaze was quite serious. I really love her. All these years my feelings have never changed. As he spoke, Fu Ying's eyes turned slightly red. Fu Ying, you're drunk. Hurry up and go in. Mo Rao didn't want to hear these words anymore. Nor did she want to see Fu Ying cry. She was afraid that her heart would suddenly soften, and she would be willing to accept Fu Ying again. Rao Rao, what I said is true. Fu Ying seemed to have become enlightened and looked much more sober. Mo Yuan, I know I did many shameful things in the past, but I really regret it and feel very guilty. I'll try my best to make up for it. If you hate me, you can vent your anger on me. You can beat me up and scold me. But don't stop me from getting close to Rao Rao, okay? Fu Ying's request was serious and humble, which Mo Yuan didn't expect. In the past, when he saw Fu Ying, he always had a dark expression. Every time Mo Yuan saw him, he couldn't help but want to teach Fu Ying a lesson. But now Fu Ying was pleading with him so seriously. As Mo Yuan looked at the corners of his red eyes amidst the cold wind, he felt that Fu Ying was lovesick and pitiful. But soon he came back to his senses. This was the man who had hurt Mo Rao. How could he pity Fu Ying? He should hope that Fu Ying would be cut into pieces. I can't see your sincerity. Besides, my words don't count. You have to let Rao Rao accept you, Mo Yuan said coldly. Then he grabbed Mo Rao. Rao, let's go back. It's quite cold outside.
Montag RAO nodded.
Okay. Fu Ying stared at the backs of the two of them as they turned around and said, Mo Yuan, I will make you and Rao Rao acknowledge me. This sentence became a buzzing echo and dissipated in the wind. With the sound of the door closing, Mo Rao completely disappeared from Fu Ying's sight. President Fu, go back and rest quickly. Gu Hai's heart ached for Fu Ying when he saw him like this, so he quickly helped him back to the house. Fu Ying didn't cause any more trouble and followed Gu Hai into the house. That night, Mo Rao lay on the bed. The moment she closed her eyes, Fu Ying's words sounded in her mind. Was he serious? Of course he was serious. Mo Rao wasn't stupid. She could tell Fu Ying's feelings for her, but it was still difficult for her to let go of the past. Moreover, she was afraid that she would be hurt and tortured by love like before. In the end, her heart would be broken again. Mo Rao didn't want to experience the same pain again. Whether the other party was Fu Ying or someone else, Mo Rao would be worried. To be precise, she was escaping. After all, the feeling of heartache was real, and the feeling of life flowing away from his body was also real. Thinking of the past, Mo Rao couldn't help but tear up. The corner of the pillow was also stained with a layer of gray. The filming of Butterfly Fragrance ended and Spring Festival was getting closer. Before the Spring Festival, Mo Rao had to shoot the cover of Jai magazine. Under her management, the operations of the Chu family's companies were quite stable. However, Wang Xiao was still very dissatisfied with Mo Rao, and would cause trouble from time to time. Fortunately, Mo Rao convinced most people to trust her. Some people in the company were able to resist Wang Xiao, and that saved Mo Rao a lot of effort. On the day of filming, Mo Rao met Wang Xiao the moment she arrived at the company. President Mo, it's really rare for you to come. You should have informed me earlier. This way I could have found someone to go out and welcome you, Wang Xiao said as he looked at Mo Rao mockingly. President Wang, I'm not here to preside over the work today. I'm here to shoot the cover of Jai magazine.
Montag är och smilet.
If you have such an attitude when you see guests coming to the company, I have to wonder if you know how to behave. Wang Xiao was stunned and his expression was a little ugly. Tisk, it's just a cover shoot. Do you really think you're a VIP or something? President Wang, you've been in JAG Corporation for so many years. Don't you know the importance of the cover of a magazine? Many fans buy magazines for the cover. Besides, I didn't decide the cover of the next issue. It was decided by the company's executives. Mo Rao frowned and said coldly, President Wang, isn't it too immature to involve personal grudges in official matters? Wang Xiao had never expected Mo Rao to be so eloquent. Wang Xiao, who had provoked her first, immediately fell at a disadvantage. As the company employees beside Wang Xiao watched, they couldn't help but snicker. Wang Xiao had worked in the company for many years. In terms of age, he could be Mo Rao's elder, but Mo Rao said that he was immature. Wang Xiao immediately felt embarrassed. He sneered and said, You're quite arrogant at such a young age. Mo Rao, I'll wait for your results in 3 months. If you don't fulfill your promise, don't leave in tears. Since I've made a promise, are you willing to bet with me?
Montag är och smilet.
Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Bet on what? If I raise Jai's performance by 5 times in half a year, can you give up your shares and leave Jai? Mo Rao said bluntly. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Get Wang Xiao to scram from Jai? Wasn't Mo Rao's bet too risky? But soon Wang Xiao smiled. In his opinion, Mo Rao was just dreaming. Mo Rao, you're really arrogant. How dare you say such things? In Wang Xiao's opinion, this was an impossible task. Forget half a year. You should think about how to double Jai's performance in 3 months. Alright, let's wait and see. With that, Mo Rao stopped talking to Wang Xiao and left. Li, who had come with Mo Rao, didn't expect Mo Rao to make a bet with Wang Xiao and even raise the stakes so high. She quickly asked, Rao, isn't this bet too risky? Mo Rao only chuckled and said, Li, don't you believe me? Li shook her head. Of course I believe you. When I took over these companies, the news appeared on the trending searches, and it improved the company's performance by a lot. I can definitely double the revenue in 3 months. As for increasing it by 5 times, it's not too difficult, Mo Rao said. Wang Xiao doesn't know how to manage a fashion company at all. According to my understanding, Wang Xiao has never thought of increasing his performance all these years and is unwilling to leave his comfort zone. But I'm quite worried that he will play dirty tricks. If he realizes that you can do it, he will definitely think of a way to prevent you from completing your goal. Li was still a little worried. Mo Rao wasn't worried about this. She comforted her. Li, don't worry. I've already expected this, so I'm not afraid. Seeing that Mo Rao was confident, Li was relieved. That's good. When they arrived at the dressing room, the employees who were still chatting immediately shut up when they saw Mo Rao. Seeing this, Mo Rao quickly smiled and said, Are you guys that afraid of me? Don't treat me as your boss. Just treat me as an artiste who's here for a photo shoot. Upon hearing Mo Rao say this, the makeup artist Qing mustered her courage and said, President Mo, I really liked your previous variety show. It's that outdoor variety show. Thank you for your support. You don't have to call me President Mo. Just call me Mo Rao. Mo Rao tried her best to be more down to earth. Qing relaxed and said, Then, Mo Rao, come and sit here. I'll help you put on makeup today. This time, Mo Rao's style for the photo shoot was cool and edgy. Mo Rao rarely appeared in such a style. Qing applied sexy makeup for Mo Rao, which made her facial features look more defined. Wow, he's so handsome. Mo Rao has the temperament of a tyrant now. Once this magazine is released, Rao will definitely gain a large number of fans. The people in the dressing room surrounded Mo Rao and praised her. As Mo Rao looked at herself in the mirror, she was very satisfied as well. Unexpectedly, this style was quite suitable for her. This was also one of the reasons why Mo Rao wanted to be an actress. In different movies and dramas, She could try different roles and realize various possibilities. Mo Rao had taken photo shoots a few times before, so she was very relaxed in front of the camera. She could also quickly pose and show various expressions according to the photographer's request. In addition, Mo Rao was very photogenic. The more Jai's photographer took photos, the more addicted he became. He couldn't help but take a bunch of Mo Rao's photos. Just as Mo Rao was halfway through filming, her phone rang. It was Gusi. Mo Rao, where are you now? Gusi's voice came from the phone. As Mo Rao touched up her makeup, she said, I'm taking photos at Jai. By the way, aren't you going to release a new product on Jai magazine? Coincidentally, I wanted to talk to you about this too.
Gucci smiled.
I'll come over now. I plan to let you be my model.
Montag was stund.
You want me to wear your new product for the shoot? Yes. Gusi had already strode out of the office and decided to drive to Jai. Wait for me. I'll be right there. As expected, Gusi was very quick. Not long after he hung up, Gusi appeared in the filming room with a gift box in his hand. Gusi took out the earrings and necklace from the jewelry box as he said, This is the new product I plan to release in your magazine this time. The style matches Mo Rao's outfit very well. Mo Rao, you can wear this set of jewelry for the cover. Gusi had already thought of everything. Compared to the Atlantean Tears set, the earrings and necklace this time were more ordinary and had a modern sense of beauty. Mo Rao liked Gusi's design very much, and this time was no exception. She put on the earrings and was about to put on the necklace when Gusi said gently, Let me help you. Before Mo Rao could answer, Gusi had already picked up the necklace and walked behind Mo Rao. Then, he put the necklace around Mo Rao's neck and gently fixed her hair, as if no one was around. The two of them looked like a couple. The staff at the side looked at the two of them gossipily, trying to see some sparks. Mo Rao's hair tickled her neck and made her heart flutter. Thank you. Mo Rao didn't want everyone to misunderstand her relationship with Gusi. After putting on the necklace, she hurriedly distanced herself from Gusi. Gusi saw Mo Rao's action and was a little unhappy, but he still maintained a smile on his face. All right, go and film. Mo Rao returned to the filming venue and continued to take photos under the guidance of the photographer. However, with Gusi watching from the side, Mo Rao felt a little uneasy. His eyes were the same as Fu Ying's. They unsettled her, and they always liked to stare at her. Under Gusi's gaze, Mo Rao finally finished filming. About the new product you designed. As soon as Mo Rao finished filming, she couldn't wait to talk to Gusi about his job. What I'm thinking is, why don't we talk about it over lunch? Gusi asked. Mo Rao looked at her watch. It was indeed lunchtime. Okay. Coincidentally, Mo Rao was hungry too, so she agreed. Gusi left Jai with Mo Rao. The two of them were the center of attention in the company. No matter where they passed, they attracted many curious gazes. Mo Rao already guessed that there would be rumors about her in the company. Did I trouble you by looking for you? Gusi saw through Mo Rao's thoughts and asked. Mo Rao quickly shook her head. No, everyone likes to speculate anyway. If you have to consider what they will think all the time, you'll be exhausted. Seeing that Mo Rao didn't care, Gusi smiled. He wanted more people to see him with Mo Rao and hoped that everyone would think that he was more compatible with Mo Rao. His jealousy and possessiveness were secretly acting up. Not only did he want rumors of them being together to arise, but he also wanted the two of them to date for real. The two of them went to the restaurant near Jai. The hungry Mo Rao ordered many dishes she wanted to eat while Gusi smiled at her. Oh right, I almost forgot. Are you willing to be interviewed? Mo Rao suddenly remembered something important and asked. I looked at your past information and realized that you rarely have interviews. I want to arrange an interview for you when we release the new product this time. Gusi agreed without hesitation. Okay, as long as it's your request, I can do it. These ambiguous words made Mo Rao feel a little embarrassed. She quickly said, I just think that if you can be interviewed when the new product is released, It will definitely make more people want to buy this magazine. Of course. No matter what you ask, I'll answer. Mo Rao needed help, and Gusi agreed without hesitation. That's good.
Montag ao was relieft.
Previously, she was worried that Gusi didn't like being interviewed. The two of them ate as they chatted. Mo Rao was very curious about Gusi's identity and couldn't help but ask, I'm very curious. How did you embark on the path of design? I remember that your family has a business, right? Didn't they nurture you as their successor? Hearing Mo Rao's question, Gusi's hand that was holding his chopsticks froze. I got into design because of my sister, Gusi replied. She likes jewelry and was interested in jewelry design in the past. You have a sister? Mo Rao had never heard Gusi mention her, so she was a little surprised. Gusi's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Yes, I had a sister. My sister passed away a few years ago, when she jumped off a building to commit suicide. Mo Rao was stunned and quickly said, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's been a long time.
Gucci shrugged.
My sister was a very good person. It's just that she met a bad person. Hearing this, Mo Rao understood the reason for his sister's suicide. She couldn't help but think of her past self. Did Gusi approach her and treat her so well because he thought of his sister? She had met a bad person. Mo Rao had also met a bad person, although the person who had once mistreated her was now obedient to her and looked at her with affection. However, life was like this sometimes. If one met a specific person at a specific time and did a specific thing at a specific time, if they didn't obtain reciprocation at that time, this so-called love would no longer exist. Let's not talk about this anymore. Gusi changed the topic. If you need my help in the company, I'll be at your service at any time. It's not easy to manage the company. If it weren't for the family business, I would want to be a jewelry designer without any other worries. Mo Rao saw Gusi's helplessness and comforted him. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. I hope so.
Gucci smiled.
But this smile was more like one of despair. Mo Rao rarely saw such an expression on Gusi's face. In her opinion, Gusi always looked so calm and nonchalant. At this moment, a figure not far away attracted Mo Rao's attention. Soon the figure saw Mo Rao. Gusi noticed Mo Rao's distraction and followed her gaze to look. It was Fu Ying. Shunjia, Shunku, and old Madame Fu were beside him. Shunjia also saw Mo Rao. She deliberately held old Madame Fu's hand as she said something to her. Clearly not wanting Mo Rao to misunderstand, Fu Ying distanced himself from Shunjia. The Fu family and the Shun family are indeed on good terms. Gusi couldn't help but say, I heard that the two families are going to establish a marriage alliance. Mo Rao came back to her senses and said nonchalantly, Yes, I heard that too, but this has nothing to do with me. Although she said that, Mo Rao still had a strange feeling when she saw Shunjia and old Madame Fu being so intimate. Fu Ying's gaze landed on Mo Rao for a long time. Old Madame Fu also noticed something amiss. She followed Fu Ying's gaze and saw Mo Rao and Gusi sitting opposite her. When old Madame Fu saw Mo Rao, she beamed and stood up to walk over. Rao, are you out for dinner with a friend? Old Madame Fu smiled at Mo Rao as she sized up Gusi. This is President Gusi, right? I heard that you're a jewelry designer. Yes, I'm also Rao's friend. Gusi stood up and shook hands with old Madame Fu. Old Madame Fu nodded in satisfaction. A young upstart. Not bad. She looked at Gusi like he was her grandson-in-law, making Fu Ying, who had followed her, look unhappy. Grandma, am I not a young upstart? Fu Ying's voice was filled with jealousy. Old Madame Fu glanced at Fu Ying and said coldly, You are, but in front of Rao, you are a scumbag. Fu Ying didn't expect old Madame Fu to be so disrespectful to him in front of other people, especially in front of his love rival. And from the looks of it, old Madame Fu seemed to be quite satisfied with Gusi. Fu Ying was even more unhappy. Whose grandmother was old Madame Fu? How could she send Mo Rao into the hands of an outsider? Grandma, Mr. Gu is very famous. Have you heard of Atlantean tears? It's that set of jewelry that can't even be bought with money. He designed it for Rao Rao. When he gave it to Mo Rao, it appeared on the news. Shenjia also came to join in the fun and insisted on matchmaking Mo Rao and Gu Xi. Hearing this, old Madame Fu was a little surprised. There's such a thing. It seems like Mr. Gu likes Rao Rao very much. Gu Xi didn't deny it. With a smile he said, "Yes, I'm indeed pursuing Mo Rao." After receiving such a definite answer, old Madame Fu was a little reluctant. However, she didn't show it and only said, "Then you have to work hard. Ordinary people are not worthy of Rao Rao." Although Mo Rao and Fuing no longer had anything to do with each other, to old Madame Fu, Mo Rao would always be her granddaughter. "All right, I won't disturb your date anymore." After the small talk, old Madame Fu said goodbye to Mo Rao and returned to her seat. Fuing gazed at Mo Rao deeply and couldn't help but explain. "Shunku wanted to treat my grandmother to a meal today, so the two families are catching up. I'm just accompanying Grandma." Mo Rao's expression was calm as she said, "It's okay. You don't have to explain it to me in detail." When Shenjia saw Mo Rao's cold expression, she said to Fuing with a smile, "Fuing, let's go eat first."
Fuing ignored Shenjia.
Although he was unwilling, he still turned around and left. Mo Rao didn't look up at Fuing again, although she could always feel Fu Ying's gaze looking in her direction from time to time. "Mo Rao, if you're not feeling well, I can change seats with you," Gu Xi suggested thoughtfully. Mo Rao shook her head. "It's okay. It's just a meal." She returned to her previous state and smiled from time to time when she was talking to Gu Xi. However, Mo Rao's charming smile upset Fu Ying. Mo Rao wasn't smiling because of him, but because of another man. After Mo Rao and Gu Xi finished eating, they stood up and left together. They prepared to return to Jai to continue discussing the magazine. Just as they were about to leave, Fuing stood up to follow them. At this moment, old Madame Fu said, "Fuing, where are you going?" "I'm going to the washroom," Fuing said aloofly. Old Madame Fu could tell what Fuing meant and stopped him.
Fu Ying, don't disturb Zhao Zhao.
Fuing stopped in his tracks and looked at old Madame Fu with a complicated expression. "Rao Rao already has a new life. You should start a new life too." Old Madame Fu felt a little helpless when she saw Fu Ying's stubborn look. Of course, she hoped that Mo Rao could return to the Fu family, but she didn't want Mo Rao to suffer anymore. Fuing clenched his fists, but eventually gave up on chasing Mo Rao. He returned to his seat and sat down. Seeing that Fuing was obedient to old Madame Fu, Shunku was overjoyed and said, "Old Madame Fu, I asked you out for a meal this time because I wanted to talk to you about Fuing and Shenjia." Fuing frowned and said coldly, "What does Shenjia have to do with me?" Old Madame Fu also understood what Shenke meant and said, "Shenke, I know you like Fuing very much and want to matchmake Fuing and Jejia, but I don't want to force things. Moreover, as you can see, Fuing is still in love with Mo Rao. This is unfair to Jejia." Old Madame Fu was tactful, but it was a rejection. Shinku was a little embarrassed, but Shenjia didn't care. She smiled and said, "Grandma, of course I know that Fuing is still thinking about Mo Rao, but I'm willing to wait for him. Shenjia, don't be delusional. Other than Rao Rao, I won't love anyone else in this life." Fuing didn't know why Shenjia was so persistent. He had said that he wasn't interested in her, but she was still so persistent. The Shen family and the Fu family have a good relationship, so I don't want to waste each other's time and end up parting on bad terms, Fuing said bluntly. Life is so long, so what's absolute? Shenjia didn't waver in the face of these rejections. Old Madame Fu was worried that Fuing and Shenjia would quarrel, so she quickly said, "You guys can try to interact some more, but I don't want to arrange marriage. It's a modern era, so I support free love. In addition, Fuing is divorced. Shenke, you should consider it carefully." Since old Madame Fu had said so, Shenku and Shenjia were too embarrassed to say anything else and could only temporarily agree. After the four of them ate, Fuing sent old Madame Fu back. On the way, old Madame Fu said, "Jejia is not bad. She's also infatuated with you. So you want me to consider her?" Fooing interrupted old Madame Fu and asked. Old Madame Fu didn't say it explicitly but advised, Fooing, so many years have passed since your divorce from Rao Rao. If Rao Rao really wanted to get back together with you, she would definitely have done so long ago. Look, she has a new partner now. You should give her freedom and yourself freedom. Fooing was silent. He didn't like to hear these words. Fooing you. Grandma, I have my own thoughts on these things, Fooing said. Seeing how persistent Fooing was, old Madame Fu knew that he was stubborn and couldn't be persuaded, so she didn't say anything else. All right, do as you wish. I don't mind if you don't get married again for the rest of your life, but don't stop Rao Rao from pursuing a new relationship. After saying this, old Madame Fu didn't say anything else. Not stop Rao Rao from pursuing a new relationship? Was he going to watch Mo Rao and Gu Xi get together? Fooing was unwilling to. When he thought of Mo Rao smiling at Gu Xi, he wished he could take her away immediately. That smile belonged to him in the past. After Mo Rao and Gu Xi finished discussing work, her long break began. However, right at the beginning of the holiday, Mo Rao and Fooing both appeared on the trending topics, and it was because of their new relationship. After Mo Rao clicked the trending topic, she realized that someone had taken a photo of her eating with Gu Xi. At the same time, the Fu family and the Shen family had also been photographed dining together. The former couple dining in the same restaurant with their new partners was already sensational enough. Not to mention that the former couple were Fooing and Mo Rao. The netizens were in an uproar. Isn't this too ridiculous? Mo Rao and Gu Xi seem to be chatting quite happily. They should be together. Fooing going to marry Xinjia? Even old Madame Fu came as well. From everyone's attitude, they seemed to be looking forward to seeing these two couples get together. Fooing saw this news early in the morning. As he walked in the company, no one dared to look at him, who had a gloomy expression. Make this news disappear immediately. In the office, Fooing shouted at Gu Hai angrily. And find this paparazzo. Fooing wanted to see who was so bold as to provoke him. Gu Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately agreed and rushed out to deal with this matter. Before Mo Rao could do any public relations countermeasures, she could no longer see this trending topic. She knew that Fooing must have made a move. The person who cared the most about these trending topics was probably Fooing. It was about her and Gu Xi and him and Xinjia. Fooing definitely didn't want this matter to spread and be misunderstood. This was good too. Mo Rao didn't want to deal with this. She only wanted to rest in peace. Soon it was almost the Spring Festival. Mo Yuan specifically arranged his work early, then prepared to bring Mo Rao, old Madame Chu, and the others to the island. Mo Rao bought many gifts. Then she went to old Madame Chu's house with Mo Yuan. Coincidentally, old Madame Fu was also here. The two old women were overjoyed to see Mo Rao. Rao Rao is here. They let Mo Rao sit in the middle and each held one of her hands. Grandma Fu, you're also here. If I had known, I would have bought more gifts. Mo Rao looked at the pile of gifts, but didn't know how to divide them. Old Madame Fu didn't care about this. She smiled and said, It's okay. I'm already very happy just from seeing you. It's almost the Spring Festival, so you can accompany your grandmother. Yes, I came this time to talk about the Spring Festival. Mo Rao looked at old Madame Chu. Grandma Mo Yuan and I want to bring you to the island in the south for the Spring Festival. It's warm and fun over there. Call Uncle and Chu you when the time comes. When old Madame Chu heard this, she was instantly interested. All right, I wanted to go there for the New Year previously, but the juniors at home were busy and no one was willing to bring me there. With that, old Madame Chu looked at old Madame Fu. Do you want to go with me? Old Madame Fu was stunned. She didn't expect to be on the invitation list. I want to go, but I have to tell Fu Lin and the others. Old Madame Fu wanted to go to the island with Mo Rao, but she was afraid that Fooing would come and harass Mo Rao if he found out. Sure. When the time comes, we'll bring you two there. This way, Grandma can have some company. Mo Rao had always treated old Madame Fu as her biological grandmother, so she wanted to spend the Spring Festival with her. Seeing that Mo Rao agreed without hesitation, Old Madame Fu didn't think too much about it and said, "All right, I'll hide it from Fuing and won't let him disturb us." It was settled. As soon as Chuyu returned home, Mo Rao invited her. Chuyu loved to have fun, so when she heard that she was going to the island for the spring festival, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. 2 days before New Year's Eve, Mo Rao was packing her luggage at home when there was a knock on the door. Mo Rao walked to the door and opened it. It was Fuing. "Why are you here?" Mo Rao hadn't seen Fuing for a while. At the end of the year, Fuing should be very busy with work. Fuing went straight to the point. "How are you celebrating the new year this year?" "I'm going to celebrate with my family." Mo Rao didn't tell Fuing about the island trip, since she was afraid that he would go with her. "Come to the Fu family's home for a meal." Fuing invited. "We used to spend the new year together every year." Mo Rao was stunned, and her thoughts drifted back to a few years ago. At that time, Fuing would stay at home for a few days during the new year. Therefore, she liked the new year the most. Those few days, she could see Fuing the moment she opened her eyes. She could find him at home at any time and sleep in his arms at night. But later on, she no longer liked the new year. After leaving the Fu family's home, Mo Rao celebrated her first new year by herself. At that time, she had yet to meet Mo Yuan and had no relatives. When she went to Chinatown overseas, she saw couples and harmonious families. Only she walked alone on the brightly lit street and found a Chinese restaurant to eat a plate of dumplings. As she ate, salty tears fell into the bowl. "Huh?" Fuing asked when he saw Mo Rao in a daze. Mo Rao came back to her senses and said, "We'll see." "Mo Rao, I want to spend the new year with you. I've been thinking about you all these years." Fuing gazed at her as he said sincerely, "If you want, I can accompany you to set off fireworks." Setting off fireworks together during the spring festival was Mo Rao's wish. Previously, she was a hopeless romantic and felt that setting off fireworks was an extremely romantic thing. She also wanted to set off fireworks with the person she loved, Fuing. However, Fuing didn't care about her little wish at all at that time. He only had sexual desire for her. Therefore, during the years they were together, Mo Rao had never seen fireworks with Fuing. Now that Fuing mentioned it again, Mo Rao's heart fluttered. However, to Mo Rao, this late realization only brought her sadness. Why did she wait until now to fulfill a wish that could have been fulfilled previously? "We'll see." Mo Rao was expressionless as she said, "I'm going to sleep now." Fuing looked at Mo Rao reluctantly as he said, "I'll wait for you." Mo Rao didn't say anything else as she closed the door. No one told Fuing that Mo Rao was going to the island for the spring festival. Since she wouldn't be home for the holidays, old Madame Fu used the excuse that she was going on a trip with a few good friends. On New Year's Eve, Mo Rao arrived at the island as planned. Compared to a city that had snowed, the island was much warmer. Mo Rao could finally take off her heavy sweater and cotton jacket and change into a summer dress. The sea breeze blew at Mo Rao's skirt and hair. As she walked on the beach, she enjoyed the sunlight, the rare warmth of winter. Old Madame Fu and Old Madame Chu were also lying on beach chairs while basking in the sun and chatting with smiles on their faces. "The beach is the best. I can even see abs." Chuyu followed beside Mo Rao, her gaze moving to the men with their upper bodies naked. Mo Rao wasn't interested in these sexy men. After entering the entertainment industry, she was already numb to handsome men. Moreover, her previous husband was someone as handsome as Fuing. Sometimes, Mo Rao felt that her starting point was too high, so much so that her aesthetic standards increased. Now that she was at the beach, she only wanted to enjoy the beauty bestowed by nature. "It's quite warm here. If Grandma is willing, you can buy a villa here," Mo Rao said. "Yes, I'll come over for a vacation in winter." Chiyu also wanted to spend the winter here. Otherwise, it would be too cold. At this moment, 2 men walked in front of the 2 of them. Although they were wearing sunglasses, Mo Rao could already feel their eyes sizing them up behind the sunglasses. "Beauties, are you guys here by yourselves?" the man asked in an old-fashioned way. Chuyu was used to such a scene. She didn't mind and said, We're family. No wonder you're all so beautiful. Another man chuckled. But you seem a little familiar. Are you M.O. Rao? M.O. Rao was wearing sunglasses and a straw hat, but she was actually recognized. But she didn't mind. She smiled as she said, "Yes, it's me. Wow. I didn't expect to meet a celebrity. We're your fans. Can you give us an autograph and take a photo with us?" The man was elated when he heard that. M.O. Rao agreed readily. She took the pen the man had found from his bag and signed their phone covers. Then she stood between them and took a photo with them. "Since you're here on vacation, we won't disturb you and your family anymore." The men had wanted to hit on them at first, but now that they knew M.O. Rao was a celebrity, they were instantly intimidated. M.O. Rao smiled and nodded before continuing to stroll on the beach with Chuyu. "Tisk, you're so down to earth." Chuyu couldn't help but tease. M.O. Rao replied, "There's no difference between celebrities and ordinary people. We're all humans. Acting is just my job. If only all celebrities had the same realization as you." Chuyu couldn't help but say, "Montak ao." Suddenly a voice sounded. M.O. Rao was stunned and looked up to see Gu Ci striding towards her. "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I didn't expect you to be here too." Gu Ci was overjoyed to see M.O. Rao. M.O. Rao was also very surprised to see Gu Ci. "Did you come here to celebrate the Spring Festival too?" M.O. Rao asked curiously. Gu Ci nodded. "Yes, it's too cold back at home. So we came here to relax and celebrate the Spring Festival. I just didn't expect to see you here. Happy New Year's Eve." Gu Ci smiled. "Are you alone? If you're alone, you can come with us." M.O. Rao knew that Gu Ci had no relatives here. Gu Ci had helped her a lot overseas, and she didn't want Gu Ci to be too lonely. Seeing that M.O. Rao had taken the initiative to invite him, Gu Ci didn't stand on ceremony. He said with a smile, "Yes, I'm alone. If it won't disturb you guys, thank you." Seeing this, Chuyu couldn't help but tease. "Rao Rao, is this your rumored boyfriend Gu Ci? He's not bad looking. He's much better looking than in the photos taken by that paparazzi. We're just good friends." M.O. Rao hurriedly explained to Chuyu. Chuyu looked at them with a gossipy expression. Gu Ci didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This was the first spring festival he and M.O. Rao would spend together. He had to admit that the information he received was very accurate. At this moment, Fuing was at home, waiting for M.O. Rao's news. If M.O. Rao didn't contact him today, he would go to M.O. Rao's house to look for her and the Chu family. He didn't believe that he couldn't find M.O. Rao. No matter what, he wanted to set off fireworks for M.O. Rao to satisfy her wish in the past. He wanted to do what he hadn't done previously one by one. He wanted M.O. Rao to see his sincerity. Just as Fuing was fantasizing about everything that would happen tonight, Gu Hai called. "Hello? It's almost the new year. Why are you calling?" Thinking that Gu Hai was looking for him for work, Fuing frowned slightly. "President Fu, Miss M.O. is not at home at all. She went on a vacation," Gu Hai said hurriedly. Fuing was stunned and asked with a frown, "What did you say?" "You'll know when you go online. Someone met Miss M.O. on the South Island and took a photo with her," Gu Hai explained. Fuing immediately hung up and opened Weibo. As expected, the topic of Chance encounter with M.O. Rao on the South Island was on the trending searches. He clicked on it and saw that it was a photo of M.O. Rao and two male fans. Not only that, but the male fans who posted the photo were also praising M.O. Rao for being very down-to-earth and nice. When the netizens saw this, they praised M.O. Rao profusely. "Wow! Is it too late to go to the South Island now? M.O. Rao is awesome." Compared to some celebrities who ignore fans asking for photos, M.O. Rao is simply an angel. She's a good celebrity, but I don't think fans should be disturbing her. She went to the South Island to celebrate the Spring Festival with her family. Fuing didn't have time to read on. He immediately called Gu Hai. "Gu Hai, book the fastest flight to the South Island for me. Also, find out which hotel M.O. Rao is staying in." He wanted to go to the South Island to see Mo Rao and celebrate the new year with Mo Rao. At this moment, he suddenly thought of old Madame Fu. If he remembered correctly, old Madame Fu had also gone to the South Island. Could it be that old Madame Fu lied and said that she was going on a vacation with her friends to hide it from him?
Fuing frowned.
He wanted to call old Madame Fu to confirm, but he didn't want to alert her, so he decided to sneak over. He hurried out the door and drove to the airport. There were many flights to the South Island. If he caught the earliest flight, he should be able to reach the South Island by night. Mo Rao was having fun on the South Island. Gu Xi had been following her, surfing and playing with her. Chuyu felt like a third wheel beside them. Old Madame Fu and old Madame Chu saw Mo Rao and Gu Xi from afar, so they couldn't help but chat about them. Gu Xi is not bad. Old Madame Chu admired Gu Xi very much. His family is in the international business and he's a jewelry designer. He's quite compatible with Rao Rao. Last time I saw the two of them dining together. Gu Xi said that he was pursuing Rao Rao, old Madame Fu said. It seems that Fuing has encountered a powerful enemy.
Ol Madame que siged.
I liked Fuing quite a lot previously, but it's a pity that he didn't cherish Rao Rao. I've already told Fuing not to disturb Rao Rao anymore. I think Rao Rao and Gu Xi are doing well now. If they get together, I'll give my blessings too, old Madame Fu said as she looked at Mo Rao, who was playing with Gu Xi. Yes, that's good. It's just that I'm still worried about little Yu. Little Yu isn't young anymore, but I haven't seen her with a boyfriend. Old Madame Chu was slightly worried. She goes out to play often, so why didn't she find a suitable boyfriend? Old Madame Fu glanced at Chuyu, who was beside Mo Rao, and said, My cousin has a grandson who's quite outstanding. He's still overseas now. He'll probably come back after the new year. Shall I let little Yu meet him? Your cousin? The one from Fu Ling's family. Old Madame Chu had heard of old Madame Fu's cousin's family. Their family was in politics and was very prominent. Old Madame Fu nodded. Her grandson's name is Yang Shu. He's a university professor and has gone to take an examination recently. I think he's quite a good match with little Yu. Old Madame Chu nodded in satisfaction. A scholarly family could help tame Chuyu. At night, old Madame Chu, old Madame Fu, and a few juniors ate New Year's Eve dinner together. Of course, Gu Xi was also brought along. The more old Madame Chu looked at Gu Xi, the more she liked him. She kept picking up food for Gu Xi at the dining table and even asked Gu Xi many questions about his family, as if she treated Gu Xi as her future grandson-in-law. Seeing old Madame Chu's enthusiastic expression, Mo Rao was worried that she would misunderstand. She leaned towards old Madame Chu and whispered, Grandma, don't put too much pressure on Gu Xi. We're just friends. I heard from Madame Fu that Gu Xi is wooing you.
Ol Madame que snickered.
He's not bad. Rao Rao, you should consider him. Mo Rao immediately felt frustrated. If she really liked Gu Xi, she would have been with him long ago, but she wasn't in love with him. Think about it. If you're with him, Fuing definitely won't pester you anymore. If the two of you really don't have a future, it's time to end it and let things go. Old Madame Chu covered Mo Rao's hand and glanced at Gu Xi, who was drinking with Mo Yuan. Mo Rao pondered for a moment and said, I understand. After the New Year's Eve dinner, old Madame Fu and old Madame Chu returned to their rooms to watch television. Mo Yuan and Chuyu went to a bar not far away. Mo Rao didn't want to go to a noisy bar, so she called Gu Xi and walked with her near the beach outside the hotel. You're not drunk, are you? Mo Rao sized up Gu Xi, whose face was red. She was worried that Mo Yuan got him drunk. I can hold my liquor very well.
Gucci smiled.
Don't worry. Waves of sea breeze blew past, but it was still a little cold. Are you cold? Gu Xi asked. Put on my coat first. Don't get sick. Before Mo Rao could refuse, Gu Xi had already taken off his coat and gently draped it over her. Warmth covered every inch of Mo Rao's skin and reached her heart. After thinking about it carefully, Gu Xi was indeed a considerate gentleman. Although he was usually aloof like Fuing in front of her, Gu Xi was still much better than Fuing. Moreover, Goosey Eye stayed in the country for her. His sacrifice allowed Mo Rao to see his sincerity. Goosey Eye, did my grandmother's words make things difficult for you? Mo Rao thought of old Madame Chu's attitude at the dining table and probed. Goosey Eye shook his head. Of course not. I'm very happy that Grandma likes me. Rao, what I said before still stands. I want to woo you. Are you willing to give me a chance? Mo Rao fell silent. She walked forward slowly. The sea breeze blew her long hair, allowing Goosey Eye to see her side profile. Perhaps. I can, Mo Rao replied softly after a while. I'm not sure if I can fall in love with you, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Goosey's eyes flashed with surprise. Really? Yes. Mo Rao smiled and nodded. At this moment, fireworks suddenly exploded behind Mo Rao. The fireworks lit up Mo Rao's eyes. Joy flashed across her eyes as she looked at the fireworks in the air like a child. Goosey Eye also stopped and looked at Mo Rao, who was staring at the fireworks. You like to watch fireworks? Goosey Eye asked.
Montag Rao nodded.
Yes, I think it's beautiful. Although fireworks are fleeting, it's still beautiful, isn't it? Nothing in the world lasts forever, Goosey Eye said pessimistically. Mo Rao was slightly stunned and turned to look at Goosey Eye. Goosey Eye quickly put away his sad expression and smiled at Mo Rao. The fireworks lasted for a long time this time, and they were all gorgeous. Mo Rao even suspected that this was a fireworks convention prepared by the tourist attraction area for the new year. Wanting to use this romantic and beautiful atmosphere to warm up their relationship, Goosey Eye took a step closer to Mo Rao. But at this moment, a familiar angry voice sounded. Mo Rao, Gucci? Mo Rao was stunned when she saw Fuing walking towards them under the sky lit up by fireworks. He was limping when he walked, but his intimidating aura didn't decrease at all. He looked extremely angry. Why was Fuing here? When Goosey Eye saw Fu Ying's expression, he immediately protected Mo Rao behind him. Fuing stood in front of the two of them, his eyes filled with disbelief and pain. So, you didn't spend the spring festival with me because you wanted to spend it with Goosey Eye? Fu Ying's voice quivered. He was unwilling to believe the truth in front of him. He had been thinking about celebrating the new year with Mo Rao, and had even planned everything. However, Mo Rao had come to the South Island without a word to him. After he found out, he rushed all the way here without stopping, but in the end, he saw Mo Rao and Goosey Eye accompanying each other. At first, Fuing didn't believe it even when he saw it from afar on the beach, but in the end, the harsh reality made him come back to his senses. The moment Mo Rao turned around, Fu Ying's heart sank. He had never mistaken Mo Rao's back figure. She was really with Goosey Eye. They strolled along the beach like a loving couple. Facing the angry Fuing, Mo Rao said, Goosey Eye and I just happened to meet here, so we celebrated the festival together. Why didn't you tell me you came to the South Island?
Fuing questioned. Montag Rao frowned.
Fuing, we have nothing to do with each other now. Do I have to tell you my schedule in detail? Fuing was speechless. Yes, Mo Rao was no longer husband and wife with him. She wasn't obligated to tell him everything she wanted to do. Fuing, stop flattering yourself, Goosey Eye said coldly. Rao is still talking to you now because she doesn't want to embarrass you. You're a respected person. Can you not keep harassing Rao? Goosey Eye, it's not your place to lecture me. Fuing was already angry, so when he heard Goosey Eye scold him, he was even angrier. He took a step forward and grabbed Goosey's collar.
Fuing,
don't be like this. Mo Rao was worried that Fuing would hit Goosey Eye and hurriedly pulled his sleeve. When Fuing saw Mo Rao's nervous and angry gaze, he felt heartbroken. Why did Mo Rao always protect other men? Was he that detestable in Mo Rao's eyes? Fuing was dissatisfied, but under Mo Rao's gaze, he silently put down his hand. Rao, did you see the fireworks? I set them off for you. Fu Ying's tone was filled with bitterness. I flew over immediately after I read on the internet that you were on the South Island and even set off fireworks for you. Am I really that despicable in your heart? Am I that much of a joke? Fu Ying's voice was hoarse and blended with the whistle of the sea breeze.
Montag was shocked.
She had never thought that this fireworks convention was Fu Ying's doing. Fu Ying, I didn't mean that. I really want to spend the new year with you.
Fu Ying interrupted Morao.
I only want to spend the new year with you. While everyone was celebrating the holidays with family, Fu Ying, who was alone, looked very pitiful and lonesome when facing Mo Rao and Gu Ci. Mo Rao didn't speak. There was a time when she wanted to celebrate the new year with Fu Ying and spend every holiday with him. Like Fu Ying did now. Fu Ying, you had a chance to be with Mo Rao in the past, but you pushed her away yourself, Gu Ci said. You have no right to ask Mo Rao for anything.
Fu Ying smiled bitterly.
Yes, what right did he have to ask Mo Rao to do anything? Rao, I've already fulfilled our wishes. Fu Ying looked at Mo Rao as he said seriously, Happy New Year. With that, Fu Ying turned around, and his back figure appeared very lonely. For a moment, Mo Rao wanted to chase after him and stop him. She wanted to tell him that it was actually fine if he wanted to stay for the new year. Anyway, old Madame Fu was here. However, Mo Rao finally resisted this inexplicable urge. Sometimes she had to be ruthless to stop Fu Ying from getting his hopes up about her. Fu Ying finally disappeared at the end of the beach. At the same time, the beautiful fireworks stopped blooming. Are you okay? Gu Ci looked at Mo Rao with concern.
Montag nodded.
Yes, I'm fine. Do you want to go back to the hotel together? Gu Ci guessed that Mo Rao wasn't in the mood to continue playing. Mo Rao agreed and walked towards the hotel with Gu Ci. After Fu Ying left the beach, he strolled around alone. The pedestrians on the road smiled and chatted with the people around them. Fu Ying was a lone wolf, and a slightly disabled one, so many people looked at him, making him feel even more saddened. In the end, Fu Ying walked into a bar. He urgently needed a glass of strong wine to vent his emotions. Fu Ying ordered a glass of whiskey at the bar. As soon as the wine was served, Fu Ying drank it in one gulp. The strong wine was like a knife that cut across Fu Ying's throat and pressed against his broken heart. Her throat and heart ached, but it was gratifying. Fu Ying swallowed it. Then he took another sip. The music was deafening. Young men and women were dancing, but Fu Ying, who was wearing a suit, was drinking alone. He was especially eye-catching and out of place here. A sexy woman saw Fu Ying, who was drinking alone, at a glance. She walked in front of Fu Ying in her high heels and sat down beside him. She said with a smile, Hey handsome, are you alone? Get lost, Fu Ying said coldly without even looking at her. The woman was shocked by Fu Ying, but she quickly regained her composure. She asked the waiter for a glass of wine and continued with a smile, Handsome, don't be so mean. Everyone here is the same. There's no one to accompany us during the new year. Why don't the two of us be partners? Fu Ying glanced at the woman. Fu Ying didn't know if she, with sexy eyeliner and fiery red lipstick on, was a hunter or prey. I'm not interested in you. Fu Ying's expression was still cold as he said bluntly, Don't disturb me. I'll sit here and drink. I won't disturb you. The woman turned to look at the bartender as she supported her head with her hand. She looked very nonchalant. The woman didn't talk to him anymore and simply sat at the side. Fu Ying didn't mind and continued to drink his whiskey. My name is Yu Jing. What about you? After a while, the woman suddenly spoke. However, Fu Ying ignored her. What an aloof man. Yu Jing chuckled. But I like men like you. Yu Jing found a piece of paper and took out her lipstick from her bag. Then she wrote down her phone number and kissed it, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. I'll be in the South Island for the next few days. If you want to look for me, call me anytime. Yu Jing pushed the paper with the word temptation in front of Fu Ying. After drinking the wine, she stood up and left. Fu Ying glanced at the piece of paper with a string of numbers written on it. His gaze landed on the lipstick mark at the end. Then he frowned and reached out to ball it up before throwing it into the trash can. He hated these women. Whiskey was hard liquor to begin with and Fu Ying drank a lot at once. After a while he was a little drunk. Sir, are you all right? The waiter hurriedly asked when he saw Fu Ying stand up, but collapse on the chair.
I'm fine.
Fu Ying waved his hand, but his words were muffled. The waiter was worried that something would happen to Fu Ying at the bar, and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "Do you need me to contact your friend? Or tell me where you live and I'll send you back." "Friend," Fu Ying murmured, but he only smiled bitterly. Did he have friends here?
Montag auch. Zao zao.
Mo Rao's face appeared in Fu Ying's mind and he recalled her smile. She would definitely be angry to see him drink like this, right? No, she probably didn't care about him at all.
Fu Ying.
Just as the waiter was at a loss, Chu Yu suddenly saw that the drunk man looked familiar. She took a closer look and realized that it was Fu Ying. "Miss, you know him?" When the waiter saw Chu Yu, it was as if he had seen his savior. "This gentleman is drunk. Can you please contact his friend to send him back?" He seemed to be saying "Rao Rao" just now. Chu Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Fu Ying, you're still thinking about my sister when you're drunk?" Chu Yu sat beside Fu Ying and sized him up. "If you were so infatuated back then, my sister wouldn't have left you." Chu Yu seemed to be talking to herself. Fu Ying no longer responded. He only leaned on the table as he muttered Mo Rao's name. Looking at Fu Ying's sorry appearance, Chu Yu felt a little helpless. She wasn't familiar with Fu Ying and couldn't move him, so she called Mo Rao. Mo Rao had just returned to the hotel room. When she saw that it was empty, she knew that Chu Yu must have gone out to play. She was about to take a shower when her phone rang. Mo Rao picked up her phone. "Speak of the devil. Chu Yu, where did you go?" Mo Rao asked, but soon she vaguely heard music on the phone. It seemed that Chu Yu was at the bar. "Mo Rao, come here quickly. Fu Ying is drunk." Chu Yu glanced at Fu Ying and said, "He keeps shouting your name." Fu Ying was drunk? Mo Rao knew that since he was in a bad mood, he would definitely find a place to vent. However, she didn't expect him to go drinking. Ignore him. When Mo Rao thought of her conversation with Fu Ying, she felt a little frustrated. Chu Yu said on the other end of the phone, "Are you going to leave him at the bar? The bar is filled with all sorts of people. His money and watch might get stolen. I can't carry him anyway, and I don't want him to misunderstand me." Mo Rao took a deep breath and pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, send me the address." Soon Mo Rao received the address sent by Chu Yu. When she walked out of the hotel, Mo Rao regretted it. Why should she care about Fu Ying? Whether he got robbed or not was none of her business. Although she thought so, Mo Rao still braced herself and walked towards the bar. The moment she entered the bar, Mo Rao saw Fu Ying at the bar counter and Chu Yu, who was playing with her phone. "You're finally here." When Chu Yu saw Mo Rao, she pointed at Fu Ying and said, "Look at how drunk he is. He reeks of alcohol." "Yes, this gentleman drank a lot of vodka," the waiter echoed. "A woman tried to hit on him just now, but he ignored her. I think this gentleman is quite loyal. If it's just a quarrel between couples, just let bygones be bygones."
Montag over speechless.
This waiter actually thought that they were a couple? "Fu Ying, let's go." Mo Rao didn't respond. She walked in front of Fu Ying and pushed his arm. "Yes." Fu Ying frowned and forced himself to look up. Then he saw Mo Rao. Fu Ying couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Mo Rao. He smiled bitterly and said, "Rao Rao, you're really here. Shouldn't you be with Gu Ci?" Mo Rao rolled her eyes. "If you don't want to see me that much, I'll leave now." "Wait." Fu Ying held Mo Rao's hand as he asked her to stay. Mo Rao stopped and turned to look at Fu Ying helplessly.
Don't go. Zao zao.
"Don't go." Although Fu Ying looked weak, his grip on Mo Rao's hand was very strong. "Chu Yu and I will send you back," Mo Rao said as she gave Chu Yu a look. The two of them carried Fu Ying's arms and walked out of the bar with the help of the waiter. Then they called a taxi. "Fu Ying, don't drink so much in the future," Mo Rao said as she checked Fu Ying's pulse. Fu Ying's health wasn't good to begin with. If he drank too much, the consequences would be unimaginable. "All right, I'll listen to you." Fu Ying smiled and leaned against Mo Rao. As Chuyu sat at the side, she felt like a third wheel. I didn't expect President Fu to be like this when he's drunk. Chuyu coughed and said, But Mo Rao, are you really not planning to get back together with him? Chuyu felt that Mo Rao didn't seem to hate Fuing. Forget about getting back together, Mo Rao said softly. I can't forgive him for what he did before. Besides, I already planned to slowly get over it. But after he got drunk, you came over right after I made a call, Chuyu said. Mo Rao didn't respond and only stared out the window in a daze. Yes, when she heard that Fuing was drunk, she still came over to pick him up. Mo Rao didn't know what her feelings for Fuing were now. She didn't love or hate him that much. Sometimes she even felt a little resentful. She felt that Fuing should not be so immersed in the past. Forget it, forget it. It's unsuitable for me to say too much about the two of you. Chuyu was worried that her words would affect Mo Rao's judgment, so she quickly changed the topic. Send him back later. I won't disturb you guys. Little you, there's nothing between us, Mo Rao explained helplessly. Chuyu chuckled but didn't say anything else. After arriving at the hotel, she abandoned Mo Rao and Fuing and ran back to her room. Mo Rao struggled to get Fu Ying's room number at the front desk and carried him back to his room with the help of the staff. Fu Ying's room was on the same floor as hers. She walked into the room and was about to put Fuing on the bed when Fuing suddenly grabbed her hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist. Then he turned around and pressed her onto the bed. Fuing, let go of me. Mo Rao was a little panicked. Previously, she and Fuing had done it twice under the influence of drugs. She didn't want anything to happen between her and Fuing again. Rao, don't leave me.
Fuing matter di na chok advice.
Then before Mo Rao could speak, Fuing kissed her. He kissed Mo Rao's hair, forehead, eyes, nose and mouth gently. Although he was drunk, her warmth reminded him that what was in his arms was a treasure he had lost and regained. Fuing. Mo Rao wanted to push Fuing away. But Fuing kissed her lips while she was talking and used the tip of his tongue to pry open her lips. The smell of alcohol surged into Mo Rao's nose and mouth as the tip of their tongues intertwined like two small snakes. The room was so quiet that only the sound of them making love could be heard. Fu Ying's body was burning. His face was red and his eyes were a little red. It was unknown if it was because of the alcohol or if he had cried. Her huge body pressed against Mo Rao's, and the deep passionate kiss suffocated Mo Rao. However, she couldn't push Fuing away and could only let him kiss her. Fuing seemed overcome by lust, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Fuing was probably drunk. Just as Mo Rao was thinking about how to leave, Fuing, who was pressing down on her, suddenly stopped moving. When Mo Rao pushed him, she realized that he had fallen asleep while kissing her. However, those long hands were still restraining her waist, preventing her from moving. Mo Rao took a deep breath and pried Fu Ying's hand away before finally pushing him away. She covered Fuing with the blanket before leaving the room. Chuyu looked a little disappointed to see Mo Rao return to her room. Why are you back? As Chuyu sized Mo Rao up, she suddenly smiled gossipily and said, Did you kiss Fuing? No, Mo Rao denied in a panic. Chuyu couldn't help but laugh. Your lipstick is smeared. Yet you still want to lie to me? Mo Rao wiped her mouth with her hand. Her cheeks were already flushed. I thought Fuing would do something to you under the influence of alcohol. I thought you weren't coming back to sleep tonight, Chuyu teased. Mo Rao was speechless and said, What are you thinking? We're all adults, Chuyu said. Stop talking about me. As for you, why don't you have a boyfriend yet? Mo Rao turned to Chuyu and said, I think Grandma is quite anxious about it. She might arrange a blind date for you after the new year.
Que you regarde.
What's the point of finding a boyfriend? Being single gives me more freedom. I can go wherever I want. I can even go to a bar to hang out with handsome men. Chuyu had always been free-spirited. Mo Rao rarely went to bars, but Chuyu was a regular. Mo Rao couldn't help but be curious. What kind of man could woo Chuyu? The two of them didn't talk about Fuing anymore. After chatting for a while, Mo Rao fell asleep. The next morning, when Mo Rao and Chuyu arrived at the dining room, they realized that old Madam Chu and old Madam Fu were already in the dining room. Gu Xi and Fu Ying were beside them. Seeing this, Mo Rao didn't want to go over anymore. "Little you, let's go out and eat something." Mo Rao stopped and whispered. Chuyu grabbed Mo Rao's hand. "What are you afraid of?" Mo Rao was about to leave, but Chuyu's voice had already attracted their attention. 4 pairs of eyes looked over. It was over. She couldn't escape now. Mo Rao braced herself and walked to old Madam Chu and old Madam Fu's dining table with Chuyu to sit down. "Happy New Year, Grandmas." "Happy New Year, Grandma Fu, Grandma." As Chuyu and Mo Rao greeted the 2 elders with smiles, the 2 elders were overjoyed. Even so, Mo Rao could vaguely sense the tension in the air. "I only found out this morning that Fu Ying actually came over." "Fu Ying, are you here to look for Rao Rao?" old Madam Fu teased. Fu Ying knocked on old Madam Fu's door early this morning to wish her a happy new year, startling her. "That's right. Yesterday, young Master Fu got drunk because of Rao Rao. Rao Rao and I spent a lot of effort to bring him back." Chuyu immediately told them what happened last night. "I was wondering why this kid reeked of alcohol so early in the morning. How old are you? Drink less." Old Madam Fu couldn't help but lecture him. Fu Ying didn't speak, but he couldn't help but smile. Although he had drunk too much last night, he didn't black out. He remembered Mo Rao sending him back in that passionate kiss. When Gu Xi heard these words, he was naturally unhappy. He thought that Mo Rao hadn't gone out again after returning last night, but he didn't expect her to pick Fu Ying up at the bar and send him back to his room. Gu Xi couldn't help but wonder if something had happened between Mo Rao and Fu Ying last night. At this moment, Mo Yuan arrived. As soon as he saw Fu Ying, he frowned. "Fu Ying, why are you here?" Fu Ying glanced at Mo Yuan. "I can go wherever I want." Mo Yuan waved his fist at Fu Ying angrily. He had brought Mo Rao here partly to distance her from Fu Ying, but he didn't expect Fu Ying to come here. All right. It's the new year, so stop quarreling. Hurry up and eat," old Madam Chu said. The 2 families had breakfast together on the first day of the new year. At this thought, Fu Ying felt that his wish had been fulfilled. Although they had an unhappy encounter yesterday, he was satisfied to be with Mo Rao. "Little you, I forgot to tell you yesterday that I arranged a blind date for you after the new year," old Madam Chu said during the meal. Chuyu almost choked on her food. "Blind date?" "That's right. The blind date's name is Yang Shu. He's old Madam Fu's relative," old Madam Chu said with a smile. Fu Ying was stunned. "Yang Shu? Is he that university professor?" Old Madam Fu nodded. "Yes. He's been a visiting scholar for the past 2 years and will be back soon." "Then he's quite compatible with Chuyu," Fu Ying said suddenly and glanced at Chuyu. Chuyu looked puzzled. She didn't even know this man called Yang Shu. How was he compatible with her? "I haven't agreed to a blind date with him."
Que you frowned.
"How annoying. I don't want to go on a blind date." "Yang Shu is not bad. I think you'll definitely like him," old Madam Fu said. It was rare to see Chuyu look aggrieved, so Mo Rao couldn't help but laugh. "Mo Rao, why are you smiling?" Let's eat quickly." Mo Rao could guess what Chuyu was going to say, and hurriedly interrupted her to cover her mouth. Seeing Mo Rao's abnormal expression, Gu Xi frowned slightly. What happened last night? Did Mo Rao not want Chuyu to tell them? The 2 old ladies were still discussing the important matters of the juniors' lives with interest. After Chuyu was done, the topic turned to Mo Yuan. "Speaking of which, Mo Yuan, why are you single? You're not young anymore." When Mo Yuan heard old Madam Chu's words, he almost spat out the milk he had just drunk. Their gazes gathered on Mo Yuan. Fu Ying was the most schadenfreude one. Mo Yuan obstructed him from interacting with Mo Rao every day. Now, it was finally Mo Yuan's turn to be lectured. "I'm busy with work," Mo Yuan said perfunctorily. "It's very tiring to be a celebrity manager. Don't you think so, Rao Rao?" Mo Yuan hurriedly shot Mo Rao a look, but Mo Rao wanted to tease her brother. She said, "But you still have to find a girlfriend." Aren't you urging me every day? Could it be that a manager is busier than a celebrity? Seeing Emo Rao change sides, Emo Yuan felt isolated and helpless. I've never heard you talk about any of your relationships before. Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship.
Montag seibt.
Of course I've been in a relationship before, but… Emo Yuan stopped halfway and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. It's all in the past. There's no point in talking about it. As Gu Ci watched the family joke around, he suddenly felt at home. After drinking too much last night, Fu felt a little uncomfortable when he ate breakfast. But he didn't show it. He just held his stomach with one hand as he ate the porridge. Emo Rao could tell that Fu Ying's expression wasn't right. She frowned and asked, "Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Feeling flattered, Fu Ying was stunned and looked at Emo Rao. He didn't expect Emo Rao to pay attention to his every move. Don't drink too much in the future. Your digestive system isn't good to begin with. Emo Rao reached out to take Fu Ying's pulse. Your spleen and stomach are very weak. Let the waiter get you some warm honey water. Thank you. Fu Ying was touched. At the very least, he knew that Emo Rao still cared about him. As long as he knew this, Fu Ying had the confidence to win Emo Rao back. Gu Ci's expression gradually darkened when he saw Emo Rao's concern for Fu Ying. Fu Ying was always like this. He always used tricks to gain Emo Rao's attention. Rao is still so considerate. Fu Ying, it's all your fault for not cherishing her. Old Madame Fu marveled when she saw that the two of them weren't at odds for once.
Fu Ying smiled.
Grandma, I'll win Rao back. Emo Rao rolled her eyes at Fu Ying. He was pushing his luck. If you continue to act like this, I won't care about you anymore. Emo Rao only wanted to maintain a polite distance from Fu Ying and didn't want to be involved with him anymore. Fu Ying quickly shut up and called a waiter over. Then, as Emo Rao suggested, he ordered a cup of warm honey water. As expected, after drinking a few mouthfuls, his stomach felt much better. Since Fu Ying had come to the South Island, Old Madame Fu and Emo Rao couldn't chase him back. They could only let him stay here with them for a few more days. Previously, Emo Rao only had Gu Ci by her side. Now Fu Ying was by her side as well. Those who didn't know better would think that she had brought two handsome bodyguards out. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the beach on the South Island was still filled with festivity. After Emo Rao played for the entire day, she returned to her room. Then she took a shower and lay in bed for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. As she listened to Chu Yu's steady breathing, she tossed and turned, but she could only stare at the ceiling helplessly. Unable to sleep, Emo Rao simply got up from the bed, put on her clothes and left the room, planning to go to the beach. In the past 2 days she had barely any time to be alone. She played with everyone during the day and chatted with Chu Yu in the room at night. Although she was happy, Emo Rao really wanted to be alone at this moment. Fortunately, the beach was 100 meters away from the hotel. Emo Rao quickly reached the beach. There were very few people on the beach at night. Most of them were couples walking together. The gentle sea breeze blew Emo Rao's hair as she sat on the sand and watched the waves wash against the beach gently, making a rustling sound, as if it was singing a song. You can't sleep either? Not long after Emo Rao sat down, Fu Ying's voice suddenly sounded, startling her. When she turned around, Fu Ying had already sat down beside her. His long legs were crossed, and he looked a little at a loss and comical. To meet here, we really have an ill-fated relationship. Emo Rao even suspected that Fu Ying had installed a GPS on her. How did he know that she couldn't sleep at night and went to the beach?
Fu Ying smiled.
It was purely a coincidence. Emo Rao couldn't be bothered with Fu Ying. She rested her chin on her hands as she stared at the endless sea. When Fu Ying moved a little closer to Emo Rao pulled away from him and asked, "What do you want?" Fu Ying looked aggrieved as he said, "I'm a little cold." Emo Rao sized up Fu Ying's clothes. He was only wearing a shirt. "It's your fault for not wearing a coat?" Emo Rao said coldly, but she stopped pulling away from him. She was inches away from him. Fu Ying explained, I just wanted to come out and smoke before going back. You still smoke? Mo Rao thought that Fu-ing had already quit smoking. Ever since she came back, she had never seen Fu-ing smoke or smelled smoke on him. Fu-ing pursed his lips. Sometimes when I'm in a bad mood I want to smoke. Your body is not as healthy as before. Why aren't you taking good care of your body? Mo Rao was a little angry when she thought of Fu-ing hurting his health like this. The last time he had a fever, Mo Rao took his pulse and realized that he wasn't in good health. His health hadn't improved at all and actually deteriorated. Seeing the angry look on Mo Rao's face, Fu-ing couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Are you concerned about me again? Fu-ying's teasing voice sounded. Mo Rao hurriedly tried to break free, but Fu-ing hugged her tighter and tighter. Aren't you worried that I'll get sick? I'm very cold. This will warm me up a little. You don't want me to have a fever, do you? Fu-ing and Mo Rao were very close, so close that Mo Rao could feel the warm breath he exhaled when he spoke. If I have a fever tomorrow, you will definitely want to take care of me again. Fu-ing leaned his head against Mo Rao. You're shameless. Mo Rao clenched her fists, wishing she could punch him. Fu-ing didn't speak, but he smiled. He had won the bet. Mo Rao didn't push him away but let him snuggle up. As expected, with Mo Rao's warmth, Fu-ing wasn't that cold anymore. The stars are so beautiful tonight. Inadvertently, Fu-ing looked up and saw the stars in the sky. There are more stars here than there are at our place. Yes, there's less light here, and the pollution isn't that bad. Mo Rao unknowingly leaned against Fu-ing. From afar, the two of them looked like a sweet couple. Fu-ing stroked Mo Rao's hair as he said gently, You've always said that you wanted to see the stars, but I never had the time to bring you there. Now your wish has been fulfilled. I still have many wishes, Mo Rao said calmly, but you haven't fulfilled any of them.
I'm sorry.
Fu-ing suddenly straightened up and looked into Mo Rao's eyes. I've let you down. It's good that you know. When the past was mentioned again, Mo Rao was no longer so emotional. Under the stars that filled the sky, Missouri Rao's eyes looked especially bright. If only you had been like this earlier. Before Mo Rao could finish speaking, Fu-ing kissed her lips. She wanted to push Fu-ing away, but Fu-ing hugged her tightly and didn't give her any room to struggle. Stop talking. I know I was wrong. Fu-ing kissed Mo Rao twice before letting go of her. You. Mo Rao wanted to say something else, but Fu-ing kissed her again. Hooligan. Mo Rao cursed him inside, but her body involuntarily moved closer to Fu-ing, enjoying his advances, letting his warm body wrap around her tightly. Forgive me, Rao Rao, Fu-ing said as he let go of her again and looked at her lipstick that had been smudged by his kiss. Mo Rao quickly distanced herself from Fu-ing and said, Forgive you? It's not that easy for me to forgive you. Fu-ing, I've thought of forgiving you many times, but every time I think of forgiving you, my dead children will appear in my mind. I can't forget this no matter what, Mo Rao said. This matter was like a high wall between the two of them. No matter how hard Fu-ing tried, he couldn't push it down. At the mention of the two children, Fu-ying's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Those two children are also a thorn in my heart. It's also because of this that I can't forgive myself. Fu-ing lowered his eyes, no longer as enthusiastic as before. Rao Rao, I don't have the strength to love anyone else in my life. I only love you. Sweet nothings. For a moment, Mo Rao was touched by Fu-ying's romantic words. However, she didn't dare to turn back. She was afraid that if she was with Fu-ing, the memories of the past would be like these waves that kept hitting her, reminding her of the pain of the past. Besides, promises were the most useless thing in the world. Previously there was Chu-ru. What about after that? Could Fu-ing guarantee that he wouldn't love another woman? Rao Rao, I treated Chu-ru like that previously because she saved me. Then I foolishly treated gratitude as love. Now that I look back, I really only loved you and only had sex with you, Fu-ing said, as if he had seen through Mo Rao's thoughts. Only had sex with her?
Montag RAO Fraunet.
She clearly remembered that Chu-ru had sent her a video. Fu-ing had slept with her. You haven't had sex with Churu?
Montag was puzzled.
Fu-ying immediately stretched out his finger and swore. I swear to God that I never had sex with her. After experiencing so much, Mo Rao trusted Fu-ying more now. It seemed that Churu had indeed played some tricks at that time. However, it didn't matter. Churu made Mo Rao and Fu-ying separate, although she didn't get her wish in the end. Rao, come back. Fu-ying's hand touched Mo Rao's face gently. As Mo Rao touched his hand, she looked at Fu-ying seriously and said, Fu-ying, I can see your devotion, but I don't want to be in a relationship anymore. If I forgive you, I can stop thinking about the past. Let's look forward together, okay? So you're still unwilling to give me a chance? Fu-ying thought that there was a glimmer of hope, but in the end he still suffered disappointment. Mo Rao shook her head.
No.
Fu-ying, I can be family with you, but we can't be husband and wife. Like you said before, we're still siblings. Fu-ying took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. Siblings? How could he be willing to just be siblings? He wanted to have her. He wanted to kiss her every night. He wanted to enter her body and hold her in his arms. How could they be siblings like this? Moreover, she had Mo Yuan. She didn't lack a brother. He wanted to be her only lover. All right, I can be family with you first. Fu-ying restrained his thoughts and decided to win Mo Rao back slowly. As long as she gave him a chance, he still had a chance.
Montag smilet.
She thought that Fu-ying had really given up, so she turned around and continued to look into the distance. Unknowingly, she closed her eyes under the sea breeze.
Zao.
Fu-ying was about to catch up with Mo Rao some more when he realized that she had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Looking at Mo Rao's face, Fu-ying smiled and reached out to brush away her loose hair. The moonlight illuminated Mo Rao's face, making her look very serene. Fu-ying couldn't help but think of the mischievous her in the past, the one who always tried to make him happy. He liked it when she walked around in front of him like a child whenever she bought a new set of clothes while asking him if she looked good in it. However, he didn't know if he would ever see that side of her again. The current Mo Rao seemed to have been infected by him. Sometimes she was aloof and difficult to get close to. However, Fu-ying felt that she was still the little girl from the past. She was just wearing a cold mask in front of him. He picked Mo Rao up carefully. Mo Rao couldn't help but moan and open her eyes slightly to look at him. Fu-ying kissed the corner of her eye gently as he said, Go to sleep. I'll send you back. Afraid that Fu-ying would bring her back to his room, Mo Rao instructed. I want to go back to my room. Mo Rao was already a little tired, so she really didn't want to walk anymore. Fu-ying couldn't help but laugh and nod. All right, don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. When haven't I asked for your permission before? Mo Rao's face couldn't help but heat up and she buried her head in Fu-ying's arms. There was a faint musky fragrance on his body. It was a little sweet but also a little mysterious. Mo Rao sniffed this scent greedily. This was the perfume she had given him previously. She didn't expect that he was still using it up until now. It was a smell she liked. Fu-ying carried Mo Rao back to the hotel. Although his legs were still a little clumsy, with Mo Rao in his arms, he had already forgotten about these injuries and only wanted this romantic moment to last forever. When they reached Mo Rao's room, Fu-ying found the room card in Mo Rao's pocket and opened the door. Chuyu was still in a deep sleep and didn't know that Mo Rao had left the room. She didn't know that Fu-ying was carrying Mo Rao into the room. After Fu-ying placed Mo Rao on the bed, he stared at her face under the dim light outside the window with a smile on his face. Good night. He pecked Mo Rao's lips and stood up to leave. Fu-ying. Coincidentally, Chuyu woke up and looked at him in surprise. Fu-ying hurriedly gestured for her to keep quiet and said softly, Rao is asleep. When Chuyu saw that Fu-ying had brought back the sleeping Mo Rao, her imagination ran wild and she asked with a gossipy expression, What did you guys do? Fu-ying wanted to keep her in suspense, so he smiled as he said, It's a secret. With that, he strode out of Mo Rao's room and gently closed the door. That night, Mo Rao slept very soundly. The smell of musk seemed to linger on the tip of her nose, as if Fu-ying was still by her side. The next morning when Mo Rao woke up, she saw Chuyu rushing towards her and questioning, "What did you do with Fuing last night? Why did you come back so late? And he carried you back." Chuyu's imagination had already run wild, and she was thinking about all sorts of plots that were all related to the rekindling of old feelings. When Mo Rao saw Chuyu's excited expression, she said helplessly, "It seems like you really want something to happen between Fuing and me. Anyway, if I were you, I would be with Fuing again." Chuyu sat on Mo Rao's bed and said, "I know how much you loved him in the past. As the saying goes, the deeper you love, the deeper your hatred. Seeing how crazy he is for you now, it's very difficult not to be tempted. I just chatted with him at the beach last night. I didn't do anything," Mo Rao explained, not taking Chuyu's words to heart. "I think it's better for us to be friends. Perhaps we're not suitable to be husband and wife." Chuyu looked a little disappointed. Just enjoying the breeze by the sea? Mo Rao's mind instantly flashed back to the kiss the night before. A wet kiss that smelled of the sea. She must have been crazy to let Fuing kiss her. This way he would definitely push his luck. Mo Rao couldn't tell Chuyu about this, so she said, "Yes, we were just enjoying the breeze." The sea breeze seemed to have blown away some of the enmity between Mo Rao and Fuing. After this night, the two of them no longer seemed to be so awkward around each other. Her days in the South Island were very happy, but they were also very short. Soon Mo Rao was going back. Chuyu was the one who was most unwilling to leave the southern island. At the thought of a blind date after the new year, Chuyu hoped that time would stop. This way, she wouldn't have to be pressured by old Madame Chu to see that man called Yang Shu. On the way back, Chuyu wailed in front of Mo Rao the entire time. Mo Rao only smiled, but she couldn't help but be curious about Yang Shu. The moment she returned home, Mo Rao learned that her first low-budget movie was about to be released. "Rao Rao, the film company wants you to participate in the roadshow if you want to go."
Montag Yuan respectet Montag Raos Opinion.
With Mo Rao's popularity, such a low-budget movie roadshow seemed beneath her. However, this was her first work after returning to the country. When Mo Rao heard this, she happily agreed. "All right, go ahead. Perhaps this movie will sell well." Although it had a small budget and the filming process was very difficult, and even the supporting actress had been changed twice, Mo Rao didn't deny that the script for this movie wasn't bad. Moreover, the director had a certain level of competence. The scenes that were filmed were quite memorable. Moreover, Mo Rao knew that this was her first film after returning to the country. Although she was popular and famous now, it was mostly because of scandals. Perhaps this movie could change everyone's impression of her. After the Spring Festival holiday ended, Jai's new magazine was released that month. On the cover, Mo Rao was wearing a small suit with a unique design. Her facial features were vivacious. Coupled with the jewelry designed by Gu Ci, she looked valiant and gorgeous. Once the magazine was released, it was quickly sold out. Most of the people who bought the magazine were fans of the actors and actresses of Butterfly Fragrance. After all, there was a lot of content about butterfly fragrance in this magazine. Gu Ci's design also attracted a lot of attention. Many big shots in the jewelry industry bought this issue of the magazine to master Gu Ci's new design style. Jai had already increased the number of copies, but even these copies were sold out as soon as the magazine was released. Mo Rao quickly learned of this good news and immediately arranged for more copies to be printed. This issue of Jai Fashion magazine immediately became the best-selling issue since its launch and even became a trending topic. I have to say, Mo Rao is indeed an insider. Jai magazine's revenue instantly improved by a level. The layout is also much better than before. Mo Rao looks so beautiful in the magazine. This is the first time I've seen her in this style. Mr. K actually accepted an interview. Didn't he never accept interviews in the past? So he designed for his deceased sister. Oh my God, how sad. Such outstanding results undoubtedly helped Mo Rao establish herself in Jai. Those who still had some doubts about her shut up, except for Wang Xiao. Seeing that Mo Rao had done well, Wang Xiao felt a sense of danger. If Mo Rao could fulfill her promise, Wouldn't he have to give up his position? Wang Xiao threw the new magazine to the ground and stepped on the cover, ravaging Mo Rao's photo. The magazine's sales performance was outstanding, so Mo Rao was in a good mood and began to prepare for the movie's roadshow. This roadshow was supposed to be a national tour, but Mo Yuan had accepted many scripts for Mo Rao, and Mo Rao didn't have much time to run around, so she only chose 2 local roadshows. On the day of the roadshow, Mo Rao appeared in the movie theater in a dress. Seeing Mo Rao, Zhu Ye's eyes lit up. Mo Rao, long time no see. Zhu Ye walked towards Mo Rao and smiled at her. Mo Rao also smiled sweetly at Zhu Ye. Happy New Year. Zhu Ye had a good impression of Mo Rao ever since they filmed together. Now, Mo Rao was even more beautiful and popular than when she filmed this movie. In the first roadshow, almost all the main cast members were present. Mo Rao and Zhu Ye were familiar with each other, so they chatted for a long time. When the director saw this, he walked over with a smile and said, "It seems like the 2 of you have a good relationship. Actually, I want you guys to cooperate with the promotions." Mo Rao understood what the director meant. He wanted them to cooperate to hype up their ambiguous relationship. Zhu Ye was happy to oblige and said, "Sure, Mo Rao. What do you think?" Mo Rao had too many rumored relationships lately. If she deliberately hyped up her relationship with Zhu Ye, she would probably suffer a backlash. After thinking for a moment, Mo Rao said, "Let's see the broadcast effect first. If the audience has a good impression, I can cooperate with the publicity." Although Mo Rao used different wording, she agreed. This movie about criminal investigation piqued many people's interest. Mo Rao sat in the last row of the audience as she watched her debut movie after returning to the country. She was very satisfied. Although the budget of the movie was small, the plot was wholesome and meaningful. It would probably be able to outshine other movies released at the same time. Just as the movie was about to end and she was about to go backstage to prepare, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the front row.
Fu Ying?
Why was Fu Ying here? Mo Rao thought that Fu Ying wasn't interested in movies at all, but she didn't expect him to come to watch a roadshow. Fu Ying had not discovered her yet, so Mo Rao lowered her head and quickened her pace to walk backstage. The pre-screening was nothing more than a large-scale interview. When the movie's main cast came out, the audience was filled with Mo Rao and Zhu Ye's fans shouting. Fu Ying sat in the middle of a circle of crazy fans with a dark expression, looking very out of place. Mo Rao couldn't help but notice him. When she saw his expression, she couldn't help but snicker. Speaking of which, Fu Ying had even invested in this movie. On the stage, the main cast answered the reporter's questions seriously. Suddenly, a cold wind blew over and Mo Rao couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, Zhu Ye thoughtfully took off his coat and draped it over Mo Rao's shoulders gently. "Put it on to keep you warm first. Things aren't easy for female celebrities." Mo Rao smiled politely at Zhu Ye. "Thank you." Zhu Ye was just being kind, but in the eyes of the audience it was simply an extension of their relationship in the movie. In this movie, Zhu Ye and Mo Rao's characters were a couple who had grown up together. The 2 of them had experienced life and death together and lamented the unjust ice of fate. Just as the movie finished playing, many people below the stage had already started to ship this couple. Now that Zhu Ye and Mo Rao appeared in front of them together, the audience was screaming. Zhu Ye was afraid that Mo Rao would be embarrassed, so he smiled and said to the audience, "I suggest that you guys not be so harsh on female celebrities in the future. On such a cold day, they shouldn't have to wear dresses." "Ah, Zhu Ye is so considerate. Boo-hoo, I didn't fall in love with the wrong person. Zhu Ye is a peerless man. Zhu Ye and Mo Rao are quite compatible when they stand together. I ship them." The voices below the stage buzzed beside Fu Ying's ears. Fu Ying frowned and glared at Zhu Ye from afar. For a moment, he wanted Mo Rao to leave the entertainment industry and stay at home obediently like before. His woman was always so charming. She attracted men's attention no matter where she was. This made him feel uneasy. However, Fu Ying also knew that being an actress was Mo Rao's dream. In the past, she was unhappy staying at home every day. Fu Ying couldn't repeat the same mistake. He could only clench his fists and swallow his jealousy and anger. After the roadshow ended, Mo Rao went to the parking lot. Zhuyi walked beside her and said, "Why don't I send you back?" Before Mo Rao could agree, a familiar Maybach stopped steadily in front of them. The car window rolled down. In the back seat, Fuing looked up at Mo Rao and Zhuyi. "Get in the car. I'll send you home," Fuing said to Mo Rao in a commanding tone.
Montag RAO Fraunet.
What was wrong with Fuing this time? She suddenly thought of Zhuyi's actions just now and immediately understood what he meant. This man was probably jealous again. In order to prevent Fuing from doing something bad to Zhuyi, Mo Rao decided to go back with Fuing. She smiled at Zhuyi apologetically. "I'm sorry, I happen to have something to discuss with President Fu. Let's meet again next time." Zhuyi couldn't insist anymore. He could only agree and watched helplessly as Mo Rao got into Fuying's car. While sitting in the car, Mo Rao didn't speak. Fuing, who was beside her, didn't say a word either. "The movie isn't bad." After a while, Fuing said, "I've already sent movie tickets to everyone in the company."
Montag RAO was schocket.
Wasn't Fuing a little too supportive? "You played the role of a lawyer very well. You gave off the vibe of a professional," Fuing continued, as if he was evaluating Mo Rao's movie. "It's just that I don't like that police officer." The policeman was played by Zhuyi. Mo Rao immediately understood that Fuing wasn't evaluating the movie, but was just expressing his jealousy. If you're jealous, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Mo Rao was speechless and couldn't help but say. Fuing pursed his lips. "I just can't stand other men treating you well. Didn't we agree that we'll be siblings? In that case, there's no need for you to care. Besides, Zhuyi and I are just doing this for the movie." Mo Rao repeatedly reminded Fuing of their relationship. "If you want the movie's box office to be good, I can pay for your publicity or book the entire venue." Fuing was willing to spend money on Mo Rao. When Mo Rao saw that Fuing wanted to solve everything with money, she wanted to laugh. "President Fu, although money is omnipotent, it's not the only useful thing. You should save your money. This is part of my job," Mo Rao said. Fuing suddenly reached out to hug Mo Rao and said in a low voice, "I'm willing to give you all my assets." Mo Rao broke free from Fuying's arms in a panic and warned, "Don't touch me again." Fuing sized her up with a smile. Mo Rao's face was already flushed and she was curled up in the corner like a flustered rabbit. Seeing her like this, Fuing felt like he had returned to the past. He scooped Mo Rao back, then he let go of her and asked, "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The back seat is so spacious."
Sit properly.
Mo Rao glanced at Fuing. Wasn't this man scary enough? She was indeed afraid that Fuing would eat her up. As Fuing sent Mo Rao back, Chuyu was walking into a restaurant cautiously. Today was the day she met up with Yang Shu. Although she didn't want to go on a blind date, she was curious, so she dressed up and went to the appointment obediently. Chuyu planned to inquire at the entrance of the restaurant first and confirm that this man was handsome before entering. For the first time, she realized that a blind date could actually be so covert. Chuyu looked at the seat she had reserved beforehand. A man was already sitting there. From afar, he looked motionless like a statue. He was tall and slender, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had fair skin. He was leaning against the chair while waiting for Chuyu to arrive. Chuyu was quite satisfied with Yang Shu's appearance, so she brushed her hair and walked towards him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Chuyu." Chuyu walked to the table and extended her hand enthusiastically. Yang Shu shook his hand with a smile and said, "Yang Shu." After sitting opposite Yang Shu, Chuyu realized that this man was even more handsome up close. The almond-shaped eyes behind the glasses were filled with affection, and the slight smile on his lips added a hint of gentleness to him. As expected of someone called Yang Shu, "You have a scholarly vibe." Chuyu had always been straightforward, so she said, "I heard that you're a university professor?" "Yes." Yang Shu spoke very little and his voice was gentle. He had a completely different vibe from Chuyu. Chuyu didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only smile awkwardly and pick up the menu. I'll order something first. Just treat it as completing the elder's mission this time. This is my first blind date, so I'm still a little nervous, Young-shu said calmly, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Chu-yu looked up at him and saw that the man's fingers were intertwined. It was obvious that he was at a loss. She suddenly felt that this man was a little cute. At least, he was different from the men she had interacted with before. It's okay. It's my first time too. Just treat it as meeting a new friend, Chu-yu said aloofly. Yang-shu's personality was the same as his appearance. He looked a little introverted and even a little slow-witted. After the entire meal, Chu-yu felt like she had been doing stand-up crosstalk. There were 2 people sitting at the dining table, but people could only hear her nagging. It's getting late, so I'm going home now. Chu-yu looked at her watch. In short, I'm very happy to meet you, but we don't seem to be from the same world. I like to go to bars and nightclubs. It might be a little different from what you're used to, but I'm quite interested in you. If you're not interested in me, we'll part ways. If you're interested in me, contact me next time. With that, Chu-yu fled. Yang-shu had yet to recover from Chu-yu's words. As he stared at her departing figure, he couldn't help but smile. Mo Rao was glad that Fu-ing didn't pester her much today and only sent her home. The moment she reached home, she received a call from Chu-yu. Zhao Zhao. I just finished my blind date. Chu-yu was a little excited as she reported the outcome to Mo Rao on the other end of the phone. That man called Yang-shu isn't bad. He's my type. I'll send you the photo I secretly took. Mo Rao opened WeChat and zoomed in on the photo Chu-yu had taken from afar. He seemed like a good person. What about his personality? How did the date go? Mo Rao asked curiously. Chu-yu lamented. I think he's like a block of wood. I was the only one talking the entire time. Mo Rao couldn't help but laugh. Maybe he's a little nervous too. Besides, you're talkative to begin with. He might not have been able to interrupt. Actually, I like him a little, but I don't know if he's interested in me, Chu-yu admitted. I didn't expect Grandma to find me such a good partner. If you like him, go after him. With your qualifications, you'll definitely be able to woo him, Mo Rao supported. From your description, I think this man is probably quite reliable. Moreover, he's a university professor. If you're really worried, I'll ask Grandma Fu about him next time.
Zhao Zhao, I love you.
Thank you. Chu-yu was waiting for Mo Rao to tell her this. This was the first time Mo Rao had seen Chu-yu so interested in a certain man, so she had to help. Since she had nothing to do the next day, Mo Rao drove to the Fu family's home in the afternoon. Seeing Mo Rao come over, old Madame Fu was overjoyed. She immediately asked the servant to prepare some snacks, so she could drink tea and eat desserts in the living room with Mo Rao.
Montag ao?
Why are you here? When Fu-ing returned home, he was surprised and happy to see Mo Rao and old Madame Fu sitting together and chatting happily. I have something to tell Grandma, Mo Rao replied. She didn't forget to ask, Grandma, how is Yang-shu? I saw the photo. He's not bad looking. Before old Madame Fu could answer, Fu-ing sat over and asked, He's not as handsome as me, right? Rao Rao, you've been with me for so long, so you should have a higher standard of judgment. Mo Rao rolled her eyes at Fu-ing. This man always had to make everything about him. Yang-shu isn't bad. He has been very considerate since he was young and is very smart. Otherwise, how could he be a university professor? Old Madame Fu ignored Fu-ying's words and said, He has always been well-liked and is very reliable. That's why I introduced him to Chu-yu. Chu-yu likes him quite a lot. Do you know what Yang-shu thinks? Mo Rao asked bluntly. Old Madame Fu shook her head. That child didn't say anything about this after he went back. I'm not sure what he thinks about Chu-yu. It's good that Chu-yu likes him. It means that the two of them still have room for development. What type of man do you like? I know a few. Grandma, your good grandson is sitting here. Fu-ing hurriedly interrupted old Madame Fu, since he was afraid that she would really introduce a boyfriend to Mo Rao. Anyway, You're not allowed to introduce any guys to Mo Rao. What does it have to do with you? It's impossible for the two of you to get back together. Old Madame Fu glanced at Fuing and said, I have to help Rao Rao find someone more reliable than you. Otherwise she'll be sad again. Hearing that old Madame Fu was going to introduce a reliable man to Mo Rao, Fu Ying's expression darkened. He didn't want to see Mo Rao with another man, especially a man that was introduced by his biological grandmother. Grandma, I'm a reliable person. Why don't you introduce me to her? Fu Ying recommended himself. Old Madame Fu and Mo Rao laughed. Forget it. Old Madame Fu rolled her eyes. Mo Rao knew that old Madame Fu was most likely teasing Fu Ying. Seeing their amusing expressions, Mo Rao relaxed. All right, Grandma, I'll go back first. If there's any news from Yangshu, tell me. I'll pass it on to Chuyu. Seeing that it was about time, Mo Rao stood up and prepared to leave. Old Madame Fu held Mo Rao's hand reluctantly and said, Rao Rao, why don't you have a meal here before leaving?
Grandma, I'm sorry.
I have an appointment tonight, Mo Rao said embarrassedly. I'll come for dinner next time with my brother. When old Madame Fu heard this, she could only agree. However, Fu Ying was curious and asked, Who do you have an appointment with? Mo Rao looked up at Fu Ying. Why should I tell you? That's right. Rao Rao has her own life. She doesn't have to report everything to you, old Madame Fu chimed in. Fu Ying felt that he couldn't win 2 against 1, so he nestled on the sofa in dejection and muttered, I was just concerned about her. Mo Rao ignored him and bid farewell to old Madame Fu before leaving the Fu family's home. The person she had an appointment with was Chuyu. She had told Chuyu in advance that she was going to the Fu family's home to help her obtain insider information. Chuyu immediately asked her out for dinner. When they reached the restaurant, Chuyu was already sitting at the dining table with her head lowered while playing with her phone. Ahem. Mo Rao sat opposite Chuyu and coughed at her. Chuyu suddenly looked up and said with a smile, You're here. I was chatting with Yangshu. As she spoke, Chuyu handed the phone to Mo Rao. Look, is he interested in me? On the phone screen there was Chuyu and Yangshu's chat history. For every 5 sentences from Chuyu, Yangshu replied with 1 sentence. As Mo Rao looked at the so-called chat on the screen in confusion, she realized that Chuyu was probably head over heels in love. How could she tell that Yangshu was interested in her? Was it because Yangshu responded to her? In order not to make Chuyu sad, Mo Rao echoed, Yes, since he's willing to contact you, he should be interested in you. Chuyu smiled brightly and asked, What did Grandma Fu say? She said that Yangshu didn't mention the blind date when he went back, so she didn't get any feedback. Mo Rao repeated old Madame Fu's words truthfully. But I've already told her that if there's any feedback from Yangshu, tell me immediately. Although she said that, Chuyu was clearly a little disappointed. I see. I thought he would talk about his blind date with me when he returned. Chuyu took back her phone with an unhappy look. Seeing that Chuyu was already smitten with Yangshu, Mo Rao teased. Chuyu, could it be that you fell in love with him at first sight? Panic flashed across Chuyu's eyes. No. Stop pretending. Look, you're already getting emotional because of him now. It seems like you really like him.
Montag smilet.
I know how you feel because I was like this when I was in love with Fu Ying previously. Hearing Mo Rao's words, Chuyu fell silent. She had always been a free-spirited woman who didn't dwell on men. Now she was obsessed with a socially awkward man because of a blind date. Chuyu didn't want to admit it. However, just as Mo Rao had said, she had indeed fallen in love. Alright, don't be sad anymore. You said that Yangshu is socially awkward, so he might not be good at expressing himself even at home, Mo Rao comforted. Now that she thought about it, it made sense. Chuyu smiled again and nodded. Yes, I hope so. Mo Rao's first movie had already been released a period of time already, and the box office of this movie had exceeded the director's imagination. At first, he thought that this movie would only barely recover its capital. After all, it was a low-budget production, and the actors were not as popular as they were now. But so many things happened during filming that this movie unexpectedly became a dark horse. The box office was even comparable to several blockbusters during the Spring Festival. Mo Rao's performance in this movie was really eye-catching and proved her ability as a Best Actress award winner to many people. In the past few days alone, Mo Rao's followers on Weibo had increased by hundreds of thousands, and this news even appeared on the trending searches several times. Rao Rao, you're my goddess. You were so cool in the movie. You're my goddess. If anyone dares to scold Rao Rao in the future, I will definitely scold them back. Looking at some comments on Weibo, Mo Rao couldn't help but laugh. What surprised her even more was that almost overnight, there were actually fans who created a fan club. She only found out about this when Mo Yuan called her. Zhao Zhao. That's great. You finally have a fan club. Mo Yuan looked even more excited than Mo Rao. Mo Rao didn't understand fan clubs that much and asked, "Do I need to do anything? Leave it to me. I'll help you run it." Mo Yuan patted his chest and swore, "The president of the fan club has already sent me a private message." Mo Rao couldn't help but be curious about who this fan was. Who is it? Is it a boy or a girl? I think it's a girl. I haven't talked to her in detail yet. Anyway, you have fans now, so hurry up and start interacting more to maintain your relationship with your fans, Mo Yuan reminded. He was very familiar with these sorts of things. Mo Rao agreed. After hanging up, she immediately opened the selfie app and walked to a place with better lighting to take a few photos. She was photogenic to begin with. After taking the photo, she posted it on Weibo directly. Let's celebrate reaching 5 million fans on Weibo. Thank you for your support. Her simple sentence quickly attracted many fans. Ah, my wife is so beautiful. She's so drop-dead gorgeous. She looks so gorgeous even in a simple selfie. I'm going to use it as my profile picture. Fuing had set up alerts for Mo Rao's account. The moment Mo Rao posted on Weibo, he received a reminder. Seeing that Mo Rao had taken a rare selfie on Weibo, Fuing smiled slightly. When the passing employees saw this, their jaws dropped. President Fu was actually smiling so happily. On second thought, Mo Rao had probably made a new move. After all, other than Mo Rao, no one could make President Fu smile like this. Fuing clicked on Mo Rao's selfie and kept zooming in. This way, he could see her facial features in detail and even the pores on her face. When Gu Hai saw Fu Ying's infatuated look, he was a little speechless. Why did the usually cold CEO seem like a pervert now? However, Gu Hai didn't dare to say it. He was secretly glad that Mo Rao had done this. At the very least, Fuing must be in a good mood today, so he might even be able to get off work early. Fuing was still immersed in Mo Rao's beauty. He saved these two selfies to his photo album, and even chose one to be his phone's lock screen. During this period of time, Mo Rao had become the most popular female celebrity. Many collaboration offers were sent to her, making Mo Rao extremely busy. Mo Yuan screened some good collaboration offers for Mo Rao. Mo Rao took a closer look and decided to use a food variety show as a transition. Coincidentally, she had yet to finish reading that pile of scripts that were higher than mountains. After receiving Mo Rao's answer, Mo Yuan immediately contacted the production team and helped Mo Rao register. This gourmet variety show was more famous than that outdoor variety show, and was already in the second season. In the first season, this show became popular and attracted the attention of many people. In the second season, many celebrities tried their best to earn a spot on this show, even though this show required celebrities to showcase their culinary skills. Although Mo Rao didn't usually cook, she had already learned how to cook during her years overseas. The variety show team quickly gave Mo Rao the recording time and script. After Mo Rao browsed through it briefly, she understood the program process. Rao Rao, are you sure it's okay to go on this show? Mo Yuan was still a little worried. Mo Rao had just become popular. If she embarrassed herself on this food variety show, wouldn't she be back to ground zero? Seeing that Mo Yuan didn't trust her, Mo Rao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Brother, you don't believe in my culinary skills? No, no, no. I mean, in the past, many celebrities would bring a chef to help them on this show and pretend that they cooked it themselves through editing. I'm wondering if you want to do the same. Mo Yuan was already used to fake things in the entertainment industry.
Montag scoffed.
I don't want to. I have real talent.
Montag rejestet flatly.
Who was the one who liked my cooking previously? Have you forgotten? Mo Yuan chuckled and said, I'm just afraid that you've forgotten since you haven't cooked for a long time. I'm protecting your image. There's nothing that can ruin my image.
Montag shrugged fearfully.
Mo Yuan sighed as he patted Mo Rao's shoulder. You're still too young. The entertainment industry is full of schemes. Who knows if someone will use an edited video to defame you one day. Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Mo Rao had been hurt many times. Moreover, those who hurt her didn't have a good ending. At the thought of the dead Chu Ru and Lin Xia, Mo Rao felt a little anxious. By the way, I read the magazine last time. Mo Yuan changed the topic and said, It's the new magazine released by Jai. I saw Gu Si's interview. I heard that he has a sister.
Montag nodded.
That's right. He became a jewelry designer to fulfill his sister's dream. I didn't expect that his sister passed away.
Montag Yuan nodded tactfully.
Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Mo Rao didn't know why Mo Yuan suddenly chatted with her about Gu Si. Mo Yuan hurriedly explained, It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered. Isn't he one of your suitors? I have to understand him better. I don't know if things will really develop. Mo Rao lowered her eyes. On the South Island, I promised to give him a chance. But I'm not sure about my feelings.
Montag Yuan seized ab Montag
Don't tell me you still have feelings for Fuing? Mo Rao's heart skipped a beat, and she felt as if the secret in her heart had been seen through. I just don't know how long I'll have to deal with him. Mo Rao felt that as long as Fuing stopped pestering her, she would definitely be able to move on from him quickly. Now, whenever Fuing was mentioned, she would always think of his serious gaze and his aggressive kisses. How was she going to get rid of him? She had no idea. It might be much better if you keep yourself busy. Mo Yuan comforted Mo Rao as he rubbed her hair.
Montag nodded.
This was the only solution now. After a week, the food variety show officially started recording. When they arrived at the recording place, Mo Rao was surprised to find that Xiao Yan was also there. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to accept this variety show role as well. Mo Rao was very happy to see an acquaintance. Xiao Yan smiled at Mo Rao. Indeed, when I saw that you were on the invitation list, I thought about it and decided to give it a try. Other than Xiao Yan, there were 3 other celebrities. What surprised Mo Rao even more was that Chu Ro was also here. According to her standing, she wasn't qualified to participate in this variety show. Hey, isn't this Sister Mo Rao? Chu Ro swaggered in front of Mo Rao and smiled sweetly. However, Mo Rao saw the disdain behind her smile. Long time no see. Mo Rao remained polite. Looks like you've obtained good resources recently. Of course. After all, I came back as a trainee. Besides, I'm about to release a new album.
Guru smiled proudly.
Congratulations. Mo Rao was very calm. Since Chu Ro was a trainee overseas, she probably had potential. It was understandable that she was able to release an album. Seeing that Mo Rao remained indifferent to her provocation, Chu Ro felt bored. Mo Rao ignored her and chatted with Xiao Yan instead. The other 2 participants were the popular singer, Chan Nan, who was in the same field as Chu Ro. The other was one of the 4 big stars in the film and television industry, Liu Xian. Liu Xian and Xiao Yan could be considered old acquaintances. They had worked together on a television drama and a movie, and both had good reviews. Previously, the 2 of them had even had rumors about them being together. Among the popular male and female actors, Liu Xian and Xiao Yan could be considered top-notch. Seeing Xiao Yan and Mo Rao chatting happily, Liu Xian pursed her lips and walked forward to interrupt their conversation. Xiao Yan, you didn't even greet me when you saw me. Liu Xian deliberately dragged out the last word, as if she was wheedling with Xiao Yan. Seeing that it was Liu Exine, Xiaoyan smiled and said, I didn't see you just now.
Liu xin galang xét at mo rao.
You forgot your old partner after having a new partner? Mo Rao could tell at a glance that the two of them had a good relationship. She felt that Tong Yu had encountered a difficult love rival.
Hello. I'm Liu Exen.
You must be Mo Rao, who has been very popular recently. I watched your new movie. It wasn't bad. Liu Exine reached out and shook Missouri Rao's hand. She even spoke to her in the tone of a senior. To Mo Rao, Liu Exine was indeed a senior, so she said with a smile, I'm very happy to be able to film a variety show with you. I hope we can work together. I think you have the potential to be a star. You might even surpass me in the future. When Liu Exine said this, Mo Rao didn't know if she was mocking her or telling the truth. You should think about what to cook first. Xiaoyan looked at Liu Exine helplessly and said. Liu Exine made a face at Xiaoyan. At this moment, the director asked the celebrities to gather and prepare to record. This program, called Celebrity Gourmet, was a program to let celebrities showcase their culinary skills. The program arranged a culinary competition, and there will be a 5-star chef to guide them. After 3 days of practice, they would have a showdown in culinary skills by going to the square to set up a stall to compete in sales. The audience loved to see celebrities being knocked down a peg. Although this show was just as Mo Yuan had said, many celebrities couldn't be bothered to cook themselves. The first recording required the 5 celebrities to show off their culinary skills. This wasn't a problem for Mo Rao. However, what surprised Mo Rao was that when the director asked the judges to enter, she saw Fu Ying and Gu Xi. Why were the two of them here? Cold sweat broke out on Mo Rao's back. Could it be that the two of them participated in this variety show because of her? Then wouldn't this food variety show be filled with hostility? Fu Ying and Gu Xi noticed Mo Rao's gaze almost at the same time. They looked at her with a smile. Not wanting to exchange glances with them, Mo Rao hurriedly shifted her. The rumors of Mo Rao being with these two had already made Mo Rao the center of attention several times. She didn't want to become a trending topic on Weibo again because of the two of them. The recording began. Chu Ro, Liu Exine, and Chan Nan pretended to pour oil into the pot. After the camera swept past, they immediately called the chef they had found in advance from backstage to assist. Only Xiaoyan and Mo Rao cooked themselves the entire time. Director, I can't seem too good of a cook at first, or else my improvement won't be reflected in the future. Chu Ro suddenly thought of something and said. The director was used to this already. After thinking for a moment, he said, It's up to you. Shocking everyone isn't a bad idea either. Alright, I understand. Chu Ro smiled sweetly and gave the chef beside her some instructions. Mo Rao didn't care about their conversation. She placed the ingredients and seasonings inside the pot with a serious look on her face, like a chef. However, it was difficult for her not to care about the two gazes fixed on her. She was exasperated, and her hand holding the spatula couldn't help but tremble. Why did these two CEOs come to the variety show set? Didn't they have to work? Mo Rao couldn't understand, so she could only brace herself and continue cooking. 20 minutes later, the dishes were cooked. Mo Rao, who was stewing tomato brisket, was slower than the others. She stared at the pot in front of her and raised her hand to look at her watch from time to time. Chu Ro, who had already completed the task, kept glancing at Mo Rao to see what she was cooking. She was very unhappy with Mo Rao's actions. Everyone had found a chef to help them, but she and Xiaoyan insisted on doing it themselves. Moreover, most of them knew about her relationship with Mo Rao, and would definitely compare the two of them. However, this way Chu Ro had a chance of winning. After all, she had found a chef to help her. No matter what, she should do better than Mo Rao, right? She looked away triumphantly and waited for the judges to comment. Other than Fu Ying and Gu Xi, there was also President Su, the general manager of the Michelin restaurant, and Yu Yi, the senior young gourmet. Yu Yi was a skilled chef himself. At the same time, he had tasted countless delicacies, so he became an influential gourmet. In the previous episode, he had participated in this show and gained many fans with his superb culinary skills, humorous personality, and handsome appearance. His current popularity wasn't inferior to that of some celebrities. Mo Rao placed the stewed beef brisket with tomatoes into 4 small bowls and handed them to the judges in front of her. It looks delicious. When she handed Fuing a bowl, he smiled. I didn't know you knew how to cook. Before Mo Rao could answer, Gu Xi, who was sitting at the side, chuckled and said in a low voice, I was lucky enough to taste Mo Rao's cooking. It was indeed delicious. Fu Ying's hand froze and his expression turned extremely ugly. What did you say? Mo Rao was afraid that the two of them would quarrel during the recording, so she quickly stopped them. Calm down, calm down. We're recording a show. Fu Ying didn't want to embarrass Mo Rao on the show, so he could only swallow his anger. He felt that even these delicacies were no longer so tasty. Mo Rao braced herself and handed Gu Xi the beef brisket with tomatoes she had made. Gu Xi took it with a smug smile. She had expected this situation. The reason why Gu Xi had eaten her food before was that when they were overseas, Gu Xi had come to look for her once and she happened to be cooking at home, so she politely invited him to eat. However, she didn't expect Gu Xi to still remember and show off in front of Fu Ying. This gave her a headache. The 5 celebrities distributed their delicacies to the 4 judges. Fu Ying and Gu Xi showed delighted expressions when they ate Mo Rao's food. The rest of the time they were expressionless. When Chu Rou saw that 2 of the 4 judges were linked to Mo Rao, she was unhappy and said bluntly, Director, this is unfair, right? Why are 2 of the judges Mo Rao's lovers? Isn't this unfair? Upon hearing this, the director panicked. He wasn't afraid of offending Chu Rou, but he was afraid of offending Fu Ying and Gu Xi. Miss Chu, President Fu and President Gu are the investors of our show. The director hurriedly explained. Why? Miss Chu, you think we're unfair? Fu Ying put down the bowl and said coldly. Gu Xi quickly echoed. We're businessmen after all. We don't have to factor in our personal feelings on such an occasion, right? Besides, you've asked the chef to help you cook. Aren't you afraid that we'll publicize this? That's right. If this is exposed, the show will definitely be very popular. Don't you think so, director? Fu Ying smiled at the director. The director was terrified. Lu Xian and Chan Nan looked at Chu Rou in disdain. Wasn't she shooting herself in the foot? Everyone present understood that Fu Ying and Gu Xi were people they couldn't afford to offend. If they really wanted to publicize the fact that they were cheating, wouldn't all these people who had found a chef to help be dragged into this mess? Chu Rou, have you just entered the entertainment industry? You don't know the rules at all. Lu Xian was straightforward and glared at her angrily. Chu Rou also realized that the situation was bad and revealed a flustered expression. Chu Rou quickly apologized to President Fu and President Gu. The director was afraid of causing trouble and hurriedly advised. Chu Rou didn't dare to offend so many people, so she could only brace herself and apologize. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now. Gu Xi and Fu Ying didn't respond as they sat at the judges' table with cold expressions. Seeing that Gu Xi and Fu Ying didn't pursue the matter, the director heaved a sigh of relief and continued to arrange for filming. When it was time for the 4 judges to vote and comment, Mo Rao wasn't nervous. She was very confident in her culinary skills. Just as she thought, President Su, who was the first to comment, praised Mo Rao. Miss Mo Rao's dish is very delicious. It's even better than the tomato brisket I ate in the dining room previously. Of course, President Su also commented on others. In his eyes, Chun Nan's dish was the most ordinary. Mo Rao thought that Fu Ying would choose her. Unexpectedly, he chose Lu Xian. Lu Xian's coconut chicken soup suits my taste, Fu Ying said calmly, but he couldn't help but glance at Mo Rao. He actually wanted to choose Mo Rao, but when he thought about how Mo Rao had never cooked for him but cooked for Gu Xi, Fu Ying felt a little jealous and wanted to anger Mo Rao. However, Mo Rao didn't care at all. She was only surprised for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. Seeing that Mo Rao seemed indifferent, Fu Ying was even more unhappy. Gu Xi naturally chose Mo Rao, but he wasn't being biased. He really felt that Mo Rao's culinary skills were superb. Moreover, even the gourmet Yu Yi who didn't know Mo Rao chose her. Mo Rao naturally became the winner of the first round. This was completely different from what Chu Ro had expected. Chu Ro thought that she would be able to get first place in the first round. At the very least, she would be able to let Mo Rao rank behind her. Unexpectedly, Mo Rao's culinary skills were actually better than the chef she had hired. The first recording ended here. Mo Rao packed up backstage and prepared to go back. When she turned around, she saw the gourmet Yu Yi.
Hello, Miss Montag.
Yu Yi smiled and reached out to shake Mo Rao's hand. The dish you made tastes delicious. Can you tell me more about it? Hearing that Yu Yi complimented of her culinary skills, Mo Rao was overjoyed and told Yu Yi about the recipe she had developed. Yu Yi listened carefully and even took out his phone to take notes. I didn't expect that not only are your acting skills good, but even your culinary skills are so good. I suggest you take on a food drama. It will save you the money of hiring outside help. Yu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Food drama? Mo Rao suddenly remembered that there was indeed a food drama among the scripts Mo Yuan had given her. This was a good choice. Thank you for giving me inspiration. Perhaps I can really act in a food drama. Mo Rao smiled at Yu Yi. Then I'll definitely support you. Yu Yi blinked as she said, I wonder when you'll be free. I want to invite you to my private restaurant to try my cooking. You'll definitely like it.
Ju jessoden Invitation surpreist Montag RO.
Perhaps sensing Mo Rao's hesitation, Yu Yi continued, Don't worry, the contestants who won the first round of every last season had this treatment. You're no exception. Hearing this, Mo Rao was relieved. She had a strong sense of boundaries and didn't want any scandals. Tomorrow night. I have other things to do in the next 2 days, Mo Rao said. Yu Yi agreed. All right, I'll contact you then. Can I have your contact number? Of course not. Mo Rao took out her phone and exchanged contact information with Yu Yi. Fu Ying, who had come to look for Mo Rao, saw this scene. Yu Yi turned around and bumped into Fu Ying. Facing the gloomy Fu Ying, Yu Yi remained calm. He even smiled at him.
Hello, President Fu.
I invited Miss Mo to my place for a meal. You're free to come if you have the time. Fu Ying didn't answer and only glanced at him. Yu Yi knew his personality, so he didn't say anything else before leaving. You agreed to him? Fu Ying went straight to the point and asked.
Montag RO nodded.
Yes, I agreed. Don't tell me you want to say you're not allowed to go? Will you listen even if I tell you that? Fu Ying pursed his lips. Why are you so charming? There are always men around you. Yu Yi said that he invites every contestant who wins the first round, Mo Rao explained. This sort of explanation was useless to Fu Ying. The gloomy look on his face didn't subside at all. So why did Gu Xia eat your food? Fu Ying was still conflicted about this. Mo Rao guessed that Fu Ying must have come to ask her this question, so she replied calmly. He came to look for me overseas previously, so I let him have a meal at home. This explanation still didn't make Fu Ying feel better. He was still overwhelmed with jealousy. I want to eat too, Fu Ying said. I want to eat your cooking too. Didn't you eat it today? Tomato braised beef brisket. Mo Rao shrugged and said. And you didn't think it was delicious, so you voted for Lu Xian. When Fu Ying heard Mo Rao mention this, he asked, Are you jealous? Do you think everyone is as childish as you? I'm going home now. Mo Rao rolled her eyes silently and walked around Fu Ying to leave.
Fu Ying grabbet Montag Raos Hand.
I'll send you. There were many staff members at the recording location. Seeing how Fu Ying brazen was, Mo Rao hurriedly tried to shake him off, but Fu Ying held her tightly. Mo Rao was helpless and could only say, Let go of me, then I'll let you send me. Seeing that he had succeeded, Fu Ying smiled happily and let go of Mo Rao. Mo Rao could only follow Fu Ying to the parking lot. The two of them didn't speak along the way, but Fu Ying's mood was clearly much better. Do you want to go eat first? Fu Ying asked after getting into the car.
Montag RO rejestet flatly. No.
Chu Yu will come to my house today. Why does she keep going to your place? Is it because of Yang Shu? Fu-ing frowned slightly and asked. That's right. This is the first time I've seen her so obsessed with a man. Mo Rao couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Chuyu's chattering. Fu-ing couldn't help but recall the past. At that time, Mo Rao was also obsessed with him like Chuyu was with Yang Shu. I have a good relationship with Yang Shu, so I might be able to help her, Fu-ing said coldly. Chuyu and Mo Rao had a good relationship. If he could help Chuyu and Yang Shu develop their relationship, wouldn't Chuyu be able to put in a good word for him in front of Mo Rao? All right. Go and find out how Yang Shu feels about Chuyu. Mo Rao was very concerned about Chuyu's relationship affairs. All right, I'll help you ask later. Fu-ing started the car and brought Mo Rao home. When Mo Rao reached her house, before she could take out her key, Chuyu opened the door. Zhao Zhao. Welcome home. Why is Fu-ing here? Chuyu's expression instantly changed from joy to gossipy when she saw Fu-ing beside Mo Rao. Mo Rao glanced at Fu-ing and said, He lives next door to me. He was also there for the recording today, so he sent me back. Fu-ing, could it be that you bought the room next to Rao Rao's to get close to her? Aren't you asking the obvious? As Chuyu and Fu-ing spoke one after another, Mo Rao was sandwiched in the middle and felt a buzzing in her ears. All right. Thank you for sending me back. Mo Rao quickly walked into the house and stopped Fu-ing outside. Fu-ing looked at Mo Rao pitifully as he said, Aren't you going to let me into your house for a meal? Only then did Mo Rao realize that she had been tricked by Fu-ing. You treated Guing to a meal at your house back then. Why can't you treat me to a meal now? Fu-ing added. Mo Rao wished she could punch Fu-ing. When did this man become so annoying? You can ask my brother.
Montag huritli mentionet Montag Yuan.
Coincidentally, Mo Yuan had just walked out of the room and saw Fu-ing outside the door. Why are you here again? Mo Yuan strode out and questioned. Fu-ing was a little taller than Mo Yuan, so he looked down at Mo Yuan and said, I'm a little older than you. Mo Yuan immediately felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. However, on careful thought, Fu-ing had to get past him to woo Mo Rao, so he couldn't lose his imposing manner. He widened his eyes and said to Fu-ing, If you want to be with Rao Rao, you have to call me brother in the future. When Fu-ing heard this, he seemed to see hope and immediately changed his address. Brother, I want to eat at your house tonight. As expected, this address of brother flattered Mo Yuan. He smiled and actually agreed.
All right, come in.
This time it was Mo Rao's turn to widen her eyes. What did Mo Yuan mean? Why did he suddenly change his attitude towards Fu-ing? Brother, what's wrong? Mo Rao looked at Mo Yuan in disbelief. Mo Yuan's expression was calm as he replied, There's nothing wrong with having another suitor. I'll help you test them. Mo Rao was even more confused. What was wrong with her brother? Why was he starting to help Fu-ing? Mo Yuan didn't explain much and even turned around to help Fu-ing get a pair of slippers. Could it be that Fu-ing had threatened Mo Yuan? Even until Fu-ing walked into the house and sat on the sofa, Mo Rao didn't understand why Mo Yuan suddenly started to treat Fu-ing so well. All of you can rest here. I'll go cook. Not wanting to tire Mo Rao out, Mo Yuan said. Fu-ing stood up and followed Mo Yuan to the kitchen. Let me help too. As Mo Rao sat in the living room, she watched Mo Yuan and Fu-ing get along harmoniously from afar. She had yet to recover from her shock. What's wrong with your brother? I heard that he's very dissatisfied with Fu-ing. Even Chuyu couldn't understand. I don't know either. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Mo Rao was certain that something was off about Mo Yuan. In the kitchen, Mo Yuan was cutting vegetables. Fu-ing, who had washed the vegetables, came to his side and asked in a low voice, Why do you suddenly have no objections to me today? Mo Yuan's hand paused and he glanced at Fu-ing as he asked, Do you still want me to treat you like before? Of course not. You'll be my brother in the future. Fu-ing had to cozy up to Mo Yuan. After all, Mo Yuan was one of the decisive factors in his future relationship with Mo Rao. Mo Yuan ignored him and only frowned, as if he had something on his mind. Fu-ing saw through his worries at a glance and asked, Are you in trouble? Do you have a favor to ask of me? Mo Yuan took a deep breath and said, I do. Fu-ing, I want you to investigate Gu Xi more. Mo Yuan looked up at Fu-ing as he said seriously, I'm afraid he will do something bad to Rao Rao. Fu-ing was stunned and didn't understand what Mo Yuan was thinking. Doesn't he like Rao Rao? He's probably desperate to bring Rao Rao home. Fu-ing recalled Gu Xi's provocation today and was filled with anger. Did you see Gu Xi's interview? The interview in Jai magazine. Mo Yuan lowered his voice. He said that he became a jewelry designer for his deceased sister. As Fu-ing flipped through the magazine casually, he happened to see the interview, so he nodded and said, Yes, I remember. However, I've never heard of the Gu family having a daughter before. Yes, I didn't know either.
Montag Yuan smiled bitterly.
But his sister seemed to be my ex-girlfriend. What did you say? Fu-ing almost shouted, but he was afraid that Mo Rao would find out, so he could only try his best to control his emotions. As Mo Yuan cut the vegetables, he continued, My relationship with her was quite good in the past, but for some reason, her emotions suddenly became unstable. I wanted to accompany her, but I didn't expect her to suddenly commit suicide. I didn't even know she had a brother. Mo Yuan only suddenly thought of his ex-girlfriend when he saw Gu Xi's interview, because just as Gu Xi had described, Mo Yuan's ex-girlfriend liked jewelry design and committed suicide. Fu-ing frowned when he realized that this matter might not be simple. How did Gu Xi meet Mo Rao?
Fu-ing asked.
Mo Yuan replied truthfully, Gu Xi met Mo Rao when Mo Rao was working a part-time job overseas. Later, Gu Xi became her boss. I was worried that Gu Xi would harm Rao Rao because he thinks that I killed his sister. Although Mo Yuan was very satisfied with Gu Xi previously, he could tell that Gu Xi was very cunning. Gu Xi was the same as Fu-ing. They were both geniuses in the business world. Fu-ing was usually also a shrewd man, but compared to Fu-ing, Mo Yuan couldn't understand Gu Xi even more. Fu-ing acted as if he was willing to do anything for Mo Rao now, so he didn't seem to have any bad intentions. However, Mo Yuan didn't know if Gu Xi was sincerely in love with Mo Rao. Why didn't you tell Mo Rao about this directly? Fu-ing suddenly thought of something and asked. If Mo Rao knew, Gu Xi would no longer be a formidable love rival.
Montag Yuan sighed.
These are all my guesses. I don't want Rao Rao's social circle in life to be affected because of me. What if Gu Xi doesn't have any bad intentions? So, I want you to help me investigate.
Investigate Gucci.
Fu-ing was puzzled. So, even you don't know him well. Only the wealthy know about the grudges of the wealthy, right? Moreover, his family has been overseas for a long time, and we don't have many connections overseas, Mo Yuan explained. Fu-ing was about to say something when he heard Mo Rao shout outside the door. Why are the two of you chatting so happily? Are we still eating or not? Mo Yuan immediately changed the topic and shouted at Mo Rao. Coming. I'll help you find out about Gu Xi. Fu-ing promised in a soft voice. However, you can't stop me and Rao Rao from getting back together from now on. Mo Yuan gritted his teeth. For Mo Rao's safety, he could only agree. Alright, but who Rao Rao ends up with is her choice. If she doesn't choose you, I hope you won't disturb her again. Mo Rao and Chuyu had been sitting on the sofa and chatting. She could hear voices coming from the kitchen, but she couldn't hear what they were talking about. She was extremely curious about what Mo Yuan and Fu-ing were talking about, but she could only listen to Chuyu tell her about Yang Shu. I asked Yang Shu out on a date with me this weekend. What do you think I should wear? Chuyu supported her chin with her hand as she said with a troubled look. A man like him probably likes gentle and cute girls, right? I think you should be your true self in front of him, Mo Rao said bluntly. Chuyu exclaimed. That's a bad idea. You know that I'm very crazy and wild. I'm also a domineering heiress. Mo Rao had to admit that Chuyu knew herself very well. Then let him see the real you. It'll be tiring for you to pretend to be a demure and docile girl for an entire day. If he really starts to like the persona you show him, are you going to pretend for the rest of your life? Mo Rao asked. Chuyu fell into deep thought. She had been free-spirited and carefree since she was young. Words like demure and docile rarely appeared in her dictionary. She didn't want to be this type of girl. But, you're right. After thinking about it, Chiyu agreed with Mo Rao. If I keep pretending, I might go crazy. That's right. Besides, if that's the case, it means that he only likes your facade, Mo Rao advised. Besides, why do you assume he likes demure girls? Perhaps opposites attract. With Mo Rao's consolation, Chuyu's mood instantly improved. That's true. Fu-ying said today that he will help you ask around. Get him to ask later. With someone she could use, Mo Rao naturally had to help Chuyu. Chuyu winked at Mo Rao and asked softly, "Why do I feel that you and Fu-ying have become quite intimate recently? Tell me, what exactly happened between the two of you in the South Island?" Nothing happened really. Mo Rao's first reaction was to deny it. She didn't want to admit that she had kissed Fu-ying on the South Island, nor did she want to admit that she had even been tempted for a moment at that time. After Mo Yuan finally finished cooking, the four of them sat around the dining table, and the originally cold house became much livelier. Chuyu and Mo Yuan were like two chatterboxes. With the two of them around, there wouldn't be an awkward silence anywhere. What were the two of you chatting so happily about in the kitchen just now? Mo Rao couldn't help but ask as she ate. Mo Yuan coughed twice and said, "Doesn't Fu-ying want to woo you? I'm telling him my standards for my brother-in-law and asking him to improve himself." Mo Rao rolled her eyes. "Mo Yuan, are you hiding something from me?" Mo Yuan was bad at lying, so he was immediately seen through by Mo Rao.
Fu-ying smiled.
"Not really. Your brother wants to help his actors take on a drama I invested in recently, and wants me to open a back door. That's why he changed his attitude towards me."
Montag skeptical.
Mo Yuan hurriedly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. That drama is too competitive. I have to get President Fu to help. You sold me out for this?
Montag frownet.
It's fine, since I don't need a brother like you anyway. By the way, Fu-ying helped me ask Yangshu what type of girl he likes. Chiyu recalled this and quickly asked. Fu-ying said without hesitation, "Gentle." "How do you know?"
Montag puzzled.
Fu-ying picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Mo Rao's bowl. "I told you I have a good relationship with him. We even attended the same school in the past. Yangshu even wrote a love letter to a girl before. That girl was called Rao Man and looked very gentle."
Fu-ying recalled.
When she heard Fu-ying's words, the smile on Chuyu's face gradually disappeared. It turned out that Yangshu actually liked gentle girls. Moreover, Yangshu even wrote a love letter to a girl in the past. She had always thought that Yangshu was socially awkward. It seemed that Yangshu wasn't too interested in her. Mo Rao could tell that Chuyu's mood had changed, so she pushed Fu-ying's arm. Only then did Fu-ying realize that he had said something wrong and quickly shut up. This was many years ago. At that time, Yangshu was only in high school. Perhaps he doesn't like gentle women anymore. Fu-ying changed his words. "Maybe he likes your type? Don't worry, I'll help you ask." As he spoke, Fu-ying picked up his phone and sent a message to Yangshu to ask him what he thought of Chuyu. It's okay, it's okay." Chuyu adjusted her emotions and smiled at Fu-ying and Mo Rao. "I wrote love letters to boys in middle school as well. This is nothing. Who hasn't been young and ignorant before?" At this moment, Fu-ying's phone vibrated. When he picked up his phone, he saw that Yangshu had replied to him.
"Kuyu."
"She's all right. My family arranged the date, so we'll see." Mo Rao couldn't help but lean forward to take a look. For a moment she had mixed feelings. She kept feeling that Yangshu seemed to be very reluctant, as if he was completing an assignment from his family. What did he say? Chuyu looked at Mo Rao and Fu-ying as she asked. "He said that he thinks you're okay, and wants to continue interacting with you." Mo Rao smiled at Chuyu. "This means that you still have a chance. Don't be too fixated on him. You have to understand him first." When Chuyu heard this, she finally smiled from the bottom of her heart and nodded. "Okay. Actually, I've never liked anyone so much before. Perhaps this is fate." Chuyu pursed her lips. But it's fine even if he doesn't like me. There are many men wooing me. Although she said that, Mo Rao could still tell that Chuyu really liked Yangshu. Mo Rao had learned her lesson, so she didn't want Chuyu to be like she was in the past. This way Chuyu wouldn't get hurt like she did. However, seeing that Chuyu was head over heels in love, Mo Rao didn't know how to remind her. By the way, Rao, Chu Ro is going to release a new album. Chuyu thought of Chu Ro and said to her, I wonder if it's her mother or her who has hooked up with the rich and powerful. She'll probably go against you in the future. I met her today. She seemed to be quite smug. Mo Rao recalled Chu Ro's smug look today. She's been back in the country for so long, and it hasn't been easy for her to finally get some results. How can she not be smug? Chuyu said disdainfully. Anyway, be careful. Chu Ro is the same as her mother. She's not a good person. Yes, I'll be careful, Mo Rao said with a smile. Fuing listened to them as he ate and said, Don't worry, I won't let Chu Ro hurt Rao. With Fuing around, Chuyu and Mo Yuan were relieved. Mo Rao ignored Fuing, but she knew that with him around, she wouldn't be bullied so easily. After the first episode of the show was filmed, it would take another 2 days to continue filming. Mo Rao found the script for the food drama at home and read it carefully. The female lead of this drama was a chef who loved delicious food. And the male lead was once a famous gourmet. But because of an accident, he lost his sense of taste. After the male lead tasted the female lead's dishes, he suddenly realized that he regained his sense of taste, and the two of them developed a bond. Although the plot was a little melodramatic, Mo Rao was still quite interested in this drama. She spent the entire day reading the script and was often amused by the plot. After acting in 2 main dramas, Mo Rao also wanted to use a lovey-dovey drama to cushion the impact. Just as Mo Rao was reading the script attentively, Yu called. Mo Rao, don't forget to eat together tonight. Yu specially called to remind Mo Rao. I'll send you the address later. Okay. Of course Mo Rao didn't forget. She had heard of Yu's name before, but she had never had the chance to taste his cooking. After hanging up, Yu quickly sent the address to Mo Rao. It was Yu's private restaurant. As a gourmet, Yu also ran a small yet beautiful restaurant. Rumor had it that he received 3 tables of guests a day, and they were all for dinner. If he didn't have time, he wouldn't even open the door. Many people came because of Yu's reputation, but they couldn't get an admission ticket. Now that Yu had personally invited Mo Rao didn't have to wait in line. Yu's shop was hidden in a corner of the street. The door was ordinary, but the interior was decorated very stylishly. When Mo Rao pushed the door open and entered, the bell on the door jingled. The large chandelier above her emitted a warm glow, adding a romantic hue to the night. The breeze lifted the retro-patterned curtains gently, while the fire in the fireplace dispelled the cold. After a while, Mo Rao's face turned red from the warmth. You're here. Amidst the elegant violin music, Yu walked over with an apron around his waist. Mo Rao smiled at him. Yes, are you the only one in the shop today? Yu led Mo Rao to the table in the middle and pulled out a chair for her as he said with a smile, There is a distinguished guest today, so of course I can't receive more guests. With that, Yu walked to the door and flipped the sign on the door. The word closed was reflected on the glass outside the door. Wait a moment. The dishes aren't ready yet. Yu looked quite young. He had bold eyebrows and bright eyes. He didn't look like a chef. For a moment, Mo Rao felt like she had walked into the food drama script she had read today. If you were an actor, I would have suggested that you act in the food drama script that I've recently taken a fancy to, Mo Rao said bluntly. I can't be an actor, but I can be a food consultant for you guys. Yu walked to the open kitchen and continued to cook today's dinner for Mo Rao. Soon Yu served a salad and foie gras. He said with a smile, This is the appetizer. Try it first. Aren't you going to eat as well? Mo Rao asked. I'm still grilling a steak. Please wait a moment. Yu wasn't in a hurry. You can eat first. Don't worry about me. After all, this meal is on me. Then I won't stand on ceremony. After Mo Rao rolled up her sleeves, she picked up her fork and forked a small piece of foie gras. It was smooth in her mouth and emitted a charred taste. After tasting it carefully, the tip of her tongue tasted a hint of sweetness. Previously, Mo Rao didn't like to eat foie gras because of its smell. However, the foie gras Yu Yi made exceeded her imagination. "How is it?" Yu Yi asked as he cooked steak. Mo Rao praised. "It's too delicious," as expected of the work of a famous chef. After Yu Yi was praised by Mo Rao, he grinned. "It's good that you like it, but your culinary skills are not bad either. Perhaps you can learn from me and even surpass me. You're probably the youngest among the famous chefs in the country, right?" Mo Rao had a stereotypical impression of chefs, and felt that only old people could become famous chefs. Yu Yi walked over with 2 plates of Wellington steak and carefully placed them on the table. Then he said with a smile, "I guess so. If I remember correctly, you're older than me." Yu Yi sat opposite Mo Rao and said, "The main dishes are all here. There are desserts in the fridge. You can eat them later." As he spoke, he opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Mo Rao. "I wonder if you like Western food?" Mo Rao looked at the exquisite dishes on the table. Coupled with the environment of this restaurant, she felt that the vibe was very romantic. "Yes, of course I like it." Mo Rao picked up her knife and fork, then cut open the Wellington steak in front of her. After cutting it, she could still hear the crisp sound of the Wellington steak skin cracking, and an aroma lingered at the tip of Mo Rao's nose. She cut a small piece and put it in her mouth eagerly. The beef's fresh juice was mixed with the delicious taste of mushrooms, coupled with the crisp crust of bread. The texture was extremely rich. "How does it taste?" Yu Yi supported his head as he looked at Mo Rao while waiting for her feedback. "It's so delicious. This is probably the best Wellington steak I've ever eaten." Mo Rao couldn't help but cut another piece and put it in her mouth. Eating such delicacies was simply physical and mental enjoyment. Mo Rao wished she could make Yu Yi cook for her every day. "My culinary skills are far inferior to yours. First of all, I don't know how to make Wellington steak." Mo Rao had once wanted to try it, but she felt that it was troublesome and gave up. Seeing that Mo Rao was satisfied, Yu Yi was relieved and began to cut the steak. He smiled as he said, "You can learn it since you're so smart. Why don't you learn how to cook Wellington steak in the next few days? On the last day of the variety show, you can go to the square and sell this. You might attract many people." Mo Rao thought for a moment and said, "This is a good idea, but can I reach your level in 3 days?" "Of course. I'll teach you." Yu Yi winked at Mo Rao. "Will you be the gourmet mentor for the show later?" Mo Rao asked curiously. "Of course." Yu Yi put a piece of steak in his mouth and tasted it carefully. "I'm a judge and mentor."
Montag RAO nodded tuktfully.
To think about it carefully, that was indeed the case. With Yu Ye's status, he was very suited to be a judge and a mentor. Mo Rao and Yu Yi chatted while eating dinner. It had to be said that Yu Yi was very likable. Compared to the various men Mo Rao had met, Yu Yi seemed very outgoing and talkative. Presidents like Fu Ying and Gu Xi always had icy expressions on their faces and looked very cunning. The male celebrities she met were quite uptight and somewhat insincere. However, Yu Yi was different from them. It was partly because he was young, and he even had a hint of a scholarly aura. The way he looked at Mo Rao was very earnest. After Mo Rao ate the main course, Yu Yi asked, "Do you want to eat cake now? I made cheesecake in advance." Mo Rao liked cheesecake the most, so she nodded in anticipation. Yu Yi took out the cheesecake he had made from the fridge. Just looking at the fresh and slightly burnt yellow cake made Mo Rao's appetite increase, even though she had just eaten a lot. Yu Yi helped Mo Rao cut a small piece and placed it in front of her. Mo Rao picked up her fork and took a bite. As she had expected, it was sweet but not cloyingly sweet. Everything was just right. "You can bring the rest back." Yu Yi packed the remaining cake carefully and placed it on the table. "You're so considerate." Mo Rao's impression of Yu Yi improved greatly. Yu Yi blinked at Mo Rao. "No one else has this special cake. I've seen your movies and variety shows before, so I'm considered a fan." Just treat it as a gift from a fan to his idol. Mo Rao didn't expect Yu Yi to be her fan, so she was a little surprised. Thank you for your support. I didn't expect you to be a fan.
Montag was flattert.
That's because you're very outstanding to begin with. I believe you can definitely make a name for yourself in the domestic entertainment industry. Since the conversation between the two of them was inexplicably bureaucratic, they were amused. Alright, I'm going back now. See you tomorrow when we film the show. Mo Rao carried the cake to the door and waved at Yu Yi with a smile.
Yu nodded.
See you tomorrow. On the way back, Mo Rao reminisced over the taste of the delicacies she had tonight. For some reason, she felt a sense of doting when she looked at Yu Yi. Perhaps she was moved by Yu Ye's culinary skills. Or perhaps she was flattered by Yu Ye's address of sister. Mo Rao couldn't help but look at the cake in her hand. She actually couldn't bear to eat such a delicious cake. As expected, people would be in a good mood after eating. On the way back, Mo Rao felt exuberant and even her footsteps became lighter. Just as she was humming a tune and walking downstairs, she almost bumped into a broad figure in front of her.
Fu Ying?
You scared me to death. Mo Rao was shocked by Fu Ying. She didn't know where he had flashed out from. It was late at night, so she thought that a stranger was blocking her downstairs. Fu Ying sized her up and finally fixed his gaze on the cake in her hand. Yu Yi did this?
Fu Ying asked.
Mo Rao knew that Fu Ying would definitely be jealous again. That's right. When Mo Rao thought of this cheesecake, she recalled the sweet taste. This cake is quite delicious. Do you want to try it? Mo Rao wanted to use the cake to shut Fu Ying up, but Fu Ying frowned and looked very disdainful. Don't. I can make cheesecake too. Fu Ying was like a child competing for credit. Mo Rao ignored Fu Ying and was about to walk forward. It's fine if you don't want to eat. I'll give it to my brother. It seems like you enjoyed the food. Fu Ying was a little unhappy when he saw Mo Rao's excited expression. Why was she always happy about a man other than him? Couldn't he make her happy? Do I have to eat with a frown? Mo Rao was speechless and gave Fu Ying a side eye. Fu Ying pulled Mo Rao into his arms and kissed her lips when she was unprepared. If you want to eat cheesecake, I can make it for you in the future, Fu Ying said seriously after kissing her. This kiss was so sudden that Mo Rao had yet to recover from it. When can you smile at me? Fu Ying said in a low voice. He was a little jealous and pleading. When she heard his magnetic voice, Mo Rao finally came back to her senses and exclaimed, Fu Ying, you're being a hooligan.
Fu Ying ignored morao essere Mark.
Before she could scream, he kissed her again. Ugh. Mo Rao tried to struggle, but she was carrying the cake in one hand and couldn't push Fu Ying away with just one hand. She could only put up with Fu Ying's kiss. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. After a passionate kiss, Fu Ying finally let go of Mo Rao. Mo Rao felt dizzy from his kiss, and her face was flushed, like a ripe persimmon.
Fu Ying,
if you kiss me again, I'll ignore you forever. Mo Rao clenched her fists but didn't slap Fu Ying. She only glared at him threateningly. She thought that she was quite threatening, but in Fu Ying's eyes, she was like an impatient little rabbit, making him want to rub her head and tease her. As Mo Rao looked at Fu Ying's half-hearted smile, she felt that he was crazy. She knocked him away angrily and walked towards the door. Fu Ying followed closely behind her and said, What did you eat today? I can cook for you again tomorrow. I don't want to. Mo Rao was flustered, so she didn't want to hear Fu Ying speak at all. It was as if ever since he returned from the South Island, Fu Ying had become more and more unrestrained. However, Mo Rao felt as if there were two villains fighting in her heart. She wanted to push him away, but she couldn't help but cater to him. Fu Ying followed Mo Rao to the door of the house. He wanted to say something to Mo Rao, but after Mo Rao walked into the house, she closed the door and rejected Fu Ying. Fu Ying watched the door close with unfinished words at the tip of his tongue. Rao Rao, is that Yu Ye's cake in your hand? The moment Mo Yuan saw Mo Rao, he took a fancy to the cake in her hand. Mo Rao rolled her eyes at Mo Yuan and placed the cake on the table. Yes. Mo Yuan realized that Mo Rao's attitude was a little strange and asked, "What's wrong? Are you troubled? Brother, what did you say to Fu Ying? Do you really want me to be with him again?" Mo Rao didn't understand what Mo Yuan had done the day before, so she asked,
Montag Yuan, was stund?
He realized that something might have happened between Mo Rao and Fu Ying again, so he explained, Rao, we've been back to the country for more than a year. I've also observed Fu Ying this year. I think he has indeed repented. What I say doesn't matter, but I don't want to affect your judgment. Mo Yuan said these words seriously, making Mo Rao even more confused. Previously, every time she was about to fall for Fu Ying, Mo Yuan would pull her back. But now that Mo Yuan had changed sides, Mo Rao didn't know what to do. Forget it. Mo Rao waved her hand. Forget it. I'll think it through myself. With that, she turned around and returned to her room. As Mo Yuan stared at her back figure, he sighed. Seeing that Mo Rao had gone to take a shower, Mo Yuan went out and walked to Fu Ying's door before pressing the doorbell. At first, Fu Ying thought that the person who came was Mo Rao. When he opened the door and saw that it was Mo Yuan, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Why are you here?
Fu Ying asked curiously.
Let's talk inside. Mo Yuan squeezed through the door. Did you help me investigate Goosey Eye?
Fu Ying nodded. I'm investigating.
He's overseas all year round, so it might take more time to investigate, but don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this. After all, he's my love rival. Mo Yuan fell silent and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Why are you so afraid? Or is Goosey's sister's death really related to you? Fu Ying sized up Mo Yuan and asked. Mo Yuan shook his head decisively. No, his sister's death really has nothing to do with me. I'm just worried about Rao. Ever since he reunited with Mo Rao had been Mo Yuan's most precious family member. He didn't want Mo Rao to be hurt because of him. He hasn't done anything to hurt Rao yet, right?
Fu Ying asked.
Yes, but I can tell that he's not easy to deal with and is very good at hiding things, Mo Yuan replied. I'm in the entertainment industry after all, so I've seen more people than you have. Fu Ying was speechless. As a CEO, he had seen many people as well. In short, please continue to help me investigate. In addition, don't harass Rao. She scolded me the moment she got home. When Mo Yuan thought of Mo Rao's attitude just now, he felt a little aggrieved. When Fu Ying heard this, he smiled gloatingly. I didn't expect you to have such a day. Mo Yuan glared at Fu Ying, then left his house. He didn't expect himself to become Fu Ying's ally. They were clearly enemies before. Beggars couldn't be choosers, and Mo Yuan only trusted Fu Ying. Although he didn't want Mo Rao to be with this man who had hurt her in the past, he only believed that Fu Ying didn't have any bad intentions towards Mo Rao. At the thought of this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The next day, Mo Rao woke up early to prepare for today's variety show recording. The recording for the past 3 days had been under the guidance of food experts. At the thought that she didn't have to see Fu Ying these few days, Mo Rao felt relieved. When Mo Rao arrived at the recording venue, Yu Yi was already there. Seeing Mo Rao, he walked over with a smile. Sister, you're here. Although she wasn't used to being called sister, Mo Rao was still very flattered. She even wanted to rub Yu Ye's fluffy hair. Tisk, you've cozied up to him so quickly. At this moment, Chu Ro appeared and sneered. Mo Rao, you're really popular with men. I wonder what Fu Ying and Gu Xi will think if they find out. Chu Ro was mocking Mo Rao for being promiscuous. Mo Rao didn't become flustered at all. She only smiled at Chu Ro. You're dirty, so everything you see is dirty. Yu Yi and I are just interacting normally, but in your dirty eyes we're doing something dirty. I suggest you get your eyes and brain checked. Chu Ro gritted her teeth and glared at Mo Rao. She wanted to continue arguing with her, but Mo Rao couldn't be bothered with her, and had already turned around to leave with Yu Yi. Other than Yu Yi, there was another 5-star chef. Mo Rao, Lu Xian, and Xiao Yan were coincidentally assigned to the same group under Yu Yi. Lu Exine couldn't stop smiling when she found out that she was in the same group as Xiao Yan. I didn't expect us to be teammates. As soon as the grouping was finished, Lu Exine immediately got close to Xiao Yan and said to him with a smile. Xiao Yan had always been polite to Lu Exine, so he smiled and said, "Let's work hard together." Mo Rao knew that Lu Exine was interested in Xiao Yan and didn't want to cause trouble, so she walked to the table silently and opened the menu. "You guys can look at the menu and decide what dishes you want to cook," Yi said to the three of them. Mo Rao flipped through it carefully. After seeing the Wellington steak, she thought for a moment and made the same decision as before. "I'll cook Wellington steak." "Okay."
Yi similet.
When Lu Exine saw that Mo Rao had chosen an extraordinary dish, she gritted her teeth and decided to compete with her. "Then I'll make Buddha's temptation." When Xiao Yan saw that Lu Exine was about to cook Buddha's temptation, he was stunned. "Are you really going to cook something so difficult? Why? You don't believe me." Lu Exine didn't care if she was competent enough. She only wanted to compete with Mo Rao. "I'm just worried that you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time," Xiao Yan said calmly. Lu Exine snorted indignantly and glanced at Mo Rao. "If she can learn it, I can definitely learn it as well." Only then did Xiao Yan understand why Lu Exine chose Buddha's temptation. He felt somewhat helpless. Mo Rao didn't take Lu Exine's words to heart. She had already walked to the fridge and taken out a piece of steak to thaw. She had never thought of causing drama on the show. Lu Exine and Xiao Yan also took their positions and began to prepare to learn new dishes under Yuye's guidance. But soon Mo Rao heard Lu Exine's complaints. "Why is this abalone so difficult to peel? Mr. Yu, can we just let it be? I can't peel it anymore. Ah, there's too much oil. Cooking is so troublesome. Director, can you let the chef I brought help me for a while? There should be enough scenes already, right?" Faced with Lu Exine's complaints and requests, the director had no choice but to follow her lead. Just reshoot a few more scenes. Compared to Lu Exine, Mo Rao seemed much more mature. She followed the instructions in the recipe and Yuye's guidance the entire time. The Wellington steak looked complicated, but it was easier to make than she had imagined. It was just a little troublesome to make the crispy skin. Mo Rao had failed on her first try. Looking at the failed work in front of her, Mo Rao was a little vexed. "Don't worry. Many people will fail the first time they do it." Yi quickly comforted her. "All right, I'll try again." Mo Rao rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do it again. However, she didn't want to waste the steak she had made, so she asked the director, "Director, do you have an extra meal box? I want to bring the steak back to save it from being wasted." Mo Rao's actions received unanimous praise from the staff present. In their opinion, Mo Rao was down to earth and took the show seriously. She was completely different from those celebrities who fake things. When it was time to film, Mo Rao went to the dressing room to rest. Just as she sat down, Lu Exine walked in with a cold expression. Seeing that Mo Rao was also here, Lu Exine rolled her eyes. "TSK, how pretentious." Mo Rao understood where Lu Exine's hostility towards her came from and said bluntly, "Miss Lu, if you dislike me so much because of Xiao Yan, there's really no need.